242, wrong. As soon as the fifth young master heard the name, Dongfang Qingya, he froze, then tactfully expressed that he would definitely comply with his sister-in-law's instructions. Fortunately, Luo Xi was not in the mood for idle chatter and ended the call. Phew, scared me to death. How did sister-in-law know about Dongfang Qingya? Second brother is in for it. Back in the day, second brother was indifferent to all women, but Dongfang Qingya was an exception. She was even one of the partners in second brother's team. Although he wasn't particularly warm towards her, compared to other women, she was special enough. Many people thought they were a couple, and both families were happy to see them together. If it weren't for Dongfang Qingya, how could the old man be so at ease letting second brother remain single until he was over 30? The woman from the Meng family was merely a backup. The real reason second brother wasn't forced into marriage was largely due to Dongfang Qingya's presence. More importantly, Dongfang Qingya had risked her life to save second brother once, which is a true display of love. The woman from the Meng family would end up harming the young master of the Xinyuan family, but Dongfang Qingya was injured while trying to protect second brother. This is a world of difference. No one will be blind enough to choose Meng Yi, that brainless one. He even thought for a while that second brother might end up with Dongfang Qingya in this lifetime. TSK, second brother is definitely in for it. Suddenly feeling a sense of schadenfreude. What to do? What does second brother's calm face look like now? He really wants to see how second brother tries to coax her. It must be historically significant. The fifth young master was completely lacking in brotherly love, gloating while secretly wanting to observe his second brother's embarrassment. He suppressed his excitement and contacted Xinyuan Yuhan. Second brother, where are you? Xinyuan Yuhan's somewhat tired expression made the fifth young master feel a chill in his heart. Could it be that things were more serious than he thought? Suddenly losing his mood for watching a show, he anxiously asked, Second brother, what's wrong? Are you injured? No, there's no need to worry that it's a bit difficult for the insect race to hurt us. I won't confront them head on. Then what's wrong? Xinyuan Yuhan's gaze was heavy. Today, Dongfang Qingya asked to meet me at Tianwang, and your sister-in-law caught us. She got angry. What? Second brother? How could you hide from sister-in-law and meet another woman? It's not a date. I just want to clarify some things with her and ask her to change the agreement we made back then. I want to repay Dongfang Qingya's kindness in another way. Xinyuan Molan was stunned. Are you saying that after Dongfang Jia saved you back then, she made a request? Yeah. She said if I still hadn't met a woman I liked 5 years later, I should try being with her. I agreed at the time. What the hell? What kind of bizarre development is this? How could such a thing be used to repay kindness? Second brother, has your brain gone haywire? Xinyuan Molan was speechless. And then what? Dongfang Qingya said I betrayed our agreement, and then your sister-in-law came. She was very angry and even resorted to violence, but no one was hurt. Although Dongfang Qingya explained that our relationship was just that of former classmates, Luo Xi is still very angry. She probably heard Dongfang Qingya say that I married her because of her healing ability. Damn, this outcome is serious. If sister-in-law mistakenly believes that second brother married her for such reasons, then the true love would be gone. And how could she still be good with second brother? Second brother, Dongfang Qingya, is really too clever. Her explanation is simply counterproductive. The more she explains, the more it raises suspicion about your relationship. I'm really impressed that sister-in-law didn't hit anyone. If it were me, I would have definitely exploded. What should I do? Xinyuan Molan rolled his eyes. How would I know? Aren't you by sister-in-law's side? Find a way to let her understand your true feelings, and don't let her think you married her for personal gain, or else it's all over. Hearing this, Xinyuan Yuhan's face darkened. He really didn't expect it to be this serious. He thought once Luo Xi calmed down, it would be fine to explain things. But on matters like this, Little Five was always more experienced than him, so he felt anxious. How can he make Luo Xi understand that although he was initially attracted by her talent, he was equally drawn to her as a person? Just talking about it? That seems unreliable. So annoying, more frustrating than fighting a battle. Second brother, you must handle this matter with caution. Sister-in-law may seem easygoing, but once she becomes stubborn, it will be hard to pull her back. So don't mess it up. I know. I'm trying to figure it out. Distant water can't quench a nearby fire. After Xinyuan Molan ended the communication, he could only pray that his second brother's relationship wouldn't go through twists and turns. Meanwhile, Luo Xi had not opened the door all night and showed no intention of letting Xinyuan Yuhan return to rest. Xin Yuan stubbornly guarded the door all night, sitting there when he got tired. He wouldn't leave the door of the room, his heart in disarray, unable to think of a way to coax her in her frustration. Luo, she entered the space to stay, and when she got hungry, she ate the fast food store in the space. She casually grabbed a box of fish and vegetables, but after a few bites, she suddenly felt nauseous and vomited in the space's bathroom. After throwing up, she felt particularly wronged and returned to the room, lying on the bed with red eyes, completely at a loss. She felt she was being overly sensitive and weak, getting so upset over such a thing that she felt nauseous. It was simply self-abuse so exhausting. Xin Yuan, get in here. Xin Yuan was startled by her shout and rushed in. Axie, what's wrong? Luo Xi glared at him with red eyes. I want to eat spicy noodles. You go make them. Xin Yuan looked at her in astonishment, feeling both heartbroken for her red eyes and confused by her behavior, momentarily frozen. What? Don't want to make them? No, of course I do. I'm just afraid you won't want me to. I'll prepare it right away. Luo Xi waved her hand, pulling out the noodles and spicy sauce. There's a small kitchen on the spaceship. Go prepare it right now. Okay, don't be angry. I'll do it right away. Xin Yuan hurriedly took the noodles to the spaceship's small kitchen to prepare the meal, feeling inexplicably better. If she wanted to eat the noodles he made, it meant she didn't want to leave him, right? 20 minutes later, the noodles were ready, with 2 golden eggs added, smelling delicious. Definitely a stellar performance. Xin Yuan brought the noodles into the room. Axie, it's ready. Come eat. Luo, she sniffed, sat up, and picked up the chopsticks without even looking at him, starting to eat. At first, it was very tasty, but after eating about a third, she felt nauseous again and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Xin Yuan's face turned white with fright. Axie, what's wrong? Go away, it's all your fault. Luo, she was extremely wronged, her eyes glistening with tears and panicked. Xin Yuan immediately contacted his military doctor, asking him to come over right away. 243 pregnant when the military doctor and 2 assistants hurriedly arrived. They saw the general anxiously guarding by the bedside of the general's wife, looking very unwell, while the general's wife also seemed to have a bad expression, as if she had been crying. What happened? The battle-hardened general's wife is actually feeling wronged? Who did this? The 3 of them looked at the general in unison. Could it be that the general had some scumbag tendencies and was bullying his sister-in-law behind the scenes? Come and check on Axie. Yes, General. The military doctor put aside his speculation and stepped forward to examine Luo Xi. As soon as the medical instrument got close to her, it immediately issued a warning. Warning, a natural pregnant woman has been detected. Please take care of the pregnant woman. Please take care of the pregnant woman. The few people present were petrified. Xin Yuan and his wife were both stunned, and the military doctor was the first to regain his composure. He looked at the general with envy and jealousy. Congratulations, General. Your wife is pregnant. Oh, the general's combat power is still as strong as ever. They have only been married for less than half a year, and she is already pregnant. That's some serious combat power. Many people have been married for years, even decades, and still can't conceive. Pregnant. Xin Yuan was first stunned. Then a wave of intense joy stimulated his nerves. He looked at Luo Xi in disbelief. Wife, we have a child. After being stunned, Luo Xi frowned. She hadn't planned on getting pregnant for the time being. She had heard that it was difficult for interstellar people to conceive, which was why she let Xin Yuan do whatever he wanted without taking any contraceptive measures. But why she ended up pregnant? This is not scientific. Seeing Luo Xi's complex expression, Xin Yuan felt a pang in his heart. Could it be that Axie was still angry and wanted to leave him, so she wasn't happy about the child either? Axie, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have made you angry. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Please don't be angry, okay? Xin Yuan quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake, displaying a complete husband-slave demeanor that dazzled the military doctor and the other 2. Silently lowering their heads to ignore the scene, the general's imposing presence was completely gone at that moment. Axie, please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. Unable to bear watching their general lose his dignity any longer, the military doctor spoke up. Ahem, General, Madam, this is your first pregnancy. Please take good care, especially in the early stages. You must not be overly excited, and you cannot go to the battlefield. You also need to pay attention to your diet. It would be best to let the madam return to a safe place to rest and prepare for childbirth as soon as possible. Xianyuan Yuhan was taken aback by the words. Indeed, should he let Luo Xi go home to rest? But he couldn't bear to have her leave his side. No, for safety, he had to let her stay at home. He couldn't handle any accidents. Axi, let Fengda take you home to rest. Stay at home and take care of your health until I come back, okay? No. Luo Xi refused without hesitation, giving him a cold glance. I'm not a tool for you to have children with. Xianyuan Yuhan felt a pain in his heart. She was still angry. Axi, I absolutely didn't mean that. I like you. I like everything about you, including your talents. But what I like even more is you as a person. If I only liked your talents, I would have married you for that. There are other ways we can cooperate, right? You can't distrust me just because of someone else's slander. Huh? Gossip. Who is so malicious as to try to drive a wedge between the general and his wife? The two medical personnel immediately felt indignant, igniting a fierce fire of gossip within them. The military doctor decisively pulled the two soldiers out, thinking that not everything should be overheard during gossiping. In situations like this, it was better to leave, or else the general would definitely take revenge on them once he regained his composure. Of course, they didn't go far. They kindly closed the door behind them and waited outside. Inside the room, Xianyuan Yuhan was bending over backwards, explaining and pleading for forgiveness. After being coaxed by him, Luo Xi's mood improved a little, but then she felt troubled again when she thought about food. Everything she wanted to eat had been thrown up. How is she going to get through the next few days? Axi, let me take you home a rest, okay? It's really inconvenient here, and you can't keep hiding. That wouldn't be reasonable. I promise to resolve the issues on Lanhai Star as soon as possible, and then come home to be with you. Okay, boring. I just want to stay here and watch. Besides, if I leave, Fengda and the others are fine, but what about the other mutated plants? Aren't we after Lanhai Star? Once we eliminate the insect nest, this place will be ours. Let them stay here for a while. It won't matter. Even if they don't want to live here, we can just let you come back to pick them up later, right? I don't want to. I still don't want to go back. It's too boring. Thinking about spending every day at the Xianyuan family as a pregnant woman felt quite depressing. It would be better to stay here and watch them fight. At worst, she could just hide in her space to take care of the baby. Axi, can I beg you? It's too dangerous here. Luo, she shot him a glare. It seems that the child is much more precious than I am. When I wasn't pregnant, you always told me to stay at home. Does this double standard have to be so obvious? Xianyuan Yuhan was immediately choked up. Could he say that he was worried about her health? The most important thing was her, not the child. Pregnant people are very fragile, and he was afraid that if he wasn't careful, she might get into trouble because of the pregnancy. However, Luo, she would definitely not listen to such an explanation. The more he said, the more she would think he valued the child over her. Damn it! This was all caused by Dongfang Qingya's meddling, appearing before Luo Xi at this moment, making it impossible for him to persuade her. Feeling so frustrated and depressed, what should he do? In the end, Xianyuan Yuhan couldn't overpower Luo Xi and had to agree to let her stay. However, he insisted that she must stay in her own space and not participate in any battles. The two finally reached a compromise, and Xianyuan Yuhan sighed. Are you hungry? I'll go ask the military doctor what food to prepare so you won't throw up. Luo, she felt a bit listless. She was affected by her pregnancy. After hearing about Xianyuan Yuhan's decision, the military doctor couldn't say much more. He could only send Xianyuan Yuhan the precautions for pregnant women that he had prepared. As for morning sickness, the military doctor sighed. General, morning sickness is very normal. Pills may not be effective, but just prepare more food that pregnant women like. Eat a little more when you can. Are there any medications to relieve morning sickness? No. The military doctor held back his breath. Who on earth goes to the battlefield while pregnant? Only the general's wife is so peculiar, risking her life. She was found to be pregnant, but refused to leave the front lines. Actually, it's best to let the madam go home to rest. The battlefield is too dangerous. It's not a place for pregnant women. 244 cold violence. Xianyuan Yuhan's face darkened. I know, but Luo, she refuses to leave. Well, they should keep the fact that the general turned into a husband slave in a second secret. It was truly a headache dealing with such a willful wife. But if their wives could get pregnant so quickly, they would also be willing to have such headaches. When this news reached the Xianyuan family, old Master Xianyuan lost his composure on the spot and immediately contacted Xianyuan Yuhan. Second boy, when is your wife coming home? Xinyuan Yuhan looked at the old man's expectant and excited face, expressionless. Grandpa, Axie said she doesn't want to go back. She's staying here with me. What? The old man was furious, glaring and shouting. Are you out of your mind? She's pregnant and still wandering around the battlefield with you? Do you want to die? No, Axie can't be without me. If I'm not by her side, she will be very anxious. A pregnant woman's emotions fluctuate greatly. I can't stimulate her, damn. This was obviously a ridiculous excuse. How could old Master Xinyuan possibly believe that? Let my granddaughter-in-law speak to me. Grandpa, Axie is afraid you'll nag her, so she's already closed herself off to cultivate her powers and plans to come home to see you after the battle on Lon High Star is over. Get lost? Call someone over here. Old Master Xinyuan didn't believe in such nonsense. How could a pregnant person still be on the battlefield? That was simply courting death. He finally was about to have his first great-grandson. How could he let him encounter danger? He had to call them back. Unfortunately, Xinyuan Yuhan was not cooperating. He glanced at the old man indifferently and said, Grandpa, you know that Axie is someone who won't easily change her mind once she's made it. Please don't force her. I will ensure her safety. Nonsense. You might not even be able to protect yourself. How can you protect her? Old Master Xinyuan was furious, and no matter how he tried to persuade, his second grandson was simply unyielding and wouldn't let him talk to Luo Xi. When he tried to contact Luo Xi directly, she had blocked all communications. The old man's enthusiasm for his great-grandson was severely dampened, but he felt helpless against such a grandson. Moreover, with the distance between them, he had no way to intervene, which made old Master Xinyuan feel quite distressed. The old lady was usually kind, but this time she was also dissatisfied. She personally told Xinyuan Yuhan how fragile pregnant women were and what kind of environment was best for both mother and child, speaking until she was dry-mouthed. But Xinyuan Yuhan still refused, infuriating the old lady, whose face turned pale. You stubborn boy, why are you so obstinate? Is winning the battle more important than your wife? No, I care about Axie's safety more than anyone else. Battles can be lost, but I cannot lose her. Then why don't you let her go home to rest? Because Axie doesn't want that. She wants to stay here. She is very firm about it, and I will protect her. Grandma, please don't worry. How can I not worry? You stubborn boy, why are you so obstinate? Xinyuan Yuhan sighed inwardly. It wasn't him being stubborn, it was clearly Luo Xi being stubborn. These days, apart from eating and drinking, Luo Xi hardly communicated with him at all. It was practically cold violence. The matter with Dongfang Xingya had not yet passed, and he didn't know how to make her angry again. Yuhan, why not let Grandma talk to Luo Xi? If you can't convince her, Grandma can. Grandma, Axie has been in seclusion to cultivate recently, and I can't disturb her. What? What are you doing at a time like this? She's pregnant. How can she not eat? Xinyuan Yuhan sighed. She isn't not eating. I prepare 3 meals a day for her. She just blocked all external communications. Since she's so busy, let me talk to her during mealtime. At this point, the old lady was also getting a bit angry. Grandma, actually Axie has been a bit unhappy lately, which is why she chose to go into seclusion. She just doesn't want to face me. What? The old lady looked at her grandson in disbelief. What have you done to make her react this way? I'll handle this matter myself. For now, Grandma, please don't intervene. The old lady frowned at him, seeming doubtful about whether he could handle it well. But in the end, he was her beloved grandson, so she still had to give him face. Then I'll contact you in a few days. Grandma can see that she is a child with a good temper. This time, you must have done something to anger her. Handle it well. Okay, I understand that if you encounter any problems you can't solve, discuss it with us. Women's hearts are not something you boys can understand overnight. The old lady's meaning was clear. If you can't resolve it, hurry up and seek my help. Xinyuan Yuhan nodded in agreement, indicating he would remember, and only then did the old lady reluctantly end the communication. In fact, she really wanted to meet her granddaughter-in-law and see her belly. After all, it would be their family's first great-grandson. Sigh, she really didn't know how her second grandson had angered his wife. After a moment's thought, the old lady contacted her fifth grandson. The fifth grandson had the best relationship with his second grandson, and perhaps he could find out some news. Grandma, are you looking for me? Xinyuan Mullen smiled at the figure on the screen. The old lady looked at him lovingly. Yes, we just learned today that your second sister-in-law is pregnant, but it seems your second brother has angered her. Do you know why? Because she's angry, your second sister-in-law doesn't want to go home to rest. She wants to stay on the battlefield. Just think about it. How dangerous is that? This is our Xianyuan family's first great-grandson. What? Second sister-in-law is pregnant. Xianyuan Molin gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time, and then his expression turned serious. After thinking for a moment, he told his grandmother everything about Dongfang Qingya. Fool. The old lady stomped her foot in frustration after hearing it, and then she became dissatisfied with that young lady from the Dongfang family. Knowing that her grandson was married and still causing trouble was clearly ill-intentioned, wasn't it? She didn't oppose women having their little schemes, but it had to depend on the object. Interfering now was simply the act of a mistress. Moreover, although both families had that intention back then, it had never been confirmed. Now that her second grandson was married, what was she trying to stir up? Especially since the excuses she made were clearly intended to make the granddaughter-in-law misunderstand the second grandson. And oh wonder the granddaughter-in-law was so angry. It was truly infuriating. If the granddaughter-in-law really believed her words and thought that the second grandson married her for the purpose of treating his abilities, heaven, it would be normal if the family was not peaceful in the future. How despicable, truly insidious. But thinking this way, the old lady instantly turned her good impression of Dongfang Qingya into a negative value. Grandma, what should we do? It's very dangerous for second sister-in-law to be pregnant. Of course, I'm thinking of a way. She has announced that she is in seclusion and won't accept any communications. Just think about it. She clearly doesn't want us to persuade her. When the old lady was still thinking of ways to meet, Luo Xi's communicator was blocked from communication. However, Dongfang Qingya found Xianyuan Yuan, saying she wanted to apologize to Luo Xi in person and clarify what happened that day. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Yuan's expression darkened. I have already explained everything to Axie. There is no misunderstanding. She won't care about that day anymore. You don't need to dwell on it either. We have never been involved with each other, so there is no question of betrayal. I hope you won't waste your feelings and time on me in the future. Dongfang Qingya's face stiffened. Was this a clear rejection? He had shown interest in any woman for over 30 years, so why suddenly marry a woman he had known for less than a year? She couldn't believe that there was no other reason behind it. However, it couldn't just be for Luo Xi's healing abilities. Xianyuan Yuan was not the kind of man who would bend for such matters. But she was even less willing to believe that it was true love. She preferred to think that Xianyuan Yuan had some ulterior motive for choosing Luo Xi. Is she doing well? Very well. She's pregnant. I've told her to take good care of herself. Dongfang Qingya's expression stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile. Is that so? No wonder she hasn't been on the Sky Network and doesn't answer calls. Xianyuan Yuan frowned. You've contacted her? Yes, I lost my composure that day. Your marriage news shocked me, and in a moment of impulse, I acted out of character. After calming down, I realized I had overreacted and wanted to apologize to Luo Xi properly. Don't contact Luo Xi about such matters in the future. I have already explained to her our agreement, and I will repay your kindness in other ways. Is that all I am to you? Just someone you owe a favor? Xianyuan Yuan looked at her calmly. I don't want to lie to you. I have no romantic feelings for you. Before meeting Luo Xi, women fell into two categories for me. Those I disliked and those I didn't. You fall into the latter. Not disliked. Not disliked. She was incredulous. She had liked him for so many years, only to receive a not disliked evaluation in return. Xianyuan Yuan, how cold can you be to say such things? Dongfang Qingya felt she must be blind to have fallen for such a man. It was her biggest mistake in life to like him. She felt nauseated thinking about how she had played little mind games for this man who didn't love her. How had she become so obsessed? Damn, knowing you is my bad luck. Don't bring up the favor. We were companions back then. It was only natural to help each other. Don't insult my character. But Xianyuan Yuan, with such low emotional intelligence, I hope you get mistreated by women a few times in the future to taste the bitterness of love. Xianyuan Yuan, seeing her like this, breathed a sigh of relief. I know you'll be fine, but the outcome you expect probably won't happen. I wish you find a man who truly loves you soon. Don't worry. I will definitely find a man who loves and cherishes me. Better than you. I want to be like Luo Xi, marrying and then following a man in a battle, working myself to death. This remark successfully darkened Xianyuan Yuan's face. But he didn't want to explain. By the way, I will be joining you in a few days, bringing some people from other star systems to observe. After hearing that you successfully ambushed 2 insect nests, some high-level officials from the Flying Wolf Star System have taken an interest in you. So they sent me with a team to observe, claiming it's for mutual learning. Who is coming? Elites from the Flying Wolf Star System's military. The leader is a prince from the central planet of the Flying Wolf Star System, with strength comparable to yours, but he's only 28 years old. So he has an age advantage over you. What's the big deal? Xinyuan Yuhan dismissed the topic. Interstellar beings live for hundreds of years. Someone in their 30s is just a young adult. Feeling that the matter was resolved, Xinyuan Yuhan sent someone to bring Dongfang Qingya and her group to their frontline combat point a few days later. At this time, Luo Xi was still sleeping in her room, claiming to be in closed-door cultivation, but she was really just avoiding Xinyuan Yuhan. She had become increasingly sleepy recently, needing to sleep for over 10 hours each day. After waking up naturally and washing up, she stepped out of the battleship for some fresh air, only to see Xinyuan Yuhan greeting some unfamiliar men and women. One of the women looked somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, she furrowed her brows. Dongfang Qingya? The Dongfang Qingya she had seen on the Sky Network lacked some of the brilliance and vivacity of the woman before her. In reality, Dongfang Qingya was a focal point, extremely eye-catching. Luo Xi thought she looked quite good, self-confident, strong, and noble. A perfect candidate for a noble family's virtuous spouse. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. Dongfang Qingya just arrived at Lanhai Star last night. She is responsible for bringing the people from the Flying Wolf Star System to observe how we deal with the insect nests. The Flying Wolf Star System? The third-class cultural star system Xinyuan Yuhan mentioned before? It's strange that people from a higher-class cultural star system would come to learn from a lower-class one. Can they really not deal with the insect nests? Sister-in-law, the Flying Wolf Star System has not encountered any insect nests yet, but they have seen some insect swarms. Luo Xi looked at him in shock. Why? We're not sure. So far, the Flying Wolf Star System has not discovered a single insect nest. The insect swarms appear in groups, numbering in the thousands, but never exceeding 100,000. Compared to our Hengyu Star System, they seem to have it much easier. They felt it was unfair, as if the Hengyu Star System was a soft persimmon being bullied by the insect race, which was quite annoying. Luo Xi shrugged, feeling indifferent about such matters. After all, it wasn't something they could control. When something happens, they just have to deal with it. Complaining wouldn't solve anything. Dongfang Qingya looks quite good. Why didn't your general think of marrying her before? Tian Luo suddenly stiffened, feeling this was not a good topic. Nervously trying to clear his boss's name, he said, Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. There is only a bond of gratitude and camaraderie between the boss and Dongfang Qingya. There is definitely nothing inappropriate or ambiguous. You have to believe in the boss. Luo Xi glanced at him. You're overthinking it. I'm simply evaluating her. Really? Tian Luo patted his chest, relieved. As long as it's not a misunderstanding, that's good. 246 it's rare. Xi, you're awake. Xinyuan Yuhan saw Luo Xi talking with Tian Luo in the military ship's lift and quickly walked over to support Luo Xi's hand, being very considerate and gentle. Luo Xi glanced at him coldly, and Xinyuan Yuhan felt a chill in his heart. Did he upset his little wife again? Are you hungry? I'm already full. Luo Xi directly rolled her eyes at him. She wasn't a needy child waiting for him to feed her. Dongfang Qingya was momentarily stunned by this scene before smiling and walking over. Luo Xi. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Dongfang Qingya. Yes, I remember your face. Hee hee. It's my honor. I was impulsive during the Tianwang incident. Please forgive me. No problem. It actually has little to do with me. That's a relationship you need to sort out. Hee. Such a cold feeling. Dongfang Qingya felt her smile was a bit hard to maintain. You are Xinyuan Yuhan's wife, Luo Xi? A tall and handsome man next to Dongfang Qingya stared at Luo Xi, his black hair and green eyes giving him an alluring charm, like a fallen elven prince. Xinyuan Yuhan glanced at the other person and introduced Luo Xi. Xi, you've met Dongfang Qingya, so no need for further introduction. This is Major General Pei Xinyuan from the Flying Wolf Galaxy. His strength is comparable to mine. This time, he is in charge of leading the team to observe the battle. The Flying Wolf Galaxy wants to witness our fight against the bug race. Luo Xi raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. Oh really? Is it just to assist us or merely to observe? Pei Xingyuan chuckled. Naturally, it's just to observe. If we were to assist in a battle, the leaders from the Hengyu galaxy would need to negotiate with our galaxy's leaders before sending troops to assist. If it's just observation, shouldn't there be some viewing fees? Our soldiers are fighting with their lives. Pei Xingyuan suddenly became serious, and after a while, he looked at Luo Xi. Whether we come or not, you will still have to fight. How does our observation hinder you? It affects the mood. I'm speechless. Pei Xingyuan looked at Xianyuan Yuhan. General Xianyuan, your woman is really calculative. The military of the Hengyu galaxy can't be that poor, right? So poor that they need to resort to such means to gather military funds? Luo Xi smiled lightly. Since Major General Pei is reluctant to spend, then go watch for free in the elite troop. The danger is also reduced by half. Do you think the daredevils on my side would watch the show for free? Better not distract everyone. You are just a woman. What right do you have to speak like that? Feng suddenly appeared, and with his 9th level pressure revealed, Pei Xingyuan and the others turned pale. Pei Xingyuan gritted his teeth under the pressure. Is this how the Hengyu galaxy treats its guests? Feng scoffed. You are disrespectful to my master. What is there to talk about in terms of hospitality? You don't understand equivalent treatment. Fengida, don't make things difficult for our guest. I'm calmly talking to someone, and you coming in makes it seem like I'm bullying a guest, which is not good. Luo Xi complained. Fend about it, so pretentious. Everyone. Ahem, Major General Pei, please don't take it to heart. My wife is pregnant. Pregnant women, have great mood swings. She isn't targeting anyone specifically. You can tolerate a pregnant woman's irritability, right? The members of the Flying Wolf Galaxy who were about to explode in anger suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel jealous of Xianyuan Yuhan's good fortune. Such a young talent already has offspring? Damn, it's simply favoritism. They who are over 100 years old might not even have children. Wanting to have children before 50 is basically like winning a lottery. The higher the civilization, the more advanced the technology, yet their population's pregnancy rate is lower, which makes high-level civilizations itch with frustration. For the sake of offspring inheritance, they must agree that no matter what happens, they cannot excessively suppress lower civilizations. Otherwise, what happens to their race's extinction? Some rare, noble offspring even go to lower civilizations to find women in the hope of leaving behind descendants. Hence, the higher the civilization, the more precious pregnant women are. Pei Xingyuan's gloom quickly dissipated, and he smiled at Luo Xi. So the general's wife is pregnant. That's truly a joyful occasion. General Xianyuan, your luck is really good. Thank you. She's my lucky star. TSK, that's too mushy. Everyone silently complained in their hearts, but on the surface, they all offered their congratulations. Envy and jealousy were private matters. On the surface, everyone remained friendly and harmonious. Luo Xi, how does it feel to be pregnant? Dongfang Qingya asked curiously. Faced with a woman who seemed like a rival, Luo Xi felt speechless. She was sleepy, wanted to sleep, and was getting lazy. Don't you have morning sickness? I remember my aunt seemed to throw up everything she ate. It was so painful that I didn't dare think about having kids. I rarely have morning sickness. Maybe my body is better. Really? I hope I could be like you in the future. Dongfang Qingya blushed a little shyly. Luo Xi completely didn't understand why the other person was blushing. ISNT pregnancy a shy topic? Wait a minute, Luo Xi. How can you still stay on a battlefield and take risks while pregnant? Let me take you home to rest properly. Dongfang Qingya suddenly spoke. No need. I know my limits. Instead of worrying about my safety, you should worry about yourselves. The bugs won't distinguish whether you are observers or not. If they appear, don't expect us to protect bystanders. That was quite rude. Pei Xingyuan squinted at the woman before him. How could she be so brazen? Is it just because she has a 9th level master by her side? You all talk business. I'm going to sunbathe. Luo Xi found a spot, set up a lounge chair and a tea table, arranged a small plate of fresh fruit, and then half lay down to sunbathe. After she lay down, a maple tree suddenly appeared beside her, allowing her to lie comfortably under the light filtering through the leaves. Dongfang Qingya was practically mesmerized. What is going on? Why did such a vibrant maple tree appear out of nowhere? Not only does it look beautiful, but it also seems to have a spirit. Tian Luo scratched his head and smiled proudly. That's the masterpiece of our Fonda. He can recruit mutated plants as little brothers, so naturally, he can serve as sister-in-law. Wow, so awesome. Dongfang Qingya's astonishment was evident, and the people from the Flying Wolf Galaxy also widened their eyes. You have a plant-type ability user here? Xinyuan Yuhan nodded. Yes. It's originally a mutated plant, so it definitely counts as plant type. My goodness, a plant type ability user has actually reached the 9th level. That talent is really impressive. Of course, our Flying Wolf Galaxy has only a handful of plant type ability users who have reached the 9th level. It's rare. Major General, if we could recruit someone from here to the Pei family. A middle-aged uncle beside Pei Xinyuan couldn't help but say quietly, his eyes filled with envy. Pei Xinyuan sighed. He certainly wanted to, but judging by their demeanor, it would be quite difficult to steal someone away. 247 baby, Luo, she could certainly hear their whispers. But she didn't care. If Fonda wanted to leave her, she wouldn't force him to stay, but they probably wouldn't easily leave their own. After all, spiritual energy was a rare cultivation resource for mutated plants and animals. Pei Xian Yuan silently observed Fonda. No wonder Xian Yuan Yuhan and the others could lead a death squad to exterminate the insect nest. It turned out they had such a powerful ally assisting them. Or rather, they might be the main force. A level 9 plant-based ability user could control all mutated plants below level 9, which was a pressure from their level. With the help of level 7 or 8 mutated plants, dealing with the insect race would certainly be much easier. Even in the Fey Wolf Galaxy, there are not many people with cultivation above level 8. The difference was that many people in the Fey Wolf Galaxy possessed abilities, and those with abilities undoubtedly had much better mental strength than ordinary people. In contrast, the Hongyu Galaxy focused on mental strength and physical ability, and the awakening of ability users was rare, which is why the Fey Wolf Galaxy gradually surpassed the Hongyu Galaxy. However, the cultivation of ability users appeared to be more difficult than that of mental strength and physical ability. Mental strength often advanced ahead of abilities. An ability user's mental strength might have already reached level 7, but their ability might not have broken through level 5 yet. This imbalance frustrated many ability users in the Fey Wolf Galaxy, and those who broke through to level 9 were even rarer. However, breaking through level 9 in mental strength was not a rare event, at least not among the geniuses in the Fey Wolf Galaxy. This esteemed one might be interested in traveling to our Fey Wolf Galaxy. I can't say much, but when it comes to scenic spots, our Fey Wolf Galaxy definitely has its unique features. Pei Xian Yuan was very much in awe of strong people, and after witnessing Fonda's power, his attitude changed completely. Not holding any grudges, this kind of admiration for Luo Xi showed that she was also convinced. Pure admiration for the strong is not something everyone can achieve, especially when you've just had a conflict with the other party. Many people might feel envy or jealousy. Pei Xian Yuan's attitude made her unable to look down on him. Fonda smiled. I will take time to travel around, but it's not appropriate at the moment. My young lady is pregnant and cannot be fatigued. We will consider interstellar travel later. Haha, understood. You're always welcome to visit our Fey Wolf Galaxy. This is a communicator that can connect across star systems, and it contains my contact information. If you want to send me a message when the time comes, I will have someone open a passage to pick you up. Communication between different star systems requires opening a star system passage, and it must be one-sided. Only people from higher-level star systems can open passages for lower-level star systems, while lower-level star systems can only wait for the other party to open them. Fonda did not refuse and accepted it directly. You are quite perceptive, kid. I've lived for over 1,000 years, and it's nice to see someone who respects the elderly and cherishes the young. 1,000 years? Pei Xian Yuan was even more shocked, but also made him respect Fonda even more. Xian Yuan Yuhan, however, had a bad premonition upon seeing this scene. Fonda was a powerful aide to Luo Xi, and if he wanted to go to the Fey Wolf Galaxy, would Luo Xi also be encouraged to go along? Wouldn't he be left behind if he didn't have time to follow? Thinking of this possibility made him unhappy, and he hesitated to look at his delicate wife, a she. Luo Xi smiled slightly. What's wrong? Aren't you discussing important matters? Continue, don't mind me. I've been feeling lazy and don't want to participate in your battles lately. Xin Yuan felt quite frustrated, as Luo Xi had been ignoring him lately. It was all because of Dongfang Qingya. Everything was fine until her reckless actions made his delicate wife cold toward him. Sighing softly, Xin Yuan reminded Luo Xi a few times. But seeing that she still ignored him, he turned back and brought a group of people to the conference room to discuss the meeting. With Feng Da's intervention, Pei Xianyuan took the initiative to offer help to Xin Yuan and the others in battle, clearly trying to gain favor. However, Xin Yuan found it hard to deal with. It was incredibly frustrating. Can't the people from the Fey Wolf Galaxy be a little less shameless? If they want to dig a wall, can't they do it without so obviously trying to gain favor? Master, the show is about to start. Fengida Shuklad, SLY. Clearly, he was quite pleased to see Xian Yuan in a difficult position. Luo Xi secretly rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to his childish behavior. To her surprise, the people from the Fey Wolf Galaxy generously produced a substance that attracted the insect race, and it was quite a large piece, shaped like an adult and emitting a peculiar fragrance. It is said that this substance is a specialty of the Fey Wolf Galaxy, wherever the insect race appears. This substance is bound to be present. After dealing with the insect race, the people from the Fey Wolf Galaxy naturally discovered this substance, which is yet to be thoroughly researched. According to our experiments, this insect-attracting paste can draw all insects within a radius of 1,000 meters together. Of course, we don't know if it can attract the insect nest, because the Fey Wolf Galaxy has never encountered an insect nest before. This time is just right for an experiment. Pei Xianyuan confidently took out their galaxy's research product. Xin Yuan saw this item and, of course, could not refuse the other party's participation. With the larger situation at hand, personal feelings must be set aside. So they quickly selected a location as the first test site, 1,000 meters from the Aegean coast, where they placed a small piece of the insect-attracting paste, and then placed a larger piece 1,000 meters further. This setup continued until they placed the largest humanoid piece of insect-attracting paste about 10,000 meters from the Aegean coast. Feng Zunjia, please retrieve the insect-attracting paste at the appropriate time, or keep it suspended in the air so that it won't be eaten by the insects. At least we need to attract enough insects. I will handle this matter myself. You all just need to prepare for ambush at the final point. My subordinates will manage the earlier areas. All right, then I will trouble Feng Zunjia. Pei Xianyuan was very respectful and somewhat excited, as they were about to witness the true power of the insect-attracting paste. If it could lure the insect nest away from the seabed, it would be even more beneficial, allowing their Fey Wolf Galaxy to exchange more things with the Hengyu Galaxy in the future. No matter how you look at it, it was a good thing. Miss, this insect-attracting paste is quite novel. Luo Xi nodded, expressing her curiosity and surprise at the existence of such a thing. It seemed that the people from the Fey Wolf Galaxy indeed had quite a few good items. It looks like after giving birth, a trip to the Fey Wolf Galaxy to gather treasures would be a good idea. This time, as the vanguard, you and Lang Yuan should take along more level 8 companions for safety. The priority is to attract the insect race. If the insect nest can also be drawn up, that would be the best outcome. The temptation of Star Egg 248, once everything was set up, Luo Xi and her friends were stunned, while Xin Yuan and the others were left wide-eyed for quite a while. The effectiveness of the insect attractant exceeded their expectations significantly. After placing the insect attractant at the very front of the Aegean coast, the entire Aegean Sea began to surge, as if it were the prelude to an impending storm. In just 10 minutes, a massive wave of insectoids crawled ashore from the water, hastily making their way towards the attractant like addicts drawn to their fix. Thousands of insects swarmed in thick clusters. Even Boss Feng felt goosebumps and quickly lifted the insect attractant, flying several hundred meters forward. Meanwhile, Wolf Yuan sat on the back of a flying, mutated beast, dangling a piece of the attractant in the air to lure the insects from below the water. Once they reached the shore, he intermittently masked the scent of the attractant to guide the insects toward it, then resumed releasing the scent to continue attracting them. This cycle persisted for over half an hour, successfully drawing in around 100,000 insects, before they reluctantly stopped. Then they rushed to assist at the trap point ahead. With the help of the insect attractant and traps, Xinyuan Yuhan and the others managed to kill over 100,000 insects in one day, including more than 100 level 8 insects and thousands above level 5, although most were still low-level insectoids. Miss, it seems these insect attractants can drive the insects insane, making them disregard their superiors' orders to come foraging. The lower the level of the insect, the less they can resist this temptation. Even the higher level ones are reluctant to give it up. They might even turn against each other for it. Oh, really? Is it possible that it could attract the insect queen? If so, then their battle could be successfully concluded. What exactly is this thing that is so enticing? Preliminarily, it appears to be some sort of sap secreted by a plant, but Wolf Yuan also mentioned that the attractant contains the saliva of birds. However, they couldn't pinpoint which type it was, and it probably isn't from any of the mutated animals in your space. Heh, it really is complicated. Luo Xi scratched her head. Forget it. I'll leave this kind of research to those old scholars who love studying. The insect attractant allows the insectoids to rapidly grow larger, or rather, to grow at an accelerated pace, which is why they flock to it. However, today our attractant didn't let the insects have too much. Xinyuan Yuhan and the others plan to fight in shifts, so we should also split into 2 groups to assist them in attracting the insects. I discussed it with Wolf Yuan. I'll come at night while he takes care of things during the day, and Luo Ying will always be by your side for protection. All right, just be careful. Yes, with so many people around, please be cautious, Master. Luo Ying will always be by your side to protect you. Luo Xi nodded, reassuring him to go about his business. Since she couldn't enter her space, she naturally had to have a protective umbrella with her. No matter what, she couldn't allow herself to fall to the insects, could she? Thus, with the help of the insect attractant, Xinyuan Yuhan and the others killed countless insects over the next month. Luo Xi even suspected that the insects in the nest had been mostly wiped out. However, the insect queen had yet to appear, which puzzled her. Could it be that the other insects coveted the attractant, but the queen didn't? In fact, that was not the case at all. The insect queen was going mad inside the nest beneath the Aegean Sea, anxiously pacing back and forth, unable to think of a way to obtain that treasure. Those humans were clueless, but the insectoids could naturally sense that innate temptation. A temptation that could not be resisted by anyone. That was the star egg, a treasure that could allow the insectoids to traverse the stars. By swallowing a star egg, they could pass through space without hindrance and upgrade to become star beasts. Star beasts are a form of evolution, but the star egg is only useful for insectoids. Mutated beasts cannot discover its treasure. However, there's a restriction on consuming the star egg. Only insectoids below level 9 can consume it. Those above level 9 have a 90% chance of exploding upon consumption. Therefore, during this period, the queen was contemplating how to downgrade herself to become a level 8 insect. The allure of becoming a star beast far outweighed that of remaining as the queen. Once she became a star beast, she could escape the constraints of the nest and traverse the stars, going wherever she pleased, and even leave to absorb more powerful energy from other star systems. The appearance of the star egg had turned ordinary resources into mere scraps, holding no temptation for them. Right? Those humans wanted to lure the nest to the surface, didn't they? Perhaps she could use this to seize the star egg and then find a way to downgrade herself. After some deep thinking, the queen made her decision. The emergence of the star egg was too rare, and she was the only powerful queen here. If she were to seize it, she clearly had the upper hand. She was willing to forsake the nest and her insect minions for the sake of the star egg. She just needed to become stronger. What was there to fear about having no subordinates? With this resolution, the next morning, the queen urged the nest to rise to the surface and even land on the shore of the Aegean Sea, 1,000 meters away. Without needing her command, all the insects in the nest surged out towards the direction of the attractant to snatch food. Seeing the nest emerge, Xinyuan Yuhan quickly issued orders for their cooperation. The corrosive liquid that could erode the nest had long been distributed, ready for battle as soon as the nest appeared. Luo Xi, upon seeing the nest, released most of her mutated plants and animals to help eliminate the remaining insectoids, leaving Luo Ying and 4 high-level mutated animals to guard her. Standing atop the warship, watching the battle unfold, Luo Xi felt it was spectacular, and at the same time, she felt a sense of relief. With the insect attractant and the corrosive liquid, she wouldn't have to participate too much in future battles against the interstellar beings. Essentially, it would rely on their strength and wisdom to face off against the insect nest, which was no longer an invincible existence. Maybe she should think about what kind of life she wanted to lead in the future. Xianyuan, help me. Master, be careful. Two voices rang out in succession, just seconds apart, but Luo Xi's mood fluctuated dramatically. In the ongoing battle, Dongfang Qingya had unknowingly fallen into danger, bound by the tentacles of the insectoids that ensnared her mech. In a panic, she instinctively called for Xianyuan Yuhan for help. Upon hearing Dongfang Qingya's voice, Luo Xi turned to look, only to be attacked from behind by dozens of insects at that moment. Luo Ying immediately activated a psychic barrier, protecting Luo Xi within it. Master is pregnant. There must be no mishap. 249 black hole, devouring Luo Xi was momentarily stunned when she saw the leading bug. Bug Queen. Huh, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Without the other 2 level 9 escorts, do you think you can escape from my hands today? Human female. Luo Ying let out a sharp scream upon hearing this. Fengde, Wolf Yuan, the master is in trouble. Hurry back. Oh, why are you screaming? I'm quite graceful. You know, a pregnant female is quite impressive. How about a bet? Isn't your male fighting up front? Let's wager whether he can make it here to protect you in 5 minutes. He was quite brave in protecting another human female just now. Luo Xi raised an eyebrow slightly. Just a moment ago, Xianyuan Yuhan's movements were very swift, but she understood he was saving someone. Although she couldn't deny that she felt a bit uncomfortable, being provoked by a bug was indeed a complex feeling. What do you want? The bug queen coldly stared at Luo Xi, her sinister gaze sweeping over Luo Xi's body. This female was quite alert. She was trying to lure those powerful individuals over to protect her and seize the star egg. Of course, she couldn't reveal her true intentions. So the bug queen quickly commanded those around her to launch an attack. For mutated animals tried their best to kill the bugs on the outskirts, but the endless swarm of approaching bugs left them somewhat overwhelmed. After ensuring Luo Xi's safety, Luo Ying divided her attention to fight. On the other side, upon hearing Luo Ying scream, Wolf Yuan and Fengde immediately abandoned their fight and rushed toward Luo Xi. For them, nothing was more important than their master's safety, even if their departure would leave the soldiers they were fighting with vulnerable. Xianyuan Yuhan also heard Luo Ying scream. He set down Dongfang Qingya and Hualuo Yu. Help me command the battle. Okay. The main commander shouldn't leave without permission, but Hualuo Yu understood Luo Xi's importance. That woman had given him a new lease on life, so he was willing to bear this burden for her. Master, 3 terrified voices sounded, and Xianyuan Yuhan hurried back without hesitation. However, he saw a massive black hole appear from 100 meters away, engulfing Luo Xi and the others. Even Fengde and Wolf Yuan, who rushed over at the first moment, could only manage to protect Luo Xi in the center before they were all swallowed by the black hole together. Xianyuan Yuhan's towering mech body crashed to the ground. But Luo Xi disappeared along with the warship into the black hole. This sudden change drove the remaining mutated plants and animals that couldn't rush to the rescue into a frenzy. They began violently slaughtering the bugs, and after the slaughter, they devoured large quantities of bug corpses to seek upgrades. In less than an hour, the bug nest and bugs in the Aegean Sea were completely exterminated. But not a single corpse was left. The corpses had been consumed by the mutated plants, and all the bug crystals were shared by the mutated animals. They then chose different places to begin digesting the energy within them in preparation for breakthroughs. The upgrades of several hundred mutated plants and animals continued for 7 days and nights, with all 500 remaining mutated plants and animals breaking through to level 6 or above, including a mutated maple tree and a spirit fox both breaking through to level 9. They named themselves Luo Sun and Luo Yi. After they completed their upgrades, the bug tribe on Lanhai Star had already been completely eradicated, and the bug nest was destroyed. The military once again achieved a decisive victory with a smaller force against a larger one, and the main commander remained Xianyuan Yuhan. However, the victorious commander remained frozen at the place where Luo Xi disappeared for 3 days and nights, showing no intention of leaving. Luo Yu and the others helplessly watched from a distance, while Tian Luo and a few others were utterly dejected and anxious, unsure of what to do. Shouldn't someone at least take the troops back to the military to report? Dongfang Qingyao looked at the man who seemed to be suffering more than death with a complex expression. Losing Luo Xi was such a significant blow to him. She could even see the regret in this man's eyes. He regretted not having kept Luo Xi close to him, regretted that saving her had delayed his arrival to rescue Luo Xi. He regretted saving himself. So, when she approached him, she only ended up being the target of his misplaced anger. Luo Yu sighed. Then I'll take people back to report. Xin Yuan definitely doesn't want to leave here. He might still be hoping for Luo Xi to suddenly return. But those consumed by the black hole had virtually no chance of survival, right? However, such words could not be spoken at this moment. Luo Yu stepped forward and sighed. Xin Yuan, I will take people back to the military to report. What are your plans? Xin Yuan closed his eyes and leaned against his mech, feeling weak all over. All right. Please also handle my transfer paperwork. I want to establish a military base on Lanhai Star. I don't plan to leave here until Luo Xi returns. Xin Yuan, Luo Yu wanted to say, you have my condolences. But looking at Xin Yuan's determined expression, he didn't dare to say it for fear of provoking him. Luo Xi isn't dead. She won't die so easily. You all go. Leave my people here. After you report back to the military, go to my home and tell my grandfather about the situation here. Okay. In the end, Luo Yu said nothing more and left Lanhai Star with most of the troops. Although Dongfang Qingyao was reluctant, she had to accompany the people from the Flying Wolf Star system as they left. Of course, Tian Luo and a few others stayed behind to assist Xin Yuan in managing Lanhai Star's affairs. Boss, sister-in-law is not an ordinary person. She will definitely survive. Let us build Lanhai Star well. Didn't sister-in-law say she really liked the scenery of this planet? Let's turn it into her favorite home. When she returns, she might even bring the little master with her. She will definitely be happy then. A glimmer of light flickered in Xin Yuan's eyes. Yes, we must make a home she likes. She loves the scenery of Lanhai Star. We need to plan it well before she returns. Xin Yuan stood up, suppressing the tremors in his heart. He couldn't accept that possibility. He refused to accept that Luo Xi could be dead. No, Luo Xi absolutely won't die. She can die. However, he felt more regret. Why hadn't he been more resolute in sending her back to recuperate? Or he could have kept her by his side. Even if something happened, they would face it together. At least he could be with her, rather than being tormented with worry and unable to get news of her now. Boss, there's something we seem to have overlooked, Tian Luo said nervously. What is it? It's those bugs that appeared around sister-in-law at that time. The impulsive bugs could clearly only be produced by the bug queen. But the one we saw at that time was definitely not the same bug queen we had encountered before. And the bug queen needed to disguise herself to approach sister-in-law. Don't you think that's too unusual? The communicator with 250 assists is indeed unusual. And the fact that the insect queen directly abandoned the hive to use the black hole to escape feels very wrong. Xin Yuan thought for a long time and could only attribute the reason to the insect lure paste, because before the appearance of the lure paste, the insect queen clearly did not have that kind of attitude. It seems that the importance of the lure paste exceeds their expectations, even surpassing the research results of the Phylong star system. But what exactly is it? Let the Research Institute look into this matter. Pei Xingyuan left some lure paste for us, right? He has already sent a piece back for them to study. The old general hopes you can go home for a visit. Boss, why don't you go back for a bit? Tian Luo tentatively said. No need. I'll wait for Axie to come back. Xin Yuan firmly refused. He wants to get up where he fell, and he will wait here for Luo Xi to come home. His life will only be complete with her. He even thought about whether the outcome would have been different if he hadn't saved Dongfang Qingyao that day. But no matter how he thought or regretted, the outcome was already like this. Tian Luo, am I actually quite useless? From the beginning, our position was that she was helping me, and I gave her almost nothing good. Yes, when he seriously thought about it. What good has he actually given Luo Xi? It seems like nothing. Luo Xi could live well without him. And even beside Nielin, she could still live well. And Nielin might even come to like her, as long as Junya didn't appear. Thinking this way, he really felt like a despicable person. Strangely, Xianyuan Yuhan began to self-loathe. Boss, don't put yourself down like that. You are sincere to your sister-in-law. Isn't that enough? Tian Luo anxiously comforted his boss. The current situation is already quite bleak. He must not let the boss fall in his self-doubt. Sincere? Xianyuan Yuhan was speechless. He liked Luo Xi more than any woman he had known before. Maybe it was love, but he felt it wasn't enough. Shouldn't a man love a woman by letting her enjoy the best life? But he hadn't done enough to pamper his wife. One could say he was inadequate in that regard. Luo Xi was unaware of Xianyuan Yuhan's inner turmoil. At this moment, she was staring wide-eyed at Feng and the others in the space. Oh, and there was also Lu Qing, the only other human. Upon hearing that they might be in a black hole, Lu Qing completely lost it, eventually shouting, Luo Xi, you stupid woman, how did you end up in this situation? Luo Xi shrugged helplessly. Who knew the insect queen's target was me? Who knew it could even open a black hole? It's simply unscientific. To think a bug has such power, TSK, it's just two against the heavens. Damn, Lu Qing felt like he was going crazy. A black hole? What is a black hole? That's a place where people die. Okay? Alright, calm down. We have a life-saving trump card, right? In this space. We can live until we die. It's just a bit boring, he said. Lu Qing laughed in frustration. You're still as optimistic as ever. Since it has come to this, thinking too much is useless. It's better to go with the flow. Otherwise, do you have any way to get us out of the black hole? No. Lu Qing was extremely annoyed. Feng and the others calmed down. The master was right. Even if they couldn't get out, they could still live in this little world in space, though it would indeed be boring. Miss, didn't the people from the Phylong star system give you a communicator that can contact across star systems? Why don't you try contacting him to see if there's a signal? Wolf Yuan suddenly said. Luo Xi pursed her lips. It seemed unlikely, but let's give it a shot. Luo Xi took out the communicator Pei Xinyuan gave her and pressed the only contact number in it. A buzzing sound came from the communicator, and Luo Xi shrugged. Looks like there's no signal. Hello, hello. Suddenly, a surprised male voice came from the communicator. Luo Xi was stunned, and Feng quickly said, I'm Fengda. We are currently in a black hole. Please find a way to resolve this. Pei Xinyuan on the other end of the communicator was also stunned, then overjoyed. Are you all okay? We are fine. There shouldn't be any danger in the short term, but we still can't find a way out. Please find a way to crack the technology of the black hole. Okay, I will definitely have everyone study it as soon as possible. Feng Zun, please keep in touch with me from time to time. All right. Fengda looked around the communicator. Wow. The Phylong star system is indeed a higher-level cultural star system. They actually made something that can still contact us in a black hole. It's amazing. In fact, it wasn't surprising, since they could contact across star systems. It wasn't strange that they could also contact across black holes. There are countless black holes between different star systems. This is just a matter of penetration. It wasn't surprising that they had breakthroughs after researching for so long. Lu Qing suddenly became calm again, speaking as if he wasn't the one who had just been agitated. Luo Xi looked at him with amusement. Brother Lu, now you don't have to go crazy, right? Lu Qing glanced at her. You better pray that we can get out of the black hole soon. Otherwise, who will help you deliver your baby? We don't have any gynecologists here. Luo Xi was embarrassed. Asking her to casually let Lu Qing help her deliver her baby was a bit awkward. But since it was a matter of life and death, she decided to be a bit thick-skinned. So she smiled at Lu Qing. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Lu to study the skills of midwifery. I'll be relying on you then. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. How stupid could he be to lift a rock and smash his own foot? He was the only one here who studied medicine. If he didn't learn something, and something really happened, wouldn't he be harming himself? After a change of expression, he finally sighed. Fine, I'll learn. Better safe than sorry. I can't let Luo Xi get into danger. Thus, in the following days, Lu Qing began to immerse himself in learning obstetrics and gynecology, putting aside the preparation of potions for now. The person in the space who was the most leisurely was Luo Xi. Lu Qing was busy learning new knowledge, and Feng and the others were busy improving their own cultivation and training the more than 100 mutated plants and animals left in the space. Those that had not been sent out to fight were all below level 7. Since their levels were not high, it was easy for them to die if sent out. So they simply stayed in the space to cultivate in peace. due to their slightly lower aptitude. These mutated plants and animals were basically gnawing on insect crystals every day to accumulate strength. Luo Xi had said that Feng and the others shouldn't push themselves too hard. But Feng said they were just bored, so practicing with their subordinates was beneficial. In the end, Luo Xi was too lazy to say anything and let them mess around. She was content to be a pregnant woman in the space, eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. What was happening outside had nothing to do with her. She felt like she had never been this relaxed before. The 251 method. After receiving the communication, Pei Xingyuan was practically overjoyed and without hesitation. He sent a message back to have the most authoritative research institute in the Phi-Wolf galaxy conduct an in-depth study of the black hole breakthrough technology, striving to research a method to crack black holes from the outside as soon as possible. For a strong person who could still contact him after falling into a black hole and remain so composed, he should give the highest respect, no matter what. By the way, Xinyuan Yuhan should be notified as well. After all, that man is currently under great stress. TSK. He is becoming increasingly interested in that woman. Luo Xi. What to do? If the technology to crack black holes from the outside is developed, he should find a way to get Luo Xi and the others to the Phi-Wolf galaxy. He can't let him work hard for nothing. As for the technology from the Hengyu galaxy, it's not that he is arrogant, but if the Phi-Wolf galaxy loses to the Hengyu galaxy in black hole research, then they don't deserve to be a higher-tier civilized star system. Where's Dongfang Qingya now? Pei Xingyuan asked his assistant. The assistant checked the positioning system and replied, Major General, Miss Dongfang is currently at the Xinyuan family's main residence. Oh, is she rushing to gain favor? Does she think Luo Xi is dead and wants to take her place? The assistant shrugged helplessly. This subordinate does not know. Hey, aren't you a woman too? How come you don't understand a woman's heart? The assistant rolled her eyes. Major General, you're overthinking it. Women don't necessarily understand other women. I can't see through Miss Dongfang's thoughts. She is an outstanding diplomat, not someone a little assistant like me can understand. Oh, my little assistant has some insight sometimes. Do you think Luo Xi and the others will die? The subordinate doesn't know. People who fall into a black hole basically cannot survive, but there are exceptions. After all, there have been precedents. Sigh. So his subordinates are all carefully selected smart people. Pei Xingyuan sighed in boredom and then decided to temporarily conceal this news. After thinking for a moment, he muttered to himself, if Luo Xi went missing for 10 or 8 years, would Xinyuan Yuhan still keep himself pure for her? Hearing this, the assistant rolled her eyes at the ceiling, thinking their boss was coming up with bad ideas again. I wonder if that General Xinyuan will fall into the trap. It's really pitiful. Major General, aren't you very fond of that esteemed one? Aren't you afraid something will happen if you don't hurry to rescue her? What do you understand? I can use this deal to make them stay in the Phi-Wolf galaxy for 10 or 8 years. The condition is not to contact old acquaintances. And after 10 years, they are free. That is not too much to ask, right? The assistant chuckled lightly. As long as you're not regretting it. Major General, I have no objections. Pei Xingyuan immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. What kind of expression is that? Do you think I would suffer a loss for a small gain? It's possible. After all, the other party is an esteemed one. That makes sense. It's better to be cautious. Let us rescue the person first. Pei Xingyuan quickly calmed down. He wasn't stupid and was patient enough. He was just indulging in a bit of dark humor. If something major happened, he would naturally prioritize the big picture. Pei Xingyuan didn't know how leisurely Luo Xi and Fengda were spending their days in the space. After putting aside his little thoughts, he focused on the progress of the research institute. They already had specialized research in this area and had achieved some results in the past. Even when he went to the Hengyu galaxy, they had researched the creation of black holes. The latest weapon from the research institute could tear open space to create a black hole and swallow everything around it. With this achievement, the research institute began to study the direction, hoping to develop a method to crack black holes. Otherwise, while the adults could wait, Luo Xi's pregnancy wound last much longer. He still remembered that Luo Xi was pregnant, so he kept urging the geniuses at the research institute to work overtime, practically becoming a vampire-like debt collector. In this way, the most authoritative figures in black hole research from the entire Feewolf galaxy gathered. And the special research group of the Institute took half a year to come up with a more feasible plan. After hearing the plan presented by the research representative, Pei Xing frowned. Is this the only method? According to their proposed plan, they would determine the location of Luo Xi and the others in the black hole through communication, and then choose a place from the outside to break open the black hole. However, the time to break open the black hole was only a short 10 minutes, and Luo Xi and the others had to rely on their abilities to rush out within that time frame. It was equivalent to them opening a door. But how far this door was from Luo Xi and the others was difficult to guarantee. Whether they could rush out in 10 minutes was also not something they could control. Pei Xiao, this is already the best solution we can provide at the moment. If our team were inside, we might try to find a way to leave from the inside, but we are outside, and without data from inside the black hole, we cannot control it. Moreover, Xinyuan Air Xiao's wife clearly does not possess this talent, and she cannot research it. Nonsense. If she were a genius in this area, would he still need to anxiously urge them to conduct research from the outside? It's worth noting that he had invested his own private property to support this research over the past 6 months. And even the benefits from the entire Pei family's business have been mostly put in. If there was no return, the Pei family's assets would suffer a significant loss. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, Pei Xing waved his hand. You all get ready. I will contact Luo Xi immediately. Okay, Pei Xiao. Please remember to inform the other party that if they fail once, the next time the black hole exit can only be opened 3 months later. We cannot open the black hole exit again within 3 months. Understood. Pei Xing was even more irritated. He immediately contacted Luo Xi. After listening, Luo Xi thought for a moment and then calmly nodded. Okay, prepare as soon as possible. I feel like my child is ready to see the world. It's really inconvenient in the black hole. Damn, can you not say such things so calmly? Pei Xing scratched his head, sighed in frustration, and then handed the communicator to the Research Institute staff to start positioning. Inside the black hole, Luo Xi and Fengde were together, piloting a small spacecraft. The communicator needed to be activated for positioning outside the space. They couldn't stay cooped up in space. TSK, Master, look at you with such a big belly. I'm really worried you might go into labor on the way. Shut your crow mouth. Luo Ying glared at Fengde, clearly annoyed. Lang Yuan and another flying crane. Yes, the flying crane. Over the past 6 months, they hadn't achieved much else, but they had helped the promising flying crane break through to level 9 transformation. Named Luo, the greatest feature of Luo Yi is teleportation, moving instantly from one place to another with the ability to teleport from a distance of 1,000 meters. Of course, the farther the distance, the greater the energy consumed. The longest distance is about 10,000 meters, and with his current level 9 cultivation, he can only support teleportation at maximum distance 10 times. The 252 black hole exit is quite impressive for Luo Xi. 1,000 miles is equivalent to 500,000 meters. This distance is definitely first place for escaping. No one can compare. That's why when she heard the news from Pei Xing, she calmly told him to prepare as soon as possible. She also prepared high-level recovery pills. If Fei's ability ran low, she would immediately supplement him with a recovery pill. She didn't believe that after teleporting for 10 minutes, they still wouldn't be able to get out of the black hole. Luo Yi, take a recovery pill after teleporting 6 times, or eat one whenever you feel tired. Don't hold back. I don't want to give birth in a black hole. Luo Yi's face twitched. He understood and assured her. Got it, don't worry. For their master, living in a black hole was equivalent to others' closed-door cultivation, and they could still eat and drink well during that time, without any sense of crisis. Speaking of which, Master, is it really okay not to contact the male lead for so long? What if he thinks you're dead and finds someone new? Feng Laude guessed gleefully. Luo Xi gave him a calm glance. If he is the kind of man who would find someone else after his wife has been dead for half a year, then it's better to see his true colors early and part ways. Oh, it seems you still trust him quite a bit. This is my principle. TSK. So once a woman has power, she becomes proud, and pride can be a headache for some men. If he still likes gentle and lovely little kittens who wholeheartedly rely on him, TSK, that is true captivity. This type of master can only be a master. It's better not to seek out suffering as a lover. Luo Xi, are you ready? We are heading straight towards your location. The specific data isn't available yet. We'll inform you once we detect it after reaching the point. Just get ready. Okay, just prepare the exit. We'll handle the rest. Pei Xin Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing the calm voice. Aren't you afraid? Life and death are determined by fate, wealth by heaven. Wow. Pei Xin Yuan had nothing more to say. It seemed the emperor wasn't anxious, but the eunuch was. Cough, cough, Pei Xiao. The other party's calm attitude is beneficial for their actions. 10 minutes is too short. If the distance isn't too far, it's fine. But if it's far, it might be difficult to succeed in one go. Aren't you a genius? Just choose the shortest distance to open the hole. The person referred to as a genius by Pei Xin Yuan, Mozu, twitched his mouth. He was the head of the research team from the Fei Wolf Star System Empire Research Institute. At the age of 43, being a team leader in the research group was indeed quite young. He was also known as a prodigy and a hardstone because the most important thing to him was research. However, he wasn't the kind of person who didn't understand human feelings. He just didn't want to deal with those people. The proposal to open the hole was made by his team, so he was leading this practical exercise with Pei Xiao. To be honest, he had never seen Pei Xiao so anxious before. He had been paying attention to their research daily for the past 6 months. If it weren't for him blocking communication between both sides, Pei Xiao's mentality would have definitely put immense pressure on the research team. Because of this, he was very curious about the few people trapped in the black hole and what charm they possessed that made Pei Xiao act this way. For this reason, he often worked tirelessly, and to be honest, this half-year of research could be said to be the most diligent he had ever been. MO team, according to the signal, this should be the shortest distance. Suddenly, the person in charge stopped and reported to Mozu and the others. Mozu waved his hand, and the research team immediately organized personnel to prepare various equipment and weapons. An hour later, Mozu looked at the sky. If all went well, they would be able to return in time for dinner. Pei Xiao, everything is ready. You can inform them to prepare for action at any time. What are the chances? Based on the detection, the signal emission point is nearly 300 kilometers from the black hole exit. Calculating the speed based on the military ship model you provided, the fastest speed can reach 2,000 kilometers per hour. In 10 minutes, it can advance about 330 kilometers, so, theoretically, as long as they prepare the military ship at maximum speed and head straight for the exit, the chances of success are quite high, as long as the energy is sufficient. Of course, after the military ship exits the black hole, it will probably be nearly scrapped. Operating at maximum speed is equivalent to self-destruction. However, under the premise of losing the ship, escaping is still worth a try. After Luo Xi received the approximate data, she frowned slightly. According to the distance given by Pei Xin Yuan and the others, Luo Xi needed to complete a teleportation within 3 seconds and then keep teleporting. The recovery pills required time to restore energy, and the distance could barely be managed. It seemed the current method was for her to supplement Luo Xi's energy, continuously providing him with energy support until they got out, and she could only be the one to supply the recovery agents. Master, why not try the military ship at speed they mentioned? We don't know how to operate it. How can we try? Moreover, running at maximum speed is very dangerous. We might not even get out before the ship is destroyed. Relying on ourselves is safer. Fengda scratched his head, feeling a bit frustrated. Teleporting with one person was already not easy, but unfortunately, they couldn't team move in space. Only Luo Xi could lead them, and they could only stay in the space to reduce the burden. Hard work for the master is the only way, Luo Xi said, looking at her master's big belly with some trepidation. Although it was just energy transmission, the dangers in the black hole were unpredictable. If something happened, it would be truly dangerous. All right, don't look so worried. This is our day of leaving. I'm not a fragile doll. I'm not that brittle. You all stay quietly in the space, and Luo Xi and I will prepare to hold our breath and teleport. Luo Xi, this time you'll have to work hard. Fengda and the others looked seriously at Luo Xi, their expressions conveying the same message. Make sure to protect the master. Luo Xi nodded, I know. Other than the communicator, everything else was moved into the space. After Luo, she notified Pei Xian Yuan that they could start. She directly used her mental power to maintain the signal with the communicator while she and Luo Yi stayed in the barrier. Luo Yi picked up Luo Xi in a princess carry and was ready to teleport towards the exit. Outside the black hole, at Pei Xian Yuan's command, a loud bang sounded as the black hole particle cannon fired, striking the spatial barrier and slowly revealing a dark hole. The moment Luo Xi and the others felt the aura from outside as the hole opened, Luo Yi unhesitatingly teleported in that direction. Luo Xi's right palm was pressed against Luo Yi's chest, supplying him with wood-type abilities to replenish his energy. This was an unreserved transfer. Luo Xi swallowed a high-level recovery pill at the beginning, and when the recovery pill took effect, it was precisely when her energy was insufficient. After waiting for the first recovery pill to take effect, Luo Xi swallowed a second one, and so on. In just 10 minutes, she swallowed 5 recovery pills. And with her support, Luo Yi teleported 35 times, taking 7 minutes, basically at a teleportation speed of once every 10 seconds. Once they exited the black hole, Luo Xi felt her body relax a bit, and her fair complexion also eased up. Finally out. Be careful. Feng suddenly appeared, looking very angry, his palms flying as a huge pressure surged towards the black hole exit. Damn humans, I will be back. Upon hearing this line, Luo Xi felt embarrassed. Was this a classic line from Grey Wolf to Happy Goat? As everyone watched the enormous queen insect and another insect tumble backward, just a hair's breadth away from escaping the black hole, Luo Xi immediately released Wolf Yuan and Luo Ying to guard the black hole's exit. The moment they saw the queen insect approach, they struck. After dozens of back and forths, the queen insect was unable to escape the black hole, screaming in frustration. But it was all in vain. Miss, how are you feeling? Luo Yi asked, relieved as he supported Luo Xi. Luo Xi smiled, I'm okay. Pei Xian Yuan and his group stared in disbelief for quite a while before coming to their senses. Mozu was especially astonished, examining Luo Xi and the others closely. Without the presence of warships, how had they survived? The black hole didn't have breathable oxygen, yet they managed to fly out at their own speed. This was simply incredible. Interesting. I must study these too. Feeling his scrutiny, Luo Yi shot a cold glance at Mozu, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Mozu's heart jolted. This pressure was indeed formidable. No wonder Pei Xiao would go through so much trouble and effort for such talents. Luo Xi coldly watched the disappearance of the black hole's exit, surprised that the queen insect had managed to get so close. However, they had not sensed its presence upon leaving. Was it a coincidence? Or had it found a way to conceal its aura? Miss, what's wrong? Luo Xi helplessly rubbed her belly. I think I'm about to give birth. What? Luo Yi panicked, sistering. The miss is going to give birth. What should we do? Everyone fell silent. And Mozu looked at the several high-level beings who suddenly seemed at a loss, feeling a bit amused. Cough. Quickly get your miss onto our spaceship and head to the nearest hospital to prepare for childbirth. Thus, Luo Xi was once again picked up by Luo Yi and rushed on a Pei Xian Yuan spaceship. The spaceship was already equipped with the best doctors to guard Luo Xi and to prevent any accidents. Pei Xian Yuan had also prepared all the necessary medical equipment for pregnant women. It could be said that giving birth on the spaceship would not be a problem for Luo Xi. Of course, if there was time, it would be more appropriate to go to a specialized hospital. Pei Xian Yuan didn't bother with anything else and ordered the spaceship to speed toward the nearest and best hospital. An hour later, they stopped above the main city of Lion Star in the Flying Wolf Galaxy. Luo Xi, how do you feel? It's okay. I should be in the labor stage. Pei Xiao, according to the examination, Xinyuan Air Xiao's wife will need a few more hours before giving birth. Hearing this, Pei Xian Yuan calmed down significantly and immediately instructed his assistant, arrange a hospital room for Luo Xi immediately with the best medical conditions in the main city hospital. Rest assured, I've already contacted the director of Qinhui Hospital. As soon as we land, we can enter the highest level maternity ward at Qinhui Hospital. With the best doctors, the assistant reported meticulously. Pei Xin Yuan and the others quickly transferred to the star car and landed, while the spaceship was sent ahead to the landing point. Luo Xi continued to carry Luo Xi in a princess hold and flew to the entrance of Qin Hui Hospital. Pei Xin Yuan's assistant quickly contacted the hospital and rushed Luo Xi to the 28th floor for the best medical treatment. The ward was fully equipped with maternity facilities, from preparation to delivery, with all necessary surgical equipment and medications well prepared. Luo Xi just needed to eat, drink, and wait to give birth. Before long, 2 top obstetricians and several senior nurses came to perform various checks on Luo Xi, ready to attend to her and the baby. Seeing this commotion, Luo Xi's previously anxious heart calmed down. At that moment, she suddenly wanted to contact Xianyuan Yuhan to talk. Pei Xiao, where is Xianyuan Yuhan right now? Pei Xin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at her with some sympathy. I have some bad news. Xianyuan Yuhan seems to have been secretly harmed by someone, and his mental state is not good. He appears to have lost some of his memory. What? Of course. We're not clear about the specific situation since we weren't on site, but according to rumors, Xianyuan Yuhan fell victim to someone within his own family. I'm not sure which member of the Xianyuan family attacked him. However, even though he has lost some memory, he still stubbornly resists the family's attempts to arrange a marriage for him. Although the Xianyuan family wants to find him another wife, they haven't succeeded. Oh, they want to replace him with someone else? Luo, she smirked, finding it interesting. Let us wait until after I give birth. I will not let those who disrupt my life go unpunished. I remember you said Xianyuan Yuhan was preparing to develop Lon High Star to make it the planet I like. Yes, he was doing just that 3 months ago, but then something happened, and he seems to have hit a snag. However, even with amnesia, he still insists on the transformation of Lon High Star. Maybe you have become his deep-seated obsession. Although Pei Xin Yuan was not fond of Xianyuan Yuhan, he had to admit that Xianyuan Yuhan's performance was commendable. He expressed that he did not wish to engage in underhanded tactics to win. He wanted to win based on his own strength. Despicable methods were never his style, especially since Xianyuan Yuhan was not his enemy, so there was no need for that. Miss, your most important task now is to safely give birth to the child. It's fine to deal with Xianyuan Yuhan's matters later. Please relax. Luo Xi frowned and reminded her. Luo Xi nodded. Ma'am, I understand. Don't worry. I won't blame myself. I've encountered people with ill intentions from the Xianyuan family before. She wanted to give birth safely, then recover during her confinement and return stronger. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after enduring labor pains for half a day and through the night, Luo Xi finally gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. After giving birth, Luo Xi became completely exhausted and fainted. The ward was filled with joy, and Luo Xi and Feng De curiously stared at the 2 small, soft babies. Wow, their master is different. While others are lucky to have 1 child, their master has 2 at once, a boy and a girl. TSK, this luck is simply enviable. Speaking of which, the newborns were so soft and tiny. How to hold them without fear. Luo Xi watched the nurses carefully tending to the 2 babies, secretly vowing to learn the essence of caring for little ones so that in the future she could take care of her master's children. How delightful that would be. Luo Xi herself had long been taken care of meticulously, managed in a sterile manner, changed into clean clothes, and was now in a deep sleep, with the kitchen always simmering hot soup ready for her to drink upon waking. The highest grade nutritional liquids were also prepared in abundance, with various flavors. As for confinement, interstellar people did not have that custom. As long as you had money to drink a nutritional agent, your body would be fine, and there was no need for confinement. Of course, to care for the children, the treatment for new mothers was still very high, with various nutrition and subsidies provided free by the government. Although Luo, she was not from the Flying Wolf Galaxy. She enjoyed better treatment than the mothers from the Flying Wolf Galaxy, because her 2 newborns were recognized as godchildren by Pei Xin Yuan, who became their adoptive father, even going through the legal procedures of the Flying Wolf Galaxy and granting them inheritance rights to 1/10 of his assets. When Luo Xi woke up, she saw several people in white coats surrounding 2 babies in her room, entertaining them and putting on a show of competing for the babies. The scene was so beautiful that Luo Xi was mesmerized. Why were they all wearing white coats? Why were they being so careful? "Oh, miss, you're awake?" Fonda said calmly as he stood by her side, the only one in the room who seemed relaxed. He wasn't interested in holding babies. He just wanted to play with them a little. He was the first to notice that Luo Xi had woken up. Luo Xi glanced at him, also dressed in white, and felt even more speechless. "What are you playing?" "We're taking care of you, miss." They were looking after the little ones. "Why white? It doesn't feel festive at all." Fonda rolled his eyes. "Come on, miss, have some common sense. Interstellar people treat infants very preciously, so when a baby is born, they wear sterile clothing to protect them." Is it really necessary?" Luo Xi asked in disbelief. "Aren't interstellar people's bodies stronger? Why do newborns seem more fragile than Earth babies?" "Don't worry, in 7 days, you won't have to be so careful. Besides, the babies don't need you to take care of them. You just focus on your recovery. Do you want a nutritional drink? For now, you should eat a little less of other foods. You can have some light soup, but it can't be your main food. You should drink more nutritional drinks these days. Pei Yuan has prepared the best for you. After a few days of drinking this, your body will recover to normal, and you can go out. So, I don't have to do confinement? Wow, how advanced." Luo Xi was pleased. Confinement sounded miserable. "Bring me one, please, something sweet." Fonda handed her an orange-flavored nutritional drink, and not long after drinking it, Luo Xi felt all her fatigue vanish, energized as if she could go shopping right away. Indeed, this is high-tech. This treatment is really nice. She had initially planned to arrange to return to the Hengyu star system to find Xianyuan Yuhan a month later. But it seemed she could let Pei Yuan start preparing in the next few days, and they would go home once the baby could leave the hospital. By the way, Pei Yuan has become the godfather of her 2 babies in a very formal way. Fonda briefly explained this matter. Luo Xi was dumbfounded. Wasn't this forced adoption? Was it too late to refuse now? After all, he was their lifesaver. "Miss, you should just go along with it. It's not a loss anyway. He gave your 2 babies 1/10 of the inheritance." "Ugh, I'm not short on that little money. I'll arrange for my children's future myself. The most important thing is that we hardly know each other. It didn't seem right to hastily accept a godparent." Luo Xi rolled her eyes helplessly, but ultimately decided not to bring it up with Pei Yuan. She understood the importance of gratitude and could see the deeper meaning behind his actions. Since he had helped her significantly, she could maintain a friendly relationship. So she would let it go. "Pei Xiao, can we talk?" Pei Yuan nodded at the sound of her voice, and with a wave of his hand, the nurse pushed the baby stroller to another room for care, and Luo Ying naturally followed. "What do you want to discuss with me?" "I need you to prepare a spaceship to open the star system passage for me to go back." "So urgent?" "Yes. I plan to go home with the baby right after I'm discharged. I don't know what the situation is like with Xianyuan Yuhan, and I don't want anything unexpected to happen. I won't forget your kindness. I will come back to the Phylong star system in the future. If you need my help, just ask. From now on, we will be allies as long as you don't harm our interests. Our alliance can last a long time." Pei Yuan smiled. "Don't worry. How could I bear to oppose you people?" He assured her that he would prepare for her return as soon as possible, within 10 days to a month at most. "Thank you for that. Are you planning to take the baby back too?" "I think it would be safer to leave them in a secure place, given the complexity of the Xianyuan family situation." "No, it's safest to have him by my side. I appreciate your kindness. Next time I come to the Phylong star system, I will let the baby play at your place." "That works, if you're confident. Then go ahead." Pei Yuan didn't insist on anything and quickly left the hospital to prepare for Luo Xi's departure. As a major general, he was very busy. He had taken special leave these days to stay with Luo Xi to provide convenience and prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. In the following days, Luo Xi spent her time leisurely in the hospital, playing with the babies and looking up historical news about the Phylong star system. The babies didn't need her to worry. The nurses were fine, and Luo Ying was practically a nanny, spending all day with the 2 babies, only doing other things when the babies were asleep, making Luo Xi, the biological mother, feel guilty. She didn't have the enthusiasm to care for them like that. She deeply felt that Luo Ying was a baby fanatic. It must be true. How else could she be so passionate? Luo Xi sighed, then felt justified letting Luo Ying take care of her 2 babies since she was trustworthy. It was great to have someone to share the pressure. Look at Fonda, lounging around, not lifting a finger to help with the babies, only glancing at them occasionally. "Miss, please rein in your little looks. I know exactly what your eyes are saying, but I must say you have no right to criticize me, because as a good mother, you spend no more than 2 hours a day looking after the babies, so I absolutely don't need to feel lazy. Oof. Luo Xi turned back to the Star Network to search for information. In the past 2 days, she had learned quite a bit about the history of the Phylong star system and its customs. She thought it would be nice to come here for a vacation when she had time, but she wondered how serious the situation was with Xianyuan Yuhan. Now her wood-type abilities had reached level 8, making her quite formidable. As long as she didn't T-die, she would be able to save Xianyuan Yuhan. The premise was that he hadn't T-betrayed her. Xianyuan Yuhan, don't let me down. Luo Xi sighed as she looked out at the starry sky, wondering how he was doing after 6 months without any contact. Time was like a knife. No matter how deep the feelings, prolonged separation could dull them. And that was something no one could change. What? Are you thinking your man is cheating? He won't. That's hard to say. After all, he has forgotten you now. Do you think anyone in the Xianyuan family would do such a thing? Feng shrugged. There are 2 groups of suspects. That younger sister of his is the first. And then there are the Xianyuan aunt and her daughter you've offended. Of course, we can't rule out other bad influences. 255, Interstellar Journey. Indeed, it seems like those who can't have her good fortune are always lurking around. Luo Xi stretched her muscles and felt that life was dull. A little spice wouldn't be bad. TSK, during the apocalypse, she prayed for a peaceful life. And now that life is much more peaceful, she finds it boring again. Could it be that after the baptism of the apocalypse, her mentality has become somewhat twisted? As soon as this thought arose, Luo Xi quickly shook it off. She certainly wouldn't admit to being one of the perverts. Oh, young lady is feeling lonely? Going back to continue exterminating bugs? Luo Xi rolled her eyes. That is not my hobby. Of course, occasional killing is also a good way to vent. The insect race is considered an anomaly. It feels satisfying to exterminate them without a sense of guilt, which is quite nice. Sigh. It's boring to follow a master who is too calm. When will she get to see her master flustered? Phoned to express that he really wants to see it. 10 days passed quickly, and Pei Xinyuan, as expected, brought back good news. The star system passage would open 3 days later to send them back to the Hengyu star system, and the journey would take about 3 months. Luo Xi felt a bit dazed thinking about such a long journey through the stars. But the comfort of the spaceship was great, so she decided to endure it. This time, I will still go as a representative to the Hengyu star system for exchanges. And the exchange partners will be Xianyuan Yuhan from Lanhai Star and you. So please take care of me in the future. Okay, thank you. We are allies. Aren't we? No need to be polite. I'm also putting in this effort because I value your abilities, not to mention I'm not working for free. Great. I can agree to help with anything I can. Pei Xinyuan showed a delighted expression. Can we let these 3 esteemed ones teach our personal soldiers? Not many. Just 300. Sure. Since the journey is boring, Fengde and the others should be happy to guide your personal soldiers. You can also join them for fun. That's good. Pei Xinyuan expressed satisfaction, discussed the travel arrangements, then went back to his room to talk to his family and then the dispatch personnel. This time, he would bear all the costs of opening the passage, which was not small, but also not too much. It was probably all his income for a year. Indeed, the cost of opening a star system passage is expensive. Even someone like Pei Xiao, who is worth hundreds of billions, wouldn't dare to be too extravagant. The cost of opening a passage is nearly 10 billion. After so many years of hard work, his annual profit from his assets doesn't exceed 100 billion, which is a target only achievable under very good conditions. I heard that the cost of opening passages between star systems is very high. I will bear this cost. And when we return to the Hengyu star system, I will transfer it to you. No need to be so polite. Although it's not small, what you will repay me in the future will yield even more. So consider it an investment. How about that? Pei Xinyuan didn't want to calculate favors with money at all. His focus wasn't on the present. He was looking at the long term. Luo Xi looked at him and smiled slightly. If you insist, then so be it. At most, she would find a way to compensate the other party. In any case, they were saved from the black hole, so there was a life-saving grace that couldn't go unrewarded. On March 20th, 3139, Luo Xi and the others embarked on their journey across the star systems. After seeing the scenery of interstellar travel for a while, Luo Xi found it no longer fresh. After a few days of appreciation, she quietly practiced in her room. In fact, she was in the space with her two little ones making a fuss with Luo Xi, the all-round baby caretaker, taking care of Luo Xi. She was practically hands-off. She even handed over the management of the space to Luo Xi, who then specially set up a playground for the two kids based on models from Earth's era. The two little ones were having a blast during their waking hours, growing plump and tender. Each time Luo Xi held them, she would kiss them several times before starting the feeding process, poking their faces with her fingers, making Luo Xi heartbroken. Every time, she would stare at Luo Xi with a look of grievance, as if she had committed a heinous crime. "Miss, can you be a bit more mature and stable? You're a mother now. How can you bully the little masters?" Luo Xi complained again as soon as she couldn't stand it. After the dragon and phoenix twins finished their milk, she would immediately take them away to minimize the baby's suffering from their mother's torment. Luo Xi observed Luo Xi with interest. "Sister Xi, why do you like babies so much? Why don't you get married and have a few kids to play with?" Luo Ying's face turned bright red. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to get married? I just like babies. They're innocent and pure. What does that have to do with marriage? You can have a few kids if you get married." Luo Xi's eyes sparkled as she plotted how to play matchmaker. Fonda immediately poured cold water on her. "Please, miss, wake up. With our status, having offspring is very difficult. Mutated plants or beasts after transformation find it hard to reproduce, and even finding a partner doesn't guarantee having kids, which is why Ying doesn't expect to have her own children." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Xi felt a bit embarrassed, but after thinking it over, she understood. It seems that in many worlds, strong offspring are harder to inherit, such as in the cultivation world or the demon world. This flaw is also evident in the late stages of the apocalypse. The probability of superpowers leading to pregnancy is significantly lower. In other words, there are indeed heavenly rules or something like that in this world. Luo Xi sighed inwardly. After her own time travel, she didn't know whether to believe in fate anymore. "Miss, you don't need to worry. After all, you are a wood-type superpower user, and this type of ability is close to nature, so the conception rate is higher than that of ordinary people. I don't plan to have many kids, okay? These two were a surprise. But now that I have them, I feel satisfied. I have two blood-related children in this world." Thinking of this, Luo Xi's heart softened, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch her baby's tender face. "So tender. Miss, don't pinch. The baby's skin is soft and has red marks." Luo Xi complained again. Luo Xi laughed and said, "Fine, I'll leave them to your care. Actually, the babies are used to formula milk. You should wean them, right? After weaning, miss, you can focus more on cultivating your powers." Luo Xi cautiously suggested. Luo Xi rolled her eyes. Did she need to be so wary of her own maternal instincts? That's not maternal instinct. That's a mother's loving touch. Let us wait a few more months. After all, it's boring. Luo Xi glanced at Luo Xi mischievously, and Luo Xi immediately dared not make a sound. The master is still the master, sob, sob, sob. She didn't dare to openly resist her master. The two little masters just had to endure a few more months of their mother's clutches. After teasing her own kids, Luo Xi felt a bit more relaxed. But when she was alone in her room, she inexplicably felt unhappy, especially when she thought about Xianyuan Yuhan's situation. It was simply distressing. The 256 reunion. Xianyuan Yuhan should have been waiting for her at the moment she escaped from suffering, but not only did he not show up, he also got into trouble. How stupid. He has no potential to be a good husband at all. Unhappy, still unhappy. Luo Xi grumbled as she looked at the photo on her smart brain. Filled with resentment. She didn't expect her man to go through fire and water for her, nor did she need him to sacrifice his life for her. But it was essential for him to appear when she needed him, right? Discontent, a full 12 points of discontent. He even failed to think about using the special communicator of the Flying Wolf Star system to find her utterly heartless. The more she thought about it, the more dissatisfied Luo Xi became. Dongfang Qingyao reacted quickly to help him, but he showed no such potential when it came to his own wife, which was incredibly frustrating and exhausting. The journey through the star system passed in Luo Xi's discontent and slight irritation. On June 9th, 3139, a star system passage appeared on Lanhai Star in the Hunyu star system, leaving everyone present dumbfounded as the interstellar spaceship landed, especially when Luo Xi appeared. It stunned certain individuals, followed by joyous news spreading quickly. The sight of the two beautiful women behind Luo Xi, each holding a baby, led to all sorts of speculation. Could it be that the general, now referred to as General Xin Yuan, not only had his wife survive, but also safely give birth to children? This was explosive news. To think she could survive after being swallowed by a black hole. Tian Luo and the others soon received the news and rushed to welcome Luo Xi. Less than half an hour after Luo Xi disembarked from the spaceship, they arrived, along with Xinyuan Yuhan. At that moment, Luo Xi was getting in a Pei Xinyuan star car, preparing to head to the military district of Lanhai Star, which was Xinyuan Yuhan's territory. Sister-in-law, Tian Luo exclaimed in surprise as he looked at her, trembling slightly as he glanced at the two babies beside her. Luo Xi glanced at them. Long time no see. You all seem to be doing well. Huh? Hee. Not bad, but Lanhai Star has been tidied up quite a bit. I hope you like it, sister-in-law. Luo Xi's gaze lingered on Xinyuan Yuhan, noticing that his look at her was indeed very unfamiliar, which made her even more unhappy. Unable to help but frown, she said, Xinyuan Yuhan, your wife is back. And you have such a wooden face? Xinyuan Yuhan pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and still walked over. Welcome back safely. I heard you lost your memory? Oomph. So useless. I went missing for less than a year, and you're already like this. That hit hard. Tian Luo and the others felt as if their hearts had been shot with an arrow, bleeding profusely. That's too heartless of you. Yuhan didn't want it to be this way. You can only blame those despicable people. How could you accuse him like that? Dongfang Qingya, standing aside, looked at Luo Xi with an unhappy expression. Luo Xi raised her eyes and glanced at her, somewhat surprised. This person's aura felt different from before, which was a bit strange. But what right did she have to insert herself into their conversation? Luo, she said bluntly to Xinyuan Yuhan, husband, come over to my side. You are my man, not something that anyone can covet. Xinyuan Yuhan still pursed his lips, but instinctively walked to Luo Xi's side. Luo Xi was slightly satisfied and said, it's getting late. Let's go home for lunch. Tian Luo led the way. Oh, okay. Dongfang Qingya bit her lip in anger. You are too much. Luo Xi didn't even glance at her. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. The boss absolutely has nothing with her. However, she insisted on staying on Lanhai Star for the past 6 months, saying she needed to watch the boss recover before she could leave. This was permitted by the old general, so we couldn't stop her, but the boss absolutely didn't allow her close contact. He has been waiting for you to return with a clean mind and body. Tian Luo explained sincerely. Luo Xi smiled slightly. Pei Xinyuan opened an exit for the black hole. We just left it not long ago. Coincidentally, I went into labor, so I gave birth in the Flying Wolf Star system before returning. Really? So these two are the boss's kids? Yes, they are twins. If you like, you can learn to take care of them. Luo Ying is their nanny. You can do whatever you want as long as you get Luo Ying's nod. Tian Luo, eager to try holding the baby, was ruthlessly rejected by Luo Ying. You haven't taken the baby care course yet. First, learn and pass the exam on Tian Wang before you can hold the young master and young lady. Is this an insult to his intelligence? Does he really need to learn and be assessed just to hold a baby? Sister-in-law, this is my first time meeting my little nephew. Do I really need to be treated like this? Tian Luo looked at Luo Xi pitifully. Luo Xi twitched her mouth. Luo Ying, let him hold the baby. Luo Ying shot Tian Luo an annoyed glance, but ultimately handed the little master over to him, saying, be careful. Wow, such a tender baby. So cute and lively. Sister-in-law, how are you? After holding the little guy, Tian Luo immediately exclaimed. The rough old men in the military camp, used to blood and gore, were suddenly smitten by such a small baby. Xinyuan Yuhan couldn't help but turn a look at his son. Although he had lost some memories, he absolutely trusted Tian Luo and the others, who were his loyal subordinates and good brothers. Thus, he didn't doubt their words. At the moment he saw the baby's tender faces, Xinyuan Yuhan felt a place in his heart stir, softening to an incredible degree. These are his children? They look so small and fragile. He must choose several capable guards to protect them. He absolutely couldn't let anyone harm them. Unconsciously reaching out to touch the little guy's head, Xianyuan Yuhan felt a slight sense of fulfillment in a previously empty place in his heart. Luo Xi had been coldly observing everything, and she certainly didn't miss Dongfang Qingya's jealous gaze. Although it flashed by, her current cultivation made her senses extremely sharp. Even a momentary hint of malice was detectable. Though she didn't know what had happened in the more than 6 months she had been gone, there was definitely something wrong with this Dongfang Qingya. She was very curious about what actions the other party would take. Life was too dull otherwise. With a faint smile, Luo Xi leaned back comfortably against the seat of the car, closing her eyes to rest. A short separation makes the reunion sweeter? What nonsense. Xianyuan Yuhan had forgotten her. How could there be such a vibe? After thinking for a moment, she opened her eyes and contacted someone. The communicator rang twice before the other party answered, and the figure on the screen looked quite excited. Luo Xi. Yes, long time no see. How are you all doing? Luo Xi looked at Xianyuan Qing on the screen with a gentle expression. Xianyuan Qing excitedly stared at her. Not bad, but I have a new fiancé. Do you want to give me some advice? Oh, just like that, you give me a big surprise? Congratulations. It's shocking that someone like you still has a woman who truly likes you. You should be grateful. Forget about advice. I'll attend the wedding banquet whenever you hold it. Everyone has their own preferences. Xianyuan Qing sighed helplessly. You're still so indifferent. It's really heartbreaking. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, we will get married at the end of the year. We will hold the wedding banquet at Lanhai Star. Will you give me face? Lanhai Star? Are you planning to settle there? Yes, are you not welcome? Of course I welcome companions to have fun together. What do you need me to do? Xianyuan Qing was satisfied and handed over a list to Luo Xi. This has the types of houses I need. Have someone build a new one for me. I want a retro-style mansion. Okay, I will have someone take care of it as soon as possible. Who is your fiancée? Let me hear her name. The one you met, Miss Gu Qingqing from the Gu family. Gu Qingqing. Oh, I remember. She was quite straightforward during our meeting, but it seemed like she was interested in Xianyuan Yuhan at first. I wonder how she shifted her focus to Xianyuan Qing. Well, it seems not bad. A woman who knows how to make choices and doesn't self-deprecate is the most lovable. Luo Xi thought about how to prepare to express her friendship as a fellow villager, especially since Xianyuan Qing had gifted her a special guqin, which could even kill insect tribes directly with sound. What a showy yet practical skill. Are you okay? Yeah. What could happen to me? The black hole technology from the Flying Wolf Star system is quite good. You can talk to them about technical exchanges. I don't want to worry about these things. Xianyuan Qing paused, then smiled. All right, you handle the connections and I'll have someone else take care of it. Sure. Your baby has been born, right? When's the full moon celebration? Should I go drink at the full moon banquet? The full moon has passed. It's a first birthday gift now. TSK. You chose the wrong man. You're taking care of childbirth and going to battle all by yourself. Are you sure he is your perfect match? Why don't we consider switching to another perfect gentleman? Xianyuan Qing said smugly. The temperature in the starship dropped a few degrees. Xianyuan Yuhan frowned unhappily at Xianyuan Qing on the screen. He had no impression of this person, but his instinct told him that this person was very dangerous. How shameless. Actually encouraging someone else's wife to cheat is really despicable. You don't need to worry about this. I will take care of my wife. It was an accident before. TSK. Who knows how many more accidents there will be in the future? Xianyuan Yuhan. I'm not trying to provoke you, but you really haven't helped Luo Xi at all. It's always her helping you. Xianyuan Yuhan felt a lump in his heart. Although he had no memories, he felt a sense of suffocation. He awkwardly looked at Luo Xi, who had a calm expression. All right, matters of the heart should be dealt with by everyone themselves. Don't interfere. I will live my life well. Xianyuan Qing curled his lips and ended the communication. Xianyuan Yuhan's expression was very bad, his brows tightly knitted, and everyone could sense his displeasure. Luo Xi, what is your relationship with Xianyuan Qing? It sounds like you have a good relationship. Dongfang Qingya asked curiously. Luo Xi glanced at her indifferently. My relationship with him is not something you need to care about. Dongfang Qingya's expression stiffened. I just asked out of curiosity. I meant no other harm. You don't need to concern yourself with my matters. Dongfang Qingya looked at Xianyuan Yuhan with grievance. After following this man for half a year, did he have no feelings at all? This body of hers was beautiful enough. Why was this man so hard to conquer? Luo, she didn't pay attention to Dongfang Qingya's grievances. After getting home, she was quite satisfied with the layout of the house, which encompassed a large area of forest, very useful for her wood-type abilities. The wonders of the back mountain would be useful later. Moreover, she sensed the presence of those mutated plants and animals she had left on Lanhai Star. Most of them were on the back mountain of this house. Sensing Feng and the others' presence made her a bit excited. But Luo, she told everyone to calm down and not to act too unusually, stopping the grand scene of the level 7 or 8 mutated plants rushing over. After entering the house, Luo, she directly chose to move into the main room, leaving everyone else to rest, without caring about Xianyuan Yuhan's expression. The child was arranged in the room next to the master bedroom, and naturally, it was Luo Ying who rushed to take care of him. Although Tian Luo also liked to play with children, he really couldn't handle taking care of Yi. As for feeding, Luo she would feed once before going to sleep. And Luo Ying would feed with formula once in the middle of the night, so she wouldn't need to get up to take care of the baby. It was simply wonderful. Because of this, Luo Xi's closeness with Luo Ying had been rapidly increasing. She was simply the most considerate partner. However, she still couldn't understand why Luo Ying cherished children so much. Taking care of children was actually a tiring job. She had even thought about hiring 2 nannies. But Luo Ying disagreed, listing various dark nanny incidents that might occur on the Star Network to dissuade Luo Xi from that idea. Looking at the 2 sleeping babies, Luo Xi brought up the nanny issue again. Hey, Ying, now that we're back here, we might have a lot of things to do. Don't you really want me to hire a nanny to share your burden? No need, even if we have to go to battle. The 2 little masters need trustworthy people to protect them closely. Miss, you don't need to worry about me. I won't feel troubled. If I get tired, I can also have my subordinates help take care of them, so you don't need to worry about whether I will be tired. It's rare that you can take form. You should enjoy the pleasures of being human together. Why stay at home as a nanny? Luo Xi expressed her confusion about this homebody attribute. Is it possible that Luo Ying is naturally a homebody? But as a tree demon who had finally cultivated in a human form, isn't it good to experience the prosperity of humanity? Miss, I really don't know what you're worried about. Is it bad that I like to nest at home? Hey, I just hope you can enjoy life in a timely manner. One must seize the day and enjoy it. Luo Ying was speechless. She really didn't understand her master's mindset. Considering that their clan had lived for hundreds of years and seen countless human affairs, how could they possibly have too much longing for the prosperity of the human world? At least she didn't have that interest. Rather than wasting time communicating with strangers, it's better to take care of the cute little masters. All right, I won't force you, as long as you're happy. After all, I'm the beneficiary. Luo, she felt a bit heartbroken. Why were her companions so low-key? How could she be glamorous and arrogant in the future? Miss, it's getting late. You should hurry and sleep. Luo Ying pushed her out, indicating that she didn't want to discuss this unnutritious topic at all. Luo, she shrugged and returned to the master bedroom, only to see a serious and cold figure sitting on the edge of the bed, seemingly waiting for her. Is there something? Xianyuan Yuhan looked at her deeply. You don't like me? This question can wait until your memory is restored to discuss. There's no point in discussing it now. Xianyuan looked at the calm expression of the woman before him and felt an instinctive discomfort. Weren't they supposed to be a couple? Moreover, Tian Luo had said they were a couple who were deeply in love and got married. Why? After a long separation that could even be described as life and death, were they acting so coldly? He could say it was because of his amnesia that he couldn't make any moves. But what about her? She hadn't lost her memory. So why was she so indifferent? Should he blame himself for not protecting her, or blame himself for forgetting her? In either case, Xianyuan felt uneasy. I'm sorry. I don't like hearing those 3 words, and there's no point in saying them now. Anyway, since we have time, let me check your body. Luo, she said as she stepped forward and grabbed his wrist, slightly closing her eyes to use her wood-type abilities to probe his body. There didn't seem to be any major issues, but some areas in his brain were covered by a layer of gray substance, as if they were sealed away. This was probably the root cause of his amnesia. She hadn't expected that in this day and age, there would still be such miraculous medicine. Although she wasn't a biologist, she could easily guess that those covered areas likely belonged to certain parts of the memory nerves. TSK, It truly was high-tech to the point where nothing was impossible. The interstellar people had researched some strange paths deeply, yet they hadn't come up with a better detoxification method for the bug poison and still had to rely on her wood-type abilities. It was laughable. Oomph. She planned to take a good rest for a while, not to care about the bug tribe's matters, and let the interstellar people worry about it themselves. Don't worry, I will regain my memory. After the incident, the people around me have already started researching the antidote in this area. Luo Xi pouted. That's not a problem for me. But how do you feel about your current living situation? Do you want to regain your memory? Of course I do. I've never wanted to have any gaps in my memory. Whether good or bad, it's all part of my life, he replied. Got it. What is going on with Dong Fangqingya? Didn't she want to let go before? Why is she clinging to you again now? Xian Yuan was taken aback and then hesitated. She said she felt guilty towards me, so she wants to stay on Lan Hai Star until she sees me recover before she can leave without any regrets. But she is usually fine and doesn't often appear in front of me. She just comes to the military district once a week to check on my condition. Oh, that's not too bad. Luo Xi's lips curled into a slight smile, but her seemingly smiling face made Xian Yuan feel an inexplicable sense of crisis, prompting him to blurt out, "If you don't like it, I'll have someone prevent her from wandering around the military district in the future. That's your freedom. Do whatever you want." Luo, she said lazily, lying on the big bed. After letting out a breath, she continued, "Your body is fine, but I'm tired today. You can find a room to rest. This room is temporarily mine." Xian Yuan opened his mouth and then closed it again, feeling inexplicably suffocated. However, his upbringing made him decide to accommodate the woman in front of him. After all, she was his wife and he had to protect her. "Then I'll sleep in the next room. If you need anything, just call me." He looked at her with deep eyes. Luo, she waved her hand. "Got it, go rest." Was this disdainful attitude really because she liked him from the bottom of her heart? He expressed great doubts about their mutual affection. After going to the next room, Xian Yuan reluctantly contacted Tian Luo. "Are you sure that she and I are mutually affectionate?" The moment Tian Luo saw this message, he guessed that his boss must have been frustrated. TSK. It was indeed as expected. "Cough. Don't worry, boss. It is definitely mutual affection. But you were the one who pursued your sister-in-law first, so it's normal for her to be proud now. Be patient. Your sister-in-law is the typical cold exterior but warm interior type. Puffed. I pursued a woman first." Xian Yuan thought he wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. Was Tian Luo sure he wasn't fooling him? "Well, boss, just be good at coaxing her. Your sister-in-law risked her life to charge into battle with you and bore children for you. Not everyone can do that. So stay with her. And don't leave her alone. A strong woman fears a clingy man." Xian Yuan shook his body, feeling that it was stimulating to his heart, and ultimately chose not to waste time talking to Tian Luo, lest he hear more heart-stimulating things. However, he understood that Luo, she was different, because the moment he saw her, the joy that surged from the bottom of his heart couldn't be suppressed. Although he tried to suppress it, he could deceive others, but not himself. He was very happy, very delighted. He even felt a strange satisfaction just being quietly beside Luo Xi. But now he had been kicked out of the room. How could he coax his angry wife? By a strange twist of fate, Xian Yuan logged onto the Star Network and posted a gossip thread under a pseudonym. "What should I do if I upset my wife? Online for effective solutions. If effective, one suggestion will be rewarded with 10,000 star coins." The additional conditions were posted quickly, and soon dozens of people replied with hundreds of suggestions on how to coax a wife. Xian Yuan read through them one by one, then imagined trying them on Luo Xi, but they all seemed unreliable. So he added a comment on the thread. "My wife is a rational type, not lacking money, and her abilities are not of the kind that belongs to me. Is the poster above sure he is not a gigolo? Go." Didn't he see the poster say both of them are equally capable? Maybe he is just being modest. It's rare to see a woman stronger than a man these days. Add one. Xian Yuan looked at the subsequent replies, and every one of them seemed more gossipy than the last, causing his face to darken. These people just didn't know how to mind their own business. If they had nothing practical to say, they shouldn't be speaking here. It was simply a waste of others' time and energy. If these were his subordinates, he would definitely discipline them severely. They would even know what was right and what was wrong without training. Moreover, what was a gigolo? With his status, how could he possibly be associated with that kind of creature? These people were just talking nonsense without any evidence. Bad reviews. Feeling irritated, Xin Yuan directly deleted the post. Feeling foolish. How could he think that someone on the Star Network could help him with his doubts? Most likely, the surprise of Luo Xi returning had made him dizzy and led to such an irrational behavior. Just then, his communicator rang. Xin Yuan glanced at it and chose to answer. Xin Yuan. I told you, please call me General Xin Yuan. On the other end of the communicator, Dongfang Qingya's expression stiffened. Then she chuckled. All right, I remember. General Xin Yuan has been a general for less than half a year and is already showing off his authority. How are we supposed to play with you old friends now? 259. Confusion. Xin Yuan was indifferent, asking if there was something she wanted. Dongfang Qingya's smile faltered, her discomfort evident. But fortunately, she had chosen a voice chat instead of video, or else her expression would have been seen by the other party. How could Xin Yuan be so cold to such a beautiful woman? They had been good partners before. It was too heartless. She truly didn't understand how she could fall for such a man. Of course, he had many good qualities and the charm to attract men, but his personality was just too cold. Indeed, Dongfang Qingya was no longer the same Dongfang Qingya from the past. She was a time traveler, and a second time traveler at that. She had crossed over from ancient times to the modern era, accidentally exposed her identity, and was killed, only to miraculously travel to this wondrous interstellar age. This time, she swore to be more cautious and would never reveal her secret to anyone. So, after waking up, she started to embrace the likes of her original self. Naturally, she didn't need to act too much. The more she interacted with Xin Yuan, the more she could understand her original self's affection. This man was excellent in every aspect except for his cold personality. She had also heard that cold men, when they fall in love with someone, treat that person incredibly well, and that was the kind of pampering she needed. Unfortunately, Xin Yuan was already married, but that didn't affect her feelings for him. Having lived 2 lifetimes, her mindset had changed significantly. She was no longer the ancient woman who only revolved around her husband. She had learned to find happiness in her modern life, and men were merely a source of joy. Look at the advantages of this body. She believed very few men would dislike her figure, and she was convinced that as long as she was careful and didn't show any signs, she could live an even better life. Hey, General Xin Yuan, Hello. Dongfang Qingya snapped back to reality, only to be infuriated to find that he had hung up during her distraction. Isn't this lack of gentleness a bit too much? There are plenty of good men in the world. Why should she hang on to just one tree? After all, it seemed her original self was also planning to give up on this man. Dongfang Qingya stared at the communicator in frustration, wondering why Xin Yuan showed no interest in her at all. She obviously had great charm. Host, Xin Yuan is a person of great fortune in this world. It's best if you can conquer him to gain some of that fortune. This way, when you encounter danger, I will have the energy to protect you. A mechanical voice interrupted Dongfang Qingya's thoughts. Dongfang Qingya frowned. You saw it too. He is married. There are no couples that can't be separated, only unmotivated mistresses. By the way, Xin Yuan's wife, Luo Xi, is also a person of great fortune. If you can step on her to rise, then the fortune that belongs to her will transfer to you. Once successful, I can guarantee not just a carefree life in this lifetime, but also 2 more lifetimes of good days. What? That woman Luo, she actually has such good luck? Dongfang Qingya was stunned, and then filled with envy and jealousy. Why didn't she have such good fortune when they were both human? Heaven is unfair in any era. Look at what Luo Xi has. Why does she get such good fortune? All right, I'll listen to you. I must work hard to make Xin Yuan like me. After all, we met first. Luo Xi is merely a later arrival, so it's only right for me to take him back. Dongfang Qingya gritted her teeth and made a decision. She had to work hard for her future. Luo, she was unaware of all this, but the next day, when she saw another woman in her home, her mood soured significantly. She coldly looked at Dongfang Qingya and said, I'm in a bad mood today and don't want to entertain any guests. Please leave my home. Dongfang Qingya and her companions were stunned. As ladies of high society, it was their first time encountering someone so unreserved. Their etiquette taught them that even if they didn't tea like a guest, they should still be polite. Never did they expect Luo Xi to be so straightforward in sending them away. Regaining her composure, one of Dongfang Qingya's beautiful companions couldn't help but speak up in anger. Even if you were the general's wife, you shouldn't be so arrogant. After all, during your time of uncertainty, Qingya was quite concerned about second young Master Xian Yuan. And so what? The beautiful woman was left speechless. How could someone be so harsh? She must be afraid Qingya would steal Xian Yuan away. It seemed this person wasn't so confident after all. Thinking of this possibility, the beautiful woman couldn't help but feel glee. But unfortunately, Luo Xi's next words directly slapped them in the face. Although I don't know what your purpose for coming is. Should a young lady like you be a bit more reserved? Knowing the other party is a married man, yet still clinging on. Don't you think you're too thick-skinned? What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it? If you weren't coveting Xian Yuan, why would you care so much about him? Don't give me that nonsense about admiration or gratitude for saving Lan Hai Star. It's too fake. What she said made too much sense, leaving Dongfang Qingya and her friend speechless. Let's leave quickly. If you have any business matters, please solve them directly in the office or discuss with Xian Yuan how to negotiate. Don't recklessly barge into someone else's home. That's really lacking in grace. What grace? How could someone who directly drove guests away even mention grace? The two were at a loss for words, exchanging glances, and Dongfang Qingya sighed. In that case, we apologize for the disturbance. I hope you don't mind. As long as you don't try to make your presence felt in front of me, I'll pretend you don't exist. So arrogant. Dongfang Qingya didn't understand what Xian Yuan saw in such a vulgar woman. She was utterly lacking in both talent and appearance. She heard that Luo Xi had decent mental strength. Who believes that? It could very well be that Xian Yuan created that to enhance her aura. And that healing ability? No one had seen it firsthand, so who knew if it really belonged to her? Thinking of these possibilities, Dongfang Qingya even felt that competing with a woman like Luo, she lowered her own standards. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes, and she calmly said to her friend beside her, Xian, let us forget it. Let us go. We shouldn't upset second young Master Xian Yuan's wife. After all, she has given birth to 2 children for Xian Yuan. We should consider the children. TSK so sour. Luo, she narrowed her eyes, sizing up Dongfang Qingya before her. She felt that this person looked somewhat out of place. The temperament displayed by the current Dongfang Qingya was very different from that of the past. Could it be that her previous carefree personality was an act to deceive her? The current public opinion suggests that Dongfang Qingya clearly hasn't given up on Xian Yuan, even showing a competitive spirit against her. TSK. The bad peach blossoms are coming again. Xian Yuan, how will you react? Luo Xi believes that enjoying such matters alone is not as good as enjoying them with others. So she plans to make Xian Yuan realize just how charming he truly is. However, one thing must be insisted upon, no matter how many people pursue him outside. This place at home is her pure land, and no one is allowed to intrude. Luo Xi thought about the day she had encircled the villa with a ring of mutated plants, all at a relatively low level of around 3. For the front and back doors, she arranged 5 or 6 level mutated plants to stand guard. Their job was to cultivate daily while also protecting the villa, ensuring that no idle people could enter and disturb the owner. The robot butler was programmed to only allow guests in with the consent of the mistress or the master. Interestingly, there was actually no commotion for a while. Dongfang Qingya did not continue to stay by Xian Yuan's side, but instead conducted a series of high-profile efforts to gain recognition on the Star Network. Over the course of several months, the Star Network reported many of Dongfang Qingya's glorious achievements, such as ancient history research, culinary arts from the Earth era, and various clothing arts from ancient times, making her a shining representative of archaeology. The Dongfang family also benefited economically from her high profile, and for a time, they were in the limelight. More and more young gentlemen sought to marry Dongfang Qingya, but all were left wanting, as she publicly stated at a charity event that she had long had someone she liked, and for many years at that. Unfortunately, the goddess had feelings, but the prince had no dreams. Subsequently, the relationship between Dongfang Qingya and Xian Yuan was unearthed. In fact, Many of their peers had long known that Dongfang Qingyao liked Xianyuan Yuhan, but he had never responded. Now, even though Dongfang Qingyao was spirited, she couldn't forget her first love, which was truly an existence that made men envious and jealous. As a result, many people became envious of Xianyuan Yuhan, and in turn, Luo Xi, the neglected daughter of the Luo family, had her history dug up. Comparing the two, many felt that Xianyuan Yuhan was simply blind to give up the flowers for a weed, particularly one that was a withered flower. Meanwhile, Luo Xi's contributions on the battlefield were overlooked as she had been with Xianyuan Yuhan, leading people to believe that he was merely pulling her up to increase her status. Under such public opinion, Luo Xi quickly became the target of condemnation and disdain, with some even accusing her of being an upstart who snatched Dongfang Qingyao's boyfriend. Watching the escalating rumors on the Star Network, Luo Xi chuckled and made no response, letting those brainless fans explode even more. The bigger the commotion, the more interesting the consequences, right? She calmly instructed people to prepare Xianyuan Qing's new residence, using the best materials. And the layout was something she found in architectural books, absolutely high-end stuff. Master, when do you plan to make your move? Feng Dada looked at the commotion on the Star Network and was speechless. Their master was so low-key that it was simply unreasonable without their assistance. The military wouldn't know how many more would die. Humans being this foolish was enough. The things Dongfang Qingyao created were fine for playing around in peacetime. But now it was the critical moment of the insect race's invasion of humanity. After winning a few battles, they started to forget their roots. Not only were they harming their master, but also Xianyuan Yuhan, the meritorious general, simply brainless. Luo Xi leisurely swung on a swing, holding a cup of juice, enjoying the sweet and sour taste that truly was love, so wonderful. Forget them. They think my healing ability is solely praised by Xianyuan Yuhan. So let them continue to find others to praise me. I don't need to exhaust myself treating unrelated people. I'm quite happy to be at ease. Indeed, these past few months, Luo Xi had unprecedented ease. Treatment was solely for Xianyuan Yuhan's personal soldiers, and she didn't care about anyone else. Of course, due to the rumors, many people had given up seeking her treatment, but Luo Xi didn't mind. Moreover, she had planned that in future battles against the insect race, she wouldn't let her partners participate. If they were to kill insects, she would lead Feng Dada and others herself, no longer cooperating with the military. After all, they accepted her favor but didn't say a good word for her at this critical time. They were simply the most ungrateful. Originally, she had no good feelings towards those in the military who plotted against Xianyuan Yuhan, and now they were plotting against her. Just right. Everyone can stop pretending, and let's cut ties directly. What has Xianyuan Yuhan been busy with lately? Oh, he's busy cooperating with Luo Xi on experiments, trying to recover his memory as soon as possible. Master, what do you think? After all, he is your man. Aren't you anxious? Don't you care? Clearly, as long as she made a move, she could clear the toxins from Xianyuan Yuhan's body, yet he stubbornly refused to act. It was simply baffling. Feng Dada felt sorry for Xianyuan Yuhan having such a wife. My marriage with him originally had some dangerous factors. In fact, I am quite selfish. Although I unconsciously chose the Xianyuan family as my support, now I selfishly hope that he marries me for who I am, not just for my abilities. Feng Dada, am I being overly sentimental again? Yes, knowing it's a problem yet still getting caught up in it. I really don't understand you human women-s hearts. It's so annoying. Feng Dada rolled his eyes in exasperation. Luo Xi sighed softly. She too felt annoyed, but she couldn't help thinking and speculating like this. What to do? Clearly, she understood many things herself, but inexplicably, she started to be sentimental. What could she do? Indeed, human hearts are insatiable. She wanted more and more. She even thought that if Xianyuan Yuhan never recovered his memory, would he fall in love with her again? Or would the passage of time gradually cool their feelings for each other? Miss, it's time to restore Xianyuan Yuhan's memory. Otherwise, those old foxes in the military will use him to push him onto the battlefield. Miss, don't forget that there are planets in the Hengyu star system that have been occupied by the insect race. Luo Xi's gaze turned cold. But what news has come in? Tian Luo just sent a message hinting at this news. Sure enough, It was a greedy old fox. Luo Xi squinted at the sky, then happily jumped off the swing and sent a message to Xianyuan. I found a way to restore your memory. Upon seeing this message, Xianyuan was instantly excited, immediately putting down his work and rushing home. The thought process of Major General Tianzhu, detoxification, is not troublesome. After Luo, she made her choice. She quickly set up a barrier in her room and gradually cleared the toxins that had covered Xianyuan's brain area. After spending over an hour, she successfully expelled the residual poison, allowing Xianyuan to restore his memory and fall into a peaceful sleep. While he was sound asleep, Luo Xi helped him sort out his body, eliminating the hidden ailments that had arisen, and then quietly watched him. Xianyuan only woke up naturally at dusk. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the silhouette by the bed and couldn't help but reach out to pull Luo Xi onto the bed. Holding her tightly, "She, I'm back. Did my lady miss me?" Luo Xi rolled her eyes. "What do you think?" "I don't know, but I really miss my lady. I want you." The room was filled with romantic tension, and this long-awaited affair continued until dawn the next day. Xianyuan, like an insatiable wolf, kept invading Luo Xi. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Luo Xi pushed him away, wrapped herself in the quilt, fled back to the master bedroom, locked the door, hurriedly took a shower, and then snuggled back into bed to catch up on sleep. Xianyuan, locked outside the door, felt very sad, as he suddenly realized that he couldn't even open the door to the master bedroom. What the hell? Why couldn't he open his own door when he woke up? When did his permissions change? Standing at the door, Xianyuan slowly sorted through some recent memories and felt very uncomfortable and disappointed to think that he had been plotted against by his own family in the Xianyuan residence. Forced to drink poison that caused him to forget Luo Xi. He figured out who had done it long ago. It was his good aunt. He really didn't understand what he had done to offend her so much that she held such a grudge against him. Moreover, instead of killing him, she played the amnesia trick, which was simply nonsensical. It was impossible that she intended for him to forget Luo Xi without a purpose. There must be some ulterior motive. Thinking back to the time he had amnesia and had discovered the truth without taking any corresponding action, he felt like an idiot. He had never been a good-natured person. They had bullied him like this, and he still hesitated to retaliate for the sake of his grandparents' dignity. How foolish. Taking a deep breath, Xianyuan sorted through all the details of the past and then discovered another problem. It seemed that his aunt really had some remarkable secret hidden. Thinking of this, he opened his intelligence device and contacted Tian Luo. "Immediately send our elite spies to investigate everything about my aunt's private life. No matter what, I want to know everything." "Huh, boss, you regained your memory?" Tian Luo on the screen looked at him in surprise. Xianyuan nodded. "Pick trustworthy people. Those who won't be intercepted by the old man." "Oh, understood." Tian Luo looked at Xianyuan's background, TSK by the door. It seems that as soon as the boss regained his memory, his wife punished him. "What are you looking at? Get to work." Tian Luo shrugged. "All right. I'll arrange it right away." After that, Xianyuan handled a series of tasks on the intelligence device and released several missions. Once everything was arranged, he knocked on the door. "She? Dear male master, our miss is asleep. You should go do whatever you need to do." Phone to floated out directly without needing to open the door. Xianyuan glared at him unhappily. "How can you come out of our room?" "TCH, don't be jealous. We have no such thoughts towards the miss. It's just a simple superior-subordinate or partnership relationship. You should relax a bit." Xianyuan choked, silently turned around, and left home for work. On the way, his face was not good because he discovered a sad fact. It seemed that he could never force Luo Xi, no matter how strong he became. Not to mention her own strength, just a few 9th level experts around her. Even if he broke through to the 9th level himself, he couldn't take on 4 or 5 of them alone. It seemed he had to be more careful in the future and not make his wife angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to pull her back. Suddenly, he felt a surge of irritability. Boss, you actually came to work? Don't you want to spend more time with your wife at home after a long separation?" Tian Luo teased. Xianyuan shot him a cold glance. "It seems you all have been quite idle lately. How about we practice a bit?" Tian Luo's expression changed instantly, and he chuckled nervously. "No way. I have very important matters to handle." Let us save the practice for later. General, please take a seat. I'll get busy. Tian Luo fled, gasping for breath. A dissatisfied boss was truly terrifying. He would want to practice him at the slightest disagreement, simply bullying him. What are you doing? Tianju looked at him in confusion. I'm so unfortunate. Tian Luo looked at Tianju with a pitiful expression and complained. The boss regained his memory. But it seems he's having a quarrel with his wife. And then I became the scapegoat. Tianju's forehead twitched. Speak in human language. So heartless. Tian Luo sighed regretfully. Human language means the general is being kept outside the door, and then he flies into a rage for his red-faced beauty. And after that, we have work to do. What does the general want to do? Tianju seriously looked at Tian Luo, ignoring some of the words that left him speechless. The one from the Xinyuan family, and the one who has been making waves recently on Tianwan. Tianju nodded. It's time to handle it. Previously, we held back because the general's memory was incomplete. Now that he's recovered, of course, he can do whatever he wants. Just follow his lead. I can't believe you can be so heartless and indifferent. I hope you don't do anything foolish. Tianju glanced at him disdainfully, clearly not buying his act. It seemed that watching too many brainless dramas really turn a tough guy into a fool. He would have to control the film-watching rights in the military camp in the future. Those ridiculous brainless dramas should not be exposed to everyone. What if they encountered a problem and became brainless? Feeling the sentiment, Tianju immediately issued a new directive in the military headquarters of Lanhai Star. All soldiers, listen up. From now on, no one is allowed to watch those brainless dramas. If anyone is found to be affected by them and their brains are not normal, they will be immediately expelled from Lanhai Star. What's wrong with Major General Tianju? What is his definition of brainless dramas? All films and television without logical scientific basis are considered brainless dramas. Specific cases will be publicly judged at the meeting when encountered. That sounds so sad. According to Major General Tianju's meaning, it seemed many films would no longer be watchable, right? If it's just watching and it doesn't affect judgment. What does the Major General think? Whatever, as long as I don't find out you're being brainless. The order given by Major General Tianju caused quite a stir among the artistic soldiers in the army. Their usual performances, which included various dramas, lacked scientific basis. According to Major General Tianju, would they still be able to perform and entertain everyone in the future? Consequently, the leader of the artistic soldiers appealed to Xinyuan Yuhan. Upon seeing this news, Xinyuan Yuhan was extremely annoyed and silently passed the matter to Tianju, urging him to handle it properly, while also reminding him not to be too arbitrary. Major General Tianju then convened a meeting with some artistic soldiers and medical personnel from the army to discuss what kinds of plots would not affect the soldiers' intelligence and values. This meeting lasted from morning until night without conclusion, driving the artistic soldiers nearly mad. Was Major General Tianju really nitpicking like this on purpose? No matter what plot they suggested, he would list various behaviors that could potentially impact the soldiers' values and press the medical personnel on whether it could affect certain fragile soldiers' willpower. After a day and a half of discussion, the artistic soldiers fell silent, feeling it was best not to continue the conversation. It was simply exhausting. In the end, the leader of the artistic soldiers voluntarily proposed that any future performances would definitely focus on uplifting and inspirational themes, ensuring they wouldn't corrupt the soldiers. Satisfied, Major General Tianju finished work for the day. He absolutely did not want more soldiers like Tian Luo, who seemed to have lost their minds. In the army, it was simply infuriating. He could tolerate Tian Luo, but he certainly did not want to face anyone else turning into someone like him. It seemed the general had instructed him to select a few people to investigate Xianyuan Xiaogu, noticing that she had already been marked as a key focus by the general. And since he was recently free, he decided to personally take a team to look into it. After learning that Tianju was going to investigate Xianyuan Xiaogu, Luo Xi immediately sent Wolf Yuan to secretly follow and protect him, as she was quite patient with that Xiaogu and wanted to play with her. She believed she had never done anything to harm the other party. Yet from the first meeting, the woman had treated her with hostility, which was utterly baffling. The lady could guess why that woman targeted her. Jealousy? It seemed unlikely. What could she possibly envy about marrying Xianyuan Yuhan? It didn't make sense. Was it personal hatred? She was sure she had no memory of any grievances, so it could only be classified as the other party having a mental breakdown. Initially, Luo Xi didn't pay much attention to the matter until half a month later, when she received information from Wolf Yuan that left her completely stunned. Damn, this woman is insane. Feng da iklemet besideher. Luo Xi sighed softly. Indeed, she had lost her mind. The reason Xianyuan Xiaogu targeted her was due to jealousy. And her jealousy was not directed at a specific person, but rather at a group. Those women who were pampered by men were the objects of her envy, jealousy, and hatred. While envy and jealousy were one thing, the problem was that she took action to abuse these women. Anyone she could capture would be tortured mercilessly by her. The photos from the basement were simply horrifying. Calling her a psychopath would not be an exaggeration. What drove her mad was the man she married, who, on the surface, appeared gentlemanly and devoted to his wife and daughter. But in reality, he had been playing with countless women behind her back, some willingly and some forcibly. Whenever he felt the urge, he would find women to release his desires. Afterward, he mostly ignored the well-being of those women, except for one childhood friend whom he protected very well. Xianyuan Xiaogu had been unable to find an opportunity to abuse that woman, which made her extremely resentful. The more she hated, the more perverse her torture of the happy women she captured became. It must be said that even in her madness, this woman still had some intelligence, as she targeted women of lower status, making it nearly impossible to trace anything back to her. That Xiaogu was indeed skilled. One could hardly understand what charm Xianyuan Yuhan had that made her unwilling to initiate a divorce and instead persist with him. Was it a matter of unwillingness to let go? How did the lady plan to handle this situation? Xianyuan Yuhan smiled slightly, deciding to send a copy of this information to old Master Xianyuan. As a father, he had the right to know whether his daughter was happy or not, and had the authority to discipline his children. As for whether he could handle the shock, wasn't that a given? If he couldn't handle such a trivial matter, how could he become a general? Don't you want to discuss this with your husband? No need. This is my way of dealing with it. She offended me. Thus, the information was quickly sent to old Master Xuanyuan's personal intelligence device. Upon seeing it, he was shocked, angry, and heartbroken. After his expression changed several times, he coldly exposed the matter of the son-in-law from the Qi family, keeping his childhood friend, and revealed that he had illegitimate children as well. He swiftly sent trusted aides to handle the divorce proceedings and reclaimed all of his daughter's property, subsequently taking steps to suppress the Qi family's business. However, after such a scandal broke out about the Qi family, no one dared to continue cooperating with them. It was laughable. Continuing to work with the Qi family was tantamount to opposing the Xianyuan family. Soon, the Qi family began to decline, losing a significant portion of their assets. The son-in-law deeply regretted it and came to plead for reconciliation with his wife. But he didn't even get to see Xianyuan Xiaogu's face before being driven out by the old master. Back then, his daughter had married him in good faith. Little did he expect that he had secretly kept that woman, driving his own daughter to madness. He would not let this grudge go unpunished. Father-in-law, please listen to me. I was just confused for a moment. I was only playing with that woman. Get lost. I thought you were honest. But I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply, even fooling our Xianyuan family spies. Good, very good. The son-in-law was drenched in cold sweat. In fact, he hadn't initially kept that woman. Otherwise, with the Xianyuan family's influence, it would have been impossible not to be discovered. It was only after marrying and his wife becoming pregnant that he rekindled his relationship with his childhood friend, enjoying the thrill and gradually becoming complacent, which led him to secretly keep that woman. But now, one misstep led to another. Father-in-law, I beg you for another chance. I will treat Yusin well. You don't need to say anything. I absolutely will not let my daughter be bullied by a scumbag like you. Get out. The son-in-law, with his head bowed, flashed a ruthless look in his eyes as he was obediently escorted out the door. However, he absolutely would not give up so easily. If it weren't for old Master Xuanyuan's interference, that woman would never have taken the initiative to ask for a divorce. He just had to wait for his wife to come around, but he still had to maintain appearances. Otherwise, how could he deal with that stubborn old man who wouldn't let his wife return home? Mother-daughter relationship 263. Do you have anything to explain to me? In the study, Mr. Xianyuan looked at his youngest daughter with great disappointment. After raising her with so much care over the years, it truly pained him to see her become what she is now. Was his education of her so flawed from the start? Xianyuan Yusin, with a pale face, asked, "Does father already know? Are you going to selflessly hand me over to seek justice for those innocent women who have suffered?" The old man looked at her with a complex expression. "Do you think the Xianyuan family stands behind you, allowing you to act recklessly, and you still refuse to repent?" "I haven't. I just couldn't help but go a little crazy. Father, you can deal with me however you want. Just take good care of my daughter and let her live a peaceful life. Since you still care about something, why couldn't you come home for help when things happened?" Xianyuan Yusin bit her lip and closed her eyes in pain. It's useless to say anything now. "Father, you can punish me. I have no complaints." The old man, enraged, slammed the table and stood up. Just then a communication came in. He calmed himself and answered, "Luo Xi." Xianyuan Yusin's expression slightly changed upon hearing that name. Soon, she saw Luo Xi's figure appear on the virtual screen. The old man had very mixed feelings facing Luo Xi. "Did you need something?" "Yes. I wanted to inform you that your precious daughter has been poisoned by that man with a kind of goo poison. This poison makes the victim unable to leave him. Even if they are angry, they can't bear to sever ties with him." "What?" The old man looked at Luo Xi in shock. "Are you sure?" "Probably. I didn't notice it before because I didn't care about her. Now that I observe closely, I can see the signs. We need to check in person for specifics. When will you come back to help Yusin?" Luo Xi rolled her eyes. "Old man, you misunderstood. I'm not telling you this to tire myself out running around. If you want to seek treatment, at least she needs to show some sincerity." The old man understood. His daughter needed to seek help herself. But his daughter's proud nature, sigh, what a pity. Sure enough, the next thing he heard was Xianyuan Yusin coldly snorting. "Who knows if you really have the ability? I'd rather die than ask you." Luo Xi laughed. "Whatever, if you want to seek death, that's your business. Who do you think you are to me? You're delusional. Narcissism is also a disease. Xianyuan Xiaogu, please recognize your situation." With that, Luo Xi abruptly ended the communication, leaving no room for sentiment. Xianyuan Yusin's face flushed red with anger, and the old man awkwardly stood by. He then coldly ordered, "Yusin, go to Lanhai Star and let Luo Xi examine you. Don't doubt her abilities. Others may be swept along by the tide of misunderstanding, but you are my daughter. I won't harm you. Even though you made a mistake last time, it's understandable. I will plead with that kid Yuhan for you. He won't blame you. However, from now on, you must participate in battles to atone for your past mistakes. This is your only way out." The old man's attitude was very firm, and even the old lady couldn't intercede. After a couple of days of turmoil, the old man directly assigned the task of taking Xianyuan Yusin to see a doctor to his granddaughter Qi Lianer, explaining the situation to her with emotion and reason, and emphasizing the severity of the matter. Qi Lianer was shocked and couldn't believe that her mother had been poisoned by her father and might be ruined for life. However, she knew her grandfather's personality well, so she didn't dare gamble on any potential misunderstandings. With heartfelt pleading and tears, she forced her mother to board the ship to Lanhai Star with her. "Mom, don't be like this. Even if everyone in the Qi family dies, I can't let you die. If you die, who else in this world will love me like you do? Aren't you afraid others will bully me? If I encounter a cruel man like Dad in the future, what will I do if I have no one to rely on? Mom, you still have Grandpa and Grandma to support you because they are your parents. Now that Dad is unreliable, do you still want to leave me?" Qi Lianer cried as she spoke. Xianyuan Yusin's eyes were also filled with tears. She could disregard everyone else, but she couldn't disregard her only daughter. In fact, over the years, she sometimes hated her own powerlessness. Even though she hated that man deeply, she never had the resolve to leave him. Now someone was telling her that her reluctance was just because she had been poisoned? How ironic the truth is. If she had never been discovered, wouldn't she have remained that man's puppet for life? Unwillingness, a strong unwillingness. So she half-heartedly agreed to go to Lanhai Star under her daughter's pleas, and also wanted to see if Luo Xi was really that impressive. 7 days later, Xianyuan Yusin and her daughter arrived at Lanhai Star and moved into Luo Xi's home that same day. Seeing Luo Xi's indifference, Qi Lianer was very nervous. Without saying a word, she walked up and directly knelt down. Cousin, I was thoughtless before. Please forgive me this once. As long as you agree to save my mother, I will listen to you from now on. Luo Xi sat on the sofa, looking at her calmly. To be honest, she didn't really like the mother and daughter before. One was hard to read, and the other a false white lotus. But now that they were kneeling and under the control of goo poison, considering Xianyuan Yuhan's reputation, she couldn't just ignore them. Sighing, she said, "Get up. There's no need for pleasantries here. There are no outsiders. I'll get up only if you agree to save my mom. She's the closest person to me. I can't lose her. Cousin, I'm begging you." At this moment, Qi Lianer's eyes were filled with sincere pleading. She was genuinely filial to her mother. Luo Xi glanced at her. "Fine, you're not stupid. Since you're here, how can I not save her?" Only then did Qi Lianer feel relieved, standing up to wipe her tears, embarrassed. "Thank you, cousin. I just can't be at ease without hearing it directly. It's not a pretense. Rest first. I'll check on your mom later." "Okay, thank you, cousin." Qi Lianer obediently helped her mother to the guest room designated by Luo Xi to rest. Luo Xi sighed. This feeling was truly unpleasant. She couldn't retaliate against her opponent, but had to save her life. Indeed, Xianyuan Yuhan was a nuisance. "Miss, if you're uncomfortable, just wait to save her. Let us see how the goo poison manifests." "Hey, that's a good idea. Moreover, it would be great if they could have Luo Xi come to observe and study. If they could resolve it without using wood-type abilities, that would be even better. At least when they couldn't find her, they wouldn't panic." So it was decided. Luo Xi immediately contacted Luo Xi to come to the villa and asked him to bring medical equipment for scanning the human body. After Luo Xi learned about this matter, he helplessly glanced at Luo Xi, always feeling like he had become someone's little brother. He was dragged into everything. And didn't they think about how a pure doctor like him could possibly understand those strange poison techniques? Besides, weren't these things supposed to exist in myths? Why were they appearing in reality? It was simply unscientific. Stop frowning. I'm giving you a practical opportunity. Aren't you happy? It's not that I'm not happy. It's that I have no clue. What are you afraid of? If worst comes to worst, I'll be your backup. Right? Huh. That didn't make him feel happy at all. By the way, Nielin is getting married on the 9th of next month. Are you going? Luo, she was taken aback for a moment, then rolled her eyes. "No, I'm not related to him. Why should I go? Wouldn't it just be adding to the trouble?" "That's true, I was just asking." Luo Qi sighed. What a pity. If Luo, she hadn't been taken away by Xianyuan Yuhan, he wouldn't have to be separated from his best brother. Now, both sides were starting families, and there probably wouldn't be any possibility of change in the future. She was almost forgetting someone like Nielin. How long had it been since they last met? Over a year? Luo, she sighed softly. Time really flies, and soon it would be New Year again. Her two kids were nearly 10 months old and looked more and more adorable, making her just want to kiss them. Luo Xi, you never regret leaving Nielin, do you? Luo Xi looked at him in confusion. Why would I regret it? It was a mutual decision. He didn't like me, and I have no feelings for him anymore. It's only natural to part ways. But you used to like him a lot. Otherwise you wouldn't have invested so much. Although some things were not publicly acknowledged. They all knew in their hearts that the old Luo, she truly loved Nielin and was even willing to sacrifice her life for him. The past Luo, she no longer exists. You can help Xianyuan Yuhan regain his memory. Can't you help yourself regain yours? Luo, she laughed. Impossible. He.S. under the influence of poison, while my selective amnesia is due to psychological despair. It can't be restored, and I don't want to restore it. Besides, what is the point of you saying this now? Will make me happier or make Nielin happier? Luo Xi, don't get the current situation wrong. Your good brother Nielin is about to step into a happy marriage, and you're here talking nonsense with me. Are you sure you're not confused? Luo Xi's expression stiffened. Sorry, I just feel uncomfortable. Don't worry, I won't say such things again. That's good. Now hurry and check the Star Network. Let me give you some materials. Although she didn't know if they would be useful, she thought he could read them as leisure books. After Luo, she finished speaking, she took out 2 books about poison techniques from her space. She had bought them at a street stall during the apocalypse, thinking that since she had space, she might as well collect many books that could be useful someday. When Luo Xi received the 2 books, his mouth dropped open in an exaggerated O shape, and he was stunned for a long time. These books looked so ancient. Were they really not antique treasures? No, he had to quickly scan them with his intelligent brain and save these two books properly, not to damage the original text. Seeing him treasure the books, Luo Xi went into the guest room, feeling somewhat puzzled. But she didn't bother with his thoughts and went upstairs to check on her little treasures. The 9-month-old baby could already call her mama. When she heard it for the first time, she was overjoyed. Of course, the child didn't really understand the meaning. It was just a stage of learning to speak. Even so, Luo Xi felt very satisfied and happy. This was a sense of pride she had never experienced before, perhaps the pride of being a mother. Mama, ma. The little one opened his mouth and happily called out, his small hands tugging at Luo Xi's hair and playing with it. Luo Xi winced in pain and quickly grabbed the little one's hand, trying to keep a straight face. Stop it. Mommy is in pain. Seemingly frightened by her serious expression, the younger brother of the twins immediately stopped moving, staring wide-eyed at her face, as if pondering why Mommy was unhappy. Be good. Don't pull my hair, it hurts. Luo Xi kissed her obedient son on the face and then smiled happily. Seeing her smile, the little one laughed heartily, enjoying himself. Baba, Baba. The sister beside him was also unwilling to be quiet and called out, but she was calling for Dad. Recently, Luo Xi discovered something interesting. The two kids had a pattern in their calls. They called for Dad when they were happy and called for Mom when they were crying and seeking comfort. Luo Xi was really amused by these two little rascals. She didn't know how they developed such a habit. Was it because her heart was softer? Miss, it's about time to give them milk powder. This month, Luo Xi had already weaned the two kids, so now they were just drinking milk powder to fill their bellies, and they could drink a lot. They had to drink on time, or they would cry incessantly. Other kids at this age usually drink about 200 milliliters, with a maximum of 6 feedings a day. But these two needed 2 more feedings to feel satisfied. Just keep an eye on them. I'm going to study poison techniques. Okay. Luo Xi happily picked up the little master. Fonda looked at the person flipping through ancient books and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sister, don't tell us you really don't understand poison techniques. I really don't know. If it weren't for Wolf Yuan, I wouldn't have discovered it. I was just bored and went to check Xin Yuan's body. Can you really drive away poison with such skills? This isn't an ordinary poison. It's a poison insect. What if something goes wrong? For safety's sake, I'm studying seriously. Don't disturb me. Fangida, feeling neglected, pouted and went back to the space. Life was a bit boring, but it was much more interesting than before when he was just a mutated plant. After playing in the human world for a few days, he got bored because of his striking looks. He was always bothered by women approaching him, which made him irritable. He wanted to disguise himself, but he was too narcissistic to ruin his handsome face. So after feeling annoyed a few times, he simply stopped going out to play. Occasionally, he felt like teasing the two little rascals, and oddly enough, he found some fun in taking care of them. Luo Xi, of course, was unaware of Fonda's thoughts. She didn't have mind-reading abilities. She was genuinely focused on flipping through the introductory books about poison techniques. Although she didn't like dealing with insects, she knew that when facing problems, one must understand both themselves and their opponents to remain undefeated. 265 it said. While Luo Xi was seriously studying the knowledge of poison in her home, the Star Network became lively again, with the protagonist still being Dongfang. However, this time it wasn't because she had achieved something great, but because she was injured. She got hurt on the neighboring planet, Manluo Star, while selflessly taking a bullet for Yuan. The touching scene of her risking her life quickly spread across the Star Network. And by the time Luo Xi received the news, the network had gathered a large wave of brainless fans sympathizing with Dongfang, the lovesick woman, while condemning Luo Xi for not recognizing a good thing. Some even went to Luo Xi's personal webpage to leave messages asking her to gracefully step away from Yuan, allowing him to be with Dongfang. TSK, this is what happens when you don't care. Look, you've made headlines. Fengda watched with glee from his side. Luo Xi rolled her eyes out of boredom. In 3 days, she had read through a manual on poison, memorizing some methods for cultivating and extracting it. Then she began researching these bugs with Luo Xi, preparing to raise a few poison insects for fun, as she suddenly wanted to know which was stronger, the poison insects or the insect race of the interstellar era. Fortunately, the villa had no other outsiders. Otherwise, anyone seeing the two of them. Acting neurotic while playing with insects would probably think Luo Xi and Luo Xi were crazy. This time, Luo Xi divided the research on poison insects into two groups. One group, sourced from her space, and the other from the interstellar era's insects. She wanted to see the differences in power between poison insects from different eras. Luo Xi, are you sure this is useful? Luo Xi was somewhat excited about the research, especially thinking they might create a killing weapon. This method doesn't rely on technology at all, but rather on ancient witchcraft. It's simply unheard of and unseen. Who knows? Isn't this an experiment? If I were sure it was useful, would I still need to research it with you? Okay, I'm just looking forward to it. TSK. By the way, are you sure you want to deal with those rumors on the Star Network? If such things require my intervention, then what qualifications does Xianyuan Yuhan have to be my man? Oh, not worried about him being influenced by public opinion? Luo, she scoffed. If he can be swayed by those brainless fans, then I have no need to waste my life being his wife. TSK, that's really cold. You checked Xianyuan Yusan's health, right? Any findings? There was indeed a small black spot around her heart, but it's unclear what it is. There's something wrapped around it that prevents the instruments from scanning its exact shape. Oh, it seems the poison insects of the interstellar era have also evolved and can protect themselves now. How's her condition lately? Not bad, but she has had one episode, which I managed to suppress with a sedative. She can probably last for another half-month. When she has an episode, it seems like she only has one thought in her mind, to return to that man, no matter the cost, like a drug addict. It scared her daughter. I can't believe there's still such a scheming scumbag in this day and age. After seeing Xianyuan Yusan's state during her episode, Luo Xi's dislike for her decreased significantly. He felt she was also a pitiful person. But that man is really bold. How dare he lay hands on a young lady from the Xianyuan family? TSK. He really doesn't fear death at all. The Qi family can't even be considered a third-rate family. They only squeeze into the third tier after marrying into the Xianyuan family. Now, before they even reach the second tier, they dare to lay hands on the young lady of the Xianyuan family. I really don't know whether to say the other party is ignorant and fearless or cunning and shrewd. When you plan to treat her? In a few days. I've already experimented with the method of extracting poison insects on the insect race a few times, and I have some confidence. Although the types are different, the fundamentals remain the same. Then do it as soon as possible. Her health isn't great. Yeah, I know. Even if there are frictions, she won't joke about the other party's life. After all, she's Xianyuan Yuhan's little aunt. After completing today's cultivation task, Luo Xi went directly to find Xianyuan Yusan. Seeing her face slightly more haggard than before, she frowned. Haven't you rested well? Mom hasn't been able to sleep well these past few nights, always having nightmares. When can my cousin help save Mom? I'll get started in a few days. I've been experimenting with other creatures lately. I need some confidence before proceeding. I can't let my little aunt have any mishaps, or else the old man will be very upset. She had previously thought Luo Xi was deliberately delaying to punish her mother. Xianyuan Yusan looked pale as she gazed at Luo Xi. If it's too difficult, then forget it. As long as you take good care of Lianer, I would rather die. After all, her parents' enmity would be avenged. These past few days, she couldn't stand the thought that the deep and regretful feelings she had always believed in were actually controlled by poison insects. She had originally thought she truly loved that man, to the extent of disregarding everything. Who would have known the truth was so cruel, making her unwilling to recall the foolishness of those years for the rest of her life. Little aunt, don't you think taking revenge with your own hands would be more satisfying? What is so depressing about a man? You should be grateful you can leave the sea of suffering early and find a good man who truly cherishes you. What is worth torturing yourself over someone like Qi Anhua, a scumbag? Yeah, why should I be the one to suffer? Xianyuan Yusan's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. She was originally a proud daughter of heaven, and the Xianyuan family was her strongest support. The Qi family leveraged the Xianyuan family to enter high society. Yet they laid their hands on her. Why should she humiliate herself to fulfill their wolfish ambitions? Taking a deep breath, she nodded. I understand. I will cooperate with your treatment seriously. That's good. You must be resolute. That poison insect is lurking around your heart, which is very dangerous. You have to have a strong will to survive, or else I won't be able to save you when the time comes. Okay, I will try my best. Seeing her spirit improve a bit, Luo Xi stopped being polite. In the villa, you don't need to be too restrained. Just let the butler prepare whatever you want. Eating and drinking well will give you more strength to cope with your illness. Your body is yours. Don't abuse yourself for those scumbags. Xinyuan Yusin looked at Luo Xi with some shame. I'm sorry about what happened before. She felt a bit embarrassed to say it out loud. Luo Xi waved her hand. You were also caught up in it. On account of Xinyuan Yuhan, I want to hold it against you. But don't cause me trouble in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. I want to, definitely not. I, Xinyuan Yusin, am absolutely not an ungrateful person. That's good. Now get some rest. After Luo Xi left, Qi Liena looked at her mother excitedly. Mom, she is willing to save you. So don't worry. Xinyuan Yusin smiled bitterly. Of course, I know she will save me. Not only for your grandfather's sake, but also for your cousin's sake. I just suddenly feel very pitiful. Why was I so blind back then to fall for such a man? 266 lessons, Mom. The Star Network has been very lively these days. That woman, Dongfang Qingya, is still not giving up on cousin. She's been pestering him. And just yesterday, she unexpectedly threw herself on his second cousin, claiming she was blocking a bullet for him. It's really strange. Does second cousin need Dongfang Qingya to save him with his skills? Xinyuan Yusin was taken aback, then opened the Star Network to browse these messages. After reading, she sneered. It seems the Dongfang family thinks they have gained enough strength to break away from our Xinyuan family's protection. Truly ungrateful. Wanting to become the leader while trying to use your cousin to do it. Break away? What are you talking about, Mom? Silly girl, I spoiled you too much before. You need to learn some useful knowledge, otherwise, how will you cope if you get bullied after marrying out? To reassure me, you should start taking some courses on the Tianwang from tomorrow. I'll pick the teachers. Will you promise to work hard for me? Xinyuan Yusin's loving expression made Qi Liena subconsciously nod. Her mother was already feeling this way, and although she didn't like studying, she knew she couldn't let her mother down at this time. Seeing her daughter nod, Xinyuan Yusin finally revealed a genuine smile, the best one she had shown in days, making Qi Liena feel she should go along with her mother. Thus, Qi Liena began a series of courses on Tianwang the next day, studying cultural subjects during the day and practicing physical skills and mental strength at night, but all within her capacity, so she grit her teeth and persisted. On the third day after Xinyuan Yusin discussed with Luo Xi successfully drew the goo worm out of her body using wood-type abilities and transferred it to a special insect race, which took Luo Xi most of the day and consumed 90 of her wood-type abilities. Afterward, Xinyuan Yusin thanked Luo Xi and asked her to tell Qi Liena that her condition needed proper care and couldn't take big ups and downs or be stimulated, hoping to use this topic to encourage Qi Liena to continue being a dutiful daughter and keep learning. Luo Xi naturally wouldn't refuse such a trivial matter. Aside from having Lu Qing check on her health and take care of her regularly, she returned to her space to cultivate and recover. By the time Luo Xi, full of energy, left the space and appeared in the villa, 2 days had passed. This time, she was welcomed not by Luo Ying and the two kids' laughter, but by a cacophony of noise. Luo Xi frowned and walked outside, only to see a large crowd gathered at the villa's entrance, with many people taking photos and videos. Although the mutated plants at the entrance had blocked them all and tied them up with branches, their mouths and teeth stopped chattering. Let that woman Luo Xi come out. We want to see her. You damn mutated plants attacking humans are so arrogant. Where's the army? You should be exterminated. Exactly, it's too much. Luo Xi actually raises mutated plants at home. How malicious. Luo Xi frowned slightly. What was going on? Miss, you've come out of seclusion? These mortals are really annoying. They came here to cause trouble yesterday and still refuse to leave today, even trying to force their way into our home. Feng said with a smirk. He even winked at Luo Xi. Look, didn't you say you would rely on your man to solve this? This is the result. Luo Xi snorted coldly and stood on the steps of the courtyard, her cold gaze sweeping over those people. You have 3 minutes. If you don't leave my home's vicinity, the consequences are yours to bear. You're just a withered flower. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? The mutated tree at the entrance directly whipped the woman who was cursing, leaving a bloody mark on her face. Ah, they are killing people, help! The woman screamed, and Luo She coldly watched everything without a hint of compassion. How dare they cause a ruckus at her doorstep? It seems she had been too lenient with these brainless fans. What is the military doing? I heard that half of the soldiers in the military district collapsed the night before last, suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea. Those who are still fine are busy taking care of those who collapsed, overwhelmed with work. This time, they came prepared. Fengde felt excited. What would happen when a master got angry? He couldn't wait. Is there a traitor in the military? Yes, thanks to the wolf monitoring the military these days, otherwise, it would have been hard to discover the issue. This time it wasn't food poisoning, it was food incompatibility. Master. That chef even requested punishment on his own because his ignorance led to many people eating two dishes that shouldn't be eaten together, causing everyone to suffer. Oh, food incompatibility. Is a mastermind Dongfang Qingya? Hee, master, you think too much. You guessed wrong this time. That person is not from the Dongfang family, but rather your man's rival. Remember that escaped pirate leader? This chef is actually the lover of the pirate leader's brother. Dazed, such a complex relationship. Luo Xi pursed her lips. She thought that pirate group had been wiped out and that they had also captured the pirate leader and locked him in a maximum security prison. So there shouldn't be any further trouble. She didn't expect there to be a brother who brought a lover for revenge. TSK. Humans have such strange interests. That person is gay, and both look very handsome, the tall and dashing kind. Uffed. Luo Xi glanced at Fengde with a complicated expression. How filthy. Hearing the shouts and curses from the crowd at the door, Luo Xi casually waved her hand, and a cloud of powder flew towards those people. 1 minute later, those people were left wide-eyed and speechless, their mouths agape, but unable to make any sound, and their bodies stiffened in place. Throw these brainless fans outside. Don't pollute the air of our villa. The mutated trees immediately waved their branches and tossed those people onto the street dozens of meters away. Subsequently, Luo Xi logged into the Star Network and posted an announcement on her personal webpage. Starting today, any brainless fans who come to my house to spout nonsense will face a fate worse than this first wave of brainless fans. Don't believe it? Come and try. I will retaliate against anyone who comes to cause trouble in the name of self-defense. If you don't want to get hurt, don't appear around my house. Otherwise, knives and guns have no eyes. Attached is a set of photos of the first wave of brainless fans being thrown out. After sending out this message, Luo Xi felt much happier, but thinking of that man Xinyuan Yuan, she couldn't help but feel resentful. She dialed the communication. Where are you? On Man Luo Star. Xinyuan Yuan's expression was somewhat gloomy. Luo Xi gave him a mocking smile. There are people surrounding the villa, and you, as a husband, are really useless. You couldn't protect your own wife and children once, and now you still can't protect them. I don't understand whether you are worth me committing my life to. After saying that, she hung up the communication and no longer answered Xinyuan Yuan's calls. The aggrieved general, Xinyuan Yuan, could no longer contain his gloomy expression as he coldly looked at the person on the hospital bed. Dongfang Qingya, what have you done to Luo Xi again? Can you not be so shameless? Dongfang Qingya looked at him with frustration. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything. If you haven't done anything, why are you trying every possible way to keep me here? Isn't your purpose just to make it easier for you to deal with Luo Xi? But I didn't know your reach was so long that it even extended to my newly established military district. It seems the Dongfang family is quite proud of its current status. Dongfang Qingya looked at him in panic and quickly waved her hands. No, I really haven't done anything. Xinyuan, we used to be good partners, don't you believe me? Since you plotted against me, there's been no past affection between us. Dongfang Qingya, why have you become such a shameless woman? You know I hate women who cling on and are shameless, especially those who throw themselves at me. No, I'm not. You clearly said you'd wait for me for 5 years back then. You must be mistaken. It's not that I waited for you for 5 years, but that if I didn't meet someone I liked within those 5 years, I would consider you. However, I have already fallen in love with Luo Xi, so it's impossible for me to give you a chance. Back then, you used the trick of saving me with your life to make me owe you a favor. And now you're using that same trick again. Dongfang Qingya, don't you find it annoying? Xinyuan Yuan looked at the woman on the hospital bed with a cold gaze, showing no sign of pity. Dongfang Qingya was so angry that her chest heaved. You leave. Just consider me blind. I will no longer have any expectations of you. You should never have had any hope for me. Dongfang Qingya was so furious at his heartless demeanor that she struggled to catch her breath. Why did she have to fall for such a man? At this moment, Dongfang Qingya completely forgot that she had decided to let go because she had pursued Xianyuan Yuhan for his great fortune. Seeing the beauty in pain, Xianyuan Yuhan sneered coldly, notifying the hospital staff to watch her before striding away. He originally wanted to investigate how Dongfang Qingya found out about his whereabouts, but unexpectedly fell into a trap that distracted him. Hastily leaving with his men, Xianyuan Yuhan returned to Lanhai Star as quickly as possible. When he got back, those brain-dead fans who had been thrown out were still lying on the ground. Xianyuan Yuhan waved his hand. Send them all to the police station and sue these people for defaming and harassing military wives. Anyone who dares to bully a relative of Xianyuan Yuhan will definitely not be spared. Yes, General. The soldiers quickly tossed the brain-dead fans onto a truck and swiftly took them to the police station on Lanhai Star. The charges were straightforward, and the plaintiff was a big figure, so the police had no choice but to comply, especially since they were residents of Lanhai Star. How could they offend the future planetary lord? Consequently, those fans were sentenced to a year of labor reform. What kind of labor reform? They would either work as miscellaneous staff in the military or clean up the corpses of the insect race on the battlefield. They couldn't waste manpower, right? This incident also leaked out, immediately calming some rumors on the internet. At this time, people finally began to realize that Xianyuan Yuhan was a great general who was very protective of his own. Moreover, Xianyuan Yuhan directly announced a message on his personal webpage. I, Xianyuan Yuhan, will only love Luo Xi in this lifetime. My first love, passionate love, deep love, are all only for her. Others have nothing to do with me. So please do not use those lowly methods to destroy our marital relationship. I will not fall in love with any woman other than Luo Xi. I swear on my honor as a soldier that I will be loyal to my family and my lover for a lifetime. This declaration caused a huge uproar on the Star Network. For every person who previously supported Dongfang Qingya, there were now just as many who began to question whether everything about her was self-directed and acted. After all, for a warrior of Xianyuan Yuhan's caliber, the public's faith in him was certainly much deeper than in Dongfang Qingya, who only had superficial skills. Once Xianyuan Yuhan spoke, netizens naturally began to investigate the truth. After much digging, they eventually uncovered some of the events between Xianyuan Yuhan and Dongfang Qingya at the time, and Dongfang Qingya instantly became known as a scheming woman, receiving widespread condemnation. At this point, Dongfang Qingya had already hidden back at home. She had only enjoyed glory for less than a year before being pulled down like this, filling her heart with resentment. Why had it come to this? It was one thing for Xianyuan Yuhan not to accept her love, but how could he trample on her feelings like this? It was simply unforgivable. System, can I kill Xianyuan Yuhan to seize his great fortune? I don't want to pursue him anymore. No, you cannot take direct action, but you can use someone else's hand to achieve your goal. That way. The rules 1T punish us. All right, I understand. Dongfang Qingya coldly looked at the news on the Star Network, feeling that being a villain was much more comfortable. Good people never live long. Just like how she initially wanted to be a good person, but ended up being harmed by a shameless person. I heard that there was an incident in the Lanhai Star military district a few days ago. Many people were poisoned from incompatible food, experiencing vomiting and diarrhea. That's good. She was just afraid Lanhai Star wouldn't be in chaos. Xianyuan Yuhan was unaware of all this. When he returned to the villa, he came to Luo Xi to apologize. Luo Xi simply looked at him coldly. Why didn't you notify me when you went to Luo Star? Or had you gotten used to acting as if I don't exist after being apart for half a year? How could that be? I was just carrying out a mission. I originally thought I could go back and forth in 3 days, but unexpectedly ran into that woman, Dongfang Qingya, and was delayed. Axie, you have to believe me. I have no romantic feelings for her at all. Who knows? When she asked for help, didn't you rush over? That's a reflex. Isn't it? Perhaps deep down, you're interested in her, but are just suppressing it for some reason. Xianyuan Yuhan's expression darkened instantly. I'm not. You clearly know why you would say such things to provoke me. Axie, don't you trust me? I trust those who are worthy of trust, but you haven't shown me sincerity. I'm sorry, I just recovered my memory during this time. and I want to handle many things quickly so that I can accompany you later. Seeing Luo Xi silent, Yuan felt a bit anxious and instinctively reached out to hug her. Can you trust me once? Although I'm not as capable as you now, I really want to become as strong as possible to protect you. Why does that sound so aggrieved? Luo Xi thought for a moment and quickly understood the reason. It was probably because her current companions were getting stronger and stronger. At first, she needed Yuan's protection, but now she no longer needed him to protect her, and she was even bringing the mutated plants to help him. So, was this man feeling pressured? Feeling that his wife was stronger than him was a bit awkward in his heart. Oh no, the balance between men and women really gave her a headache. 268 Love, without doubt, how to break this. She would never give up her own power to accommodate her man's pride because she needed the ability to protect herself. No matter the time, she always believed that relying on oneself was better than relying on heaven or earth. Because everyone in this world could betray you, but only you could never betray yourself. How about I send you 2 experts? In terms of strength, I'm not much stronger than you, so you don't need to feel ashamed. Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression darkened. Am I the kind of man who is narrow-minded and jealous of my own wife? I didn't think that. I just wanted to give you some help with more people. Don't be too sensitive. Really? Are you sure you're not secretly criticizing me? Yuan could tell what she was thinking just by looking at her expression. He was not jealous of his wife, but just wanted to become stronger to be a support for her and their children. Luo, she touched her nose and smiled sheepishly, but then heard Yuan sigh. Your special ability is too unique. I wouldn't feel at ease without your self-protection ability. The stronger you are, the more I can handle other matters without worry. So I've always hoped you would become stronger step by step, preferably strong enough that no one could threaten you. That would be the most satisfactory result. Of course, as your husband, I also hope to become stronger to better protect my wife and children. I may not always do well, but I will strive to do better. I only have one request. You must trust me, no matter what rumors spread outside. Choosing you in this lifetime is something that will never change. Forever? Luo Xi sighed inwardly, snuggling up to him. Thank you. I will trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited for you to handle those pesky matters. But you still haven't made a statement. Sorry, it's not that I haven't made a statement. But I wanted to follow the leads. Unfortunately, this time I returned empty-handed. What happened? Dong Fangxing definitely did not appear in Manluo Star by chance. I went there to secretly carry out a mission. How could she be there so coincidentally? However, after she joked around, the person behind her slipped away, and I couldn't catch him. Luo, she was truly surprised. A secret mission from the military? Yes, it's about the spy issue. I can't tell you the specifics. It's a top secret matter. Do you know about the soldiers in the military district feeling unwell? I know, someone is sabotaging. That chef, although he explained innocently, definitely has problems. Luo, she smiled slightly. I heard he is the lover of the leader of the skeleton pirate group's brother. What? Yuan looked at her suspiciously. Are you sure? The result of Lang Yuan's surveillance. Last time I had Lang Yuan follow Tianzhu to do errands. Afterward, he was bored and kept secretly watching the military district people. But don't worry. I just wanted him to help avoid some people from sabotaging. I didn't mean to interfere with you. You don't need to be so polite with me. Lanhai Star was originally the home I established for you all. You have the right to command everything here. This has become our private planet. Only the police department is open for government supervision, which is a concession every private planet must make to prevent someone from having absolute power. I see. Luo, she understood. After a long conversation, the couple had communicated well, and Luo, she was no longer awkward about Lanhai Star becoming her asset. She found it somewhat romantic and extravagant. Her husband gifted her a planet, definitely extravagant. The two were sweet for a while and naturally indulged in their affection for the night. The next morning, Yuan left early for work due to military matters. When Luo, she woke up, she only saw breakfast left in the thermos, which was noodles made by Yuan himself. Luo, she happily finished eating, feeling that the weather was so bright. Fengda pouted, thinking that women were strange creatures. They could get angry quickly, but also be soothed just as fast. Fengda, instead of quarreling with me all day, why not go to the military district and help keep an eye out? Now that Lanhai Star is my asset, We cannot be lenient with spies. Feng Laoda thought for a moment and agreed. Since I'm bored, I'll go keep Lang Yuan company. Should I bring Luo Sun and Luo Mang along? That works. But is it okay to leave only Luo Ying by your side? I'm afraid others might target the young master. It should be fine. Although Luo Ying is a level 9, there are still quite a few level 7 and 8 companions in the space. I want to let everyone leave my side. Besides, with our villa's combat power, I think we should be safe. That makes sense. Luo Feng no longer hesitated, taking the other 2 level 9 experts and stealthily heading to the military district to keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals. After Feng De and the others left, Luo Xi reminded the mutated plants and animals in the villa to stay alert recently. Someone must always keep an eye on the villa's movements. Everyone should take turns resting, but the priority is to ensure the safety of the 2 children. After that, Luo Xi didn't concern herself with the military district matters. Men have their own affairs to handle, and she didn't want to become a superwife. Anyway, she had already sent 4 assistants over, so she believed Xianyuan Yuhan would manage it well. She really didn't love scheming. To her surprise, less than half a month later, Dongfang Qingya actually came to Lanhai Star again. However, this time, she claimed to be on vacation and specifically visited to apologize for her fans who had disturbed her previously, hoping she could forgive those impulsive fans. Luo Xi smiled brightly at her. Miss Dongfang, you always change your personality every time we meet. I can hardly keep up. I thought you were a carefree person. Then I found out you were stubborn. And now I see you're eloquent, truly deserving of being a diplomat. Your professionalism is quite impressive. Is that so? Perhaps you misunderstood me, but time will reveal a person's true character. You will see my true self in the future. That's fine. We are neither friends nor relatives. To be honest, I don't care what kind of person you are as long as you don't provoke me. I naturally want to pay attention to your issues. Dongfang Qingyao looked at Luo Xi's aura and felt a tightness in her chest because her system had just informed her that it could see but not absorb. Clearly, her system could absorb the aura of others within 3 meters. Yet it was ineffective against this woman, Luo Xi. Could it be that this woman is so extraordinarily blessed? Unwilling to accept it. Unwilling. Let us leave first. This matter needs to be handled slowly, the system reminded. Dongfang Qingya forced a smile and exchanged pleasantries with Luo Xi before politely leaving. Luo Xi squinted at her retreating figure. Just for that brief moment, she felt something unusual approaching her, but she quietly set up a barrier to protect herself. 269 Cooperation Master. That woman is a bit sinister. She seems to be able to see a person's fortune and wants to take away the young lady's fortune. After Dongfang Qingyao left, Luo Ying came out of space but stood in front of Luo Xi with a serious expression instead of holding the 2 babies. Hearing this, Luo Xi was indeed surprised. Fortune? Can this thing be seen with the naked eye? No. Ordinary people cannot see others' fortunes. But certain people who have opened their heavenly eyes or possess special tools may have the opportunity to see it. Observing her appearance, she does not seem to have heavenly eyes, so I deduce that she has something that can discover others' fortunes and even steal them. Oh, that means I really felt something unusual approaching just now. TSK. Interesting. Let's wait and see what treasures Dongfang Qingyao really has. Fortune is related to a person's fate throughout their life. To be on the safe side, I decided to live in the space with the babies until the young lady resolves that woman. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? Luo Xi looked at Luo Ying's determined expression and compromised. All right, I'll listen to you. However, this Dongfang Qingya is really sinister. Stealing others' fortunes is quite a significant advantage. And the treatment of those who are lucky and unlucky differs greatly in life. Wait a minute. What if she absorbs others' fortunes? Especially Xianyuan Yuhan's. Luo Xi instantly jumped up and quickly contacted Xianyuan Yuhan. Xianyuan, where are you? At the military district meeting, what's wrong? Well, it's just that in the future, if you see Dongfang Qingya setting up a barrier around herself with her mental power for self-protection, just go along with it. Xianyuan Yuhan frowned slightly. Did she do something to you? Master, pure mental power is difficult to block that thing. You succeeded because you have special abilities. You just need to remind him not to let Dongfang Qingya get within 10 meters. Generally, Absorbing fortune requires close contact with the other person to succeed. It's not something that can be absorbed just by looking. Cough, in that case, you tell our people to keep a safe distance of over 5 meters from Dongfang Qingya. Otherwise, if they get close and have bad luck later, don't blame the person for being evil. And it's a long period of bad luck, oh. Although not fully understanding the reasoning, Xianyuan Yuhan believed she wouldn't make baseless accusations. After nodding in agreement, he sent a message to his trusted subordinates, reminding them to keep their distance, and specifically dispatched 4 spies to monitor Dongfang Qingya's every move. When Xianyuan Yuhan was informed by his subordinates that Dongfang Qingya frequently visited Luo Xi at the villa, he was furious. How could this woman be so shameless? What does she really want? His little woman must be testing the waters by not refusing to meet her, but this made him very uneasy. Many things are risky. He would rather Luo Xi directly refuse that woman, but she is so stubborn. Xianyuan Yuhan thought for a moment and directly contacted the head of the Dongfang family. General Xianyuan actually came to find me amidst his busy schedule. Is there something? The head of the Dongfang family looked curiously at the outstanding junior on the screen. Uncle Dongfang, I have always respected you elders, but Dongfang Qingya has been too annoying lately. She has been harassing my wife. I have never given her any hope or promised anything. I don't understand why she is still pestering me. I hope you can intervene and advise her not to disturb my wife anymore. The head of the Dongfang family immediately froze, feeling that his niece's relentless pursuit had become so bothersome that she was seeking parental intervention. It's truly shameless, especially since the woman is pursuing the man. Not to mention that Xianyuan Yuhan is already married. Before he divorces, she cannot engage in actions that disrupt a military marriage, or else the whole family will be pointed at by others. Cough, I will handle this matter. Yuhan, you are Qingya's old classmate. For our sake, give her some face. As long as she doesn't bother us, I will give you enough face. If her personal behavior is not condoned by you, I will also be clear about right and wrong and not blame the innocent. Is this promise satisfactory to you, Uncle Dongfang? The head of the Dongfang family stroked his chin and smiled. Satisfactory, you always have a sense of propriety, and I appreciate that. Then I will trouble Uncle Dongfang to discipline her. Also, I heard that Aunt Dongfang has been somewhat weak. If Uncle Dongfang is willing to try, you can have someone escort her to Lanhai Star. My wife indeed has some abilities in treatment. The head of the Dongfang family's eyes lit up, and his expression became even gentler. It's rare for you, Yuhan, to take the initiative to speak. I accept this favor. In the future, we will help each other when the opportunity arises. The two happily reached a consensus and went back to their respective tasks. The head of the Dongfang family thought for a moment and had someone investigate his niece Dongfang Qingya's recent whereabouts. Hearing that she frequently visited Xianyuan Yuhan's wife every few days, he became furious. Can you not be so persistent in such a way? He immediately contacted Dongfang Qingya. Qingya, come back immediately. The family has something to arrange for you. Dongfang Qingya looked at him in surprise. Uncle, what is it? Come back first and we will talk. But I still have things to finish. Can't you send someone else to do what I need to do? No, you must leave Lanhai Star and return within 3 days. Dongfang Qingya frowned and still refused to compromise. Uncle, I still have things to handle. I don't want to go back so soon. The head of the Dongfang family squinted slightly. Qingya, I am not negotiating with you. I am ordering you in my capacity as the head of the family. Hearing this, Dongfang Qingya was stunned. In her memory, this uncle, although strict, had never been so disrespectful to her. Did something happen? Qingya, do you understand? The head of the Dongfang family was already somewhat impatient. He was very busy and did not want to waste too much time on such matters. Uncle, why? To put it bluntly, Xianyuan Yuhan is annoyed by you pestering his wife. Qingya, you're the eldest young lady of the Dongfang family. Do not do things that are detrimental to your status. The previous exposure on StarNet has already put you at a disadvantage. Even if you apologize, netizens will not believe your words with such follow-ups. Being persistent is not something an eldest young lady should do. I didn't I just wanted to be friends with Luo Xi, to chat and so on. I'm no longer interested in Xianyuan Yuhan. The head of the Dongfang family glanced at her. Then stay away from Xianyuan Yuhan's family. Otherwise, how can people believe your words? The road is walked by oneself. What others say has nothing to do with me. I don't care. The head of the Dongfang family was immediately enraged. You don't care, but you are affecting the family's reputation. If you were not a member of the Dongfang family, I wouldn't bother to care about you. Then I wouldn't be Dongfang miss anymore. Dongfang Qingya said arrogantly. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the head of the Dongfang family. This niece used to be quite smart. How did she become so foolish now? The 270 system and the host. In fact, Dongfang Qingya is not stupid. She just believes that with the help of her incredible system, she can succeed without relying on her family. Especially since the head of the Dongfang family unexpectedly asked her to leave Lanhai Star, which is definitely hindering her plans. How can she succeed in seizing the fortunes of Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan without getting close to them? The system has stated that it must be within 3 meters to absorb the other party's fortune. The closer the distance, the less guarded the target is, and the better it is if they can have intimate contact. Unfortunately, she has met Luo Xi several times. But that woman refuses to let her get close every time and bluntly says she doesn't like outsiders being too near, which is simply a cleanliness obsession that is annoying. The most infuriating thing is that the system has not been able to absorb her fortune even once. Watching a feast laid out before her but not being able to taste it is truly unbearable. How could she easily give up? Uncle, can I think about it for a night? Dongfang Qingya lowered her stance, planning to discuss it with the system before making a decision. Sure. The head of the Dongfang family coldly turned off the communication and soon issued a command to the shadow guard beside Dongfang Qingya, before finally feeling relieved to handle other work. In a hotel on Lanhai Star, Dongfang Qingya was communicating with her system. Have you found a reason for not being able to absorb Luo Xi's fortune? It should be that her ability is higher than ours, and she has set up a barrier around her, so I can't successfully absorb the fortune. A barrier? Dongfang Qingya frowned. Did you not say that mentalists below level 5 are useless to you? Yes, so Luo Xi's mental power must exceed level 5, and she likely has other abilities. Probably the legendary healing ability, which is not low in level. Therefore, with the barrier set up, I cannot get close. How is that possible? How could such an ordinary woman have such capabilities? Logically, with the incredible female supporting character system, she should have turned her life around and become the main character. Why is she still unable to rise to power? Isn't that how online novels describe it? That reincarnated or reborn individuals are the protagonists. Host. The fact that Luo Xi set up a barrier in front of you indicates that she does not trust you at all, so we cannot succeed. What about Xianyuan Yuan? Why don't we absorb his fortune first? Dongfang Qingya thought that since he is the male protagonist, his fortune must be the best. The female supporting character system was speechless. Getting close to Xianyuan Yuhan is even harder because that man has no good feelings for its host at all. If it were to calculate based on affection, it would definitely be a negative number. Therefore, it is impossible for the host to have close contact with the male protagonist, as a man who dislikes a woman will never tolerate her being too close. The most important thing is that the male protagonist's fortune is harder to absorb than the female protagonist's, as the male protagonist supports the great fortune of this world and cannot be easily changed. Without that ability, it is impossible to overshadow the male protagonist. Currently, its host is still very weak, although it has reminded her to practice the physical techniques and mental power of this era. The host is afraid of hardship and finds it boring. After taking over this body, she has only spent time maintaining her appearance without wanting to practice physical techniques. The original host left a foundation of level 3 mental power and D-level physical ability, but the original host talent is not bad if she is willing to work hard. Reaching level 5 in mental power and B-level in physical techniques is definitely not a problem. The key now is that the host is unwilling to practice physical techniques. Her mental power will still be practiced under its supervision, but she cannot persist in physical techniques because they are too painful. Many times, she has only done a few movements before lying on the ground and refusing to move. This makes it very annoyed, but there is nothing it can do. It can remind the host about psychological quality, but cannot handle everything by itself. Can't you advance some medicine to me? How about I use drugs to knock them out? Dongfang Qingya's eyes suddenly lit up. If she can't compete in strength, she can only find another way. If the system had expressions, it would definitely roll its eyes this time. Right now, Both Xianyuan Yuhan and his wife are extremely wary of the host. How could she have the opportunity to drug them easily? Syed thought. After encountering such a weak host for so long, it's no wonder that when it crossed to Earth, with its help, the beauty still died early, simply insulting its abilities. Now that it has finally allowed her to be reborn again, she still cannot change that fundamental flaw. It really wants to change hosts, but unfortunately, it cannot actively kick the host out. What to do? I'm waiting online, quite urgent. While the system was feeling pity, Dongfang Qingya was eagerly waiting for the system to reply. After a long while without a response, she became anxious. Hey system, what about the medicine? Is there none? Host, you failed in the last world, so before succeeding in this world, you cannot overdraw any items from the system mall. How can this be? I'm doing this for success. How can you not help me? Host, please put in the effort yourself, step by step. You cannot overly rely on the system. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Please learn from the lessons of your failure in the last world. If you fail again this time, you may not be able to leave this world alive. Dongfang Qingya scratched her head in frustration. The system wants her to practice physical techniques and mental power again, but physical techniques are just too difficult. After doing a few movements, her whole body hurts so much that she can't take it anymore. She has never suffered like this in her 2 lifetimes. Even death was not so painful. Mental power is still manageable. But physical techniques are so painful that it feels like her body is about to be pulled apart or even broken. Can't there be an exception this time? This is the mainframe's rule. I'm just a small system and cannot change the mainframe's regulations. Every player chosen by the system can learn different knowledge in different worlds with the help of the system. Those will ultimately belong to the host, which is beneficial and harmless. However, if the host does not work hard, the consequence of failing the mission is annihilation, with no chance of coming back. But didn't you say that newcomers have 3 chances? I've only failed once. The system helplessly spread its hands. Host, please think carefully about how to work hard. I'm going to sleep for now. Think of a way to gain Xianyuan Yuhan and his wife's trust to get close to them. After Dongfang Qingya confirmed that the system would no longer reply to her, she became a bit flustered. She is afraid of pain, but she is also afraid of death. With the opportunity for immortality, she certainly wants to cherish living longer. How about practicing mental power first? The system said she could no longer rely on items from the system mall, so relying on the characters in this world should be fine, right? After thinking for a while, Dongfang Qingya contacted a man she had recently been interacting with. Meng Xiao, I'll be back home in a few days. How about we meet then? Sure, Miss Dongfang. It's rare for you to take the initiative to invite. I'm honored. Well, then see you then. Life is like a play. After careful consideration, Dongfang Qingya, feeling pressured by her current low strength and unable to think of a way to gain Luo Xi and the others' trust in a short time, told the head of the Dongfang family that she was willing to obey orders and serve the family. The head of the Dongfang family was satisfied with her sensibility and told her to return as soon as possible. Before leaving, Dongfang Qingya glanced at the military district where Lan Haixing was. One day, she would return to this place to achieve her goals. When Luo Xi received this news, she was momentarily stunned, but didn't care much. Having one less sparrow chirping around was always a good thing. However, just in case, she still had a level 9 mutated beast secretly keep an eye on Dongfang Qingya. Absorbing luck was indeed quite sinister. The interstellar age is not like those cultivation worlds, and such a person shouldn't exist. However, since she had crossed over with special abilities, any butterfly effects could be understood. But if there were any other special existences, she would have to be cautious, especially since the other party harbored hostility towards her. Recently, Xianyuan Yuhan had been busy reorganizing military affairs in the military district. Having dealt with several spies and confirmed connections with the skeleton pirate group, Xianyuan Yuhan killed the leader of the skeleton pirate group and destroyed the entire group. The remnants had long since scattered and gone into hiding, never showing their faces again. They also never knew that the leader of the skeleton pirate group had a brother among them, which surprised many when this was revealed during the investigation. What was most surprising was that the other party was a highly talented fire-type ability user with a mental strength of level 6, ability level of level 5, and body technique of grade A. However, his combat ability was definitely not much worse than Xianyuan Yuhan's. The combat power of an ability user is always higher than that of a pure mecha master. Not to mention, he was also a mecha master. Even more astonishing was that his lover was an ice-type ability user with a mental strength of level 5, ability level of level 5, and body technique of grade A. The two ability users, one hot and one cold, somehow attracted each other. Moreover, they arrogantly adopted aliases as the Crimson Flame Young Master and the Ice Flame Young Master, and even more audaciously posted a video on the Star Network challenging Xianyuan Yuhan. What was even more bizarre was that both of them were exceptionally good-looking, which instantly attracted a lot of brainless fans on the Star Network purely based on their appearances. Luo Xi was utterly dumbfounded. Criminals in the interstellar age could be this arrogant? Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. Both of them come from very respectable families. They mentioned that the leader of the Skeleton Pirate group was a member of their family who was expelled out of resentment towards the family. He chose to go into hiding and became a space pirate. Before their capture, their entire family had no idea that the leader of the Skeleton Pirate group was actually their older brother who left the family, because it was his brother's fault. The Crimson Flame Young Master only requested that the leader accept his challenge for a sparring match. If he loses, he won't cause any trouble in the future. His behavior is purely that of a younger brother doing something for his deceased older brother. Such a grandiose claim. Moreover, that kid arrogantly stated that he would stop at the right moment and would never harm the leader. Was his true identity the young master of the third-rate MO family? However, he was originally an illegitimate child, and the head of the MO family married his mother only after the divorce, allowing him to be legitimized. The former young master of the MO family hated his father deeply because his biological mother, after the divorce, suffered from schizophrenia and was confined at home, unable to reintegrate into society, living a life worse than death. Luo Xi stared in surprise. With such a relationship, how could anyone still have the audacity to shout about brotherly feelings? Was he not afraid of angering the young master of the MO family to death? Tian Luo chuckled. It might really be possible. What do you mean? Luo Xi narrowed her eyes at Tian Luo. Tian Luo, am I not your sister-in-law? Shouldn't you be more honest with me? Tian Luo immediately covered his mouth. He was wrong. Oh, boss, your woman is too shrewd. If I'm not careful, I'll let something slip. What should I do? The person who captured the leader of the Skeleton Pirate group was Xianyuan. Could it be that you all faked it? And the person executed was not the young master of the MO family, but someone else in disguise? Tian Luo chuckled awkwardly, but refused to disclose any information. Damn, these people are always playing mind games. It's exhausting my brain cells. Luo Xi glared at Tian Luo. All right, if you want to tell me. I'll just ask Xianyuan Yuhan directly. If you all keep hiding this from me, then what is the point of telling me about secrets? Hey, sister-in-law, don't be angry. This matter is indeed a secret, and leaking it would be extremely detrimental to our boss. So the fewer people know, the better. All right, stop dragging this out. Go back to your military district and continue your mind games. I won't worry about this anymore. Do whatever you want. Tian Luo left in a dejected manner, and Luo Xi snorted coldly. No wonder Xianyuan Yuhan sent Tian Luo to comfort her. He probably calculated Tian Luo's personality to let her guess the conspiracy behind it. Sigh, so tiring. However, if this matter were to be known by other bigwigs in the military, they would definitely take the opportunity to suppress Xianyuan Yuhan. So she understood why Xianyuan Yuhan wanted to keep it confidential. Miss, Luo Xi has sent news that after Dongfang Qingya returned to the main star, she met with the young master of the Meng family, and their purpose for meeting is to discuss how to deal with you and the male lead. The Meng family young master? Is that the one who covets the male lead? Miss, you must be careful, as her family used to covet the male lead. And now they're also coveting you. That Meng young master even wants you to be his loyal maid. Puffed. Luo Xi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. What a waste. What ability does that Meng young master have? A highly talented pharmacist, more beautiful than women. With a violent personality, loves to play with women, but because he doesn't kill them and is willing to provide high rewards for potions after playing with them, those women don't sue him. Thus, he has lived a carefree and indulgent life. A rich and flamboyant playboy. A cold glint flashed in Luo Xi's eyes. They were originally unrelated people, but he had to come a scheme against her, truly despicable. The Meng family people, just hearing about them made her lose all goodwill. She really didn't understand why old Xian Yuan hadn't seen through the true nature of the Meng family all these years and even wanted Xian Yuan to marry a girl for the Meng family. Could it be that the Meng family had disguised themselves so well in public? Miss, the Meng family members are indeed very good at disguising themselves. Luo Xi said that acting is a mandatory course for the Meng family members, cultivated from a young age. Luo, she was speechless. With her acting skills at this level, what else could she say? Find out what the Meng family is plotting. A family that can all act should have some big schemes. Miss, rest assured, Luo Xi is investigating. 3 women, a show. Madam, the 4th young master. And the 4th young mistress came to visit. Who? Luo, she was taken aback when she heard the report from the smart butler, and it took her a while to remember those 2 peculiar individuals. She was soon surprised and exclaimed, "Are they a pair now?" Tian Luo shrugged. "They got together in the 3 months after you disappeared, probably because our boss refused to give any face. So that woman from the Meng family lost hope and settled for the 4th young master. That fool. What? Is the 1st madam really okay with this?" The 4th young master was determined, and the 1st madam had no choice but to agree, not to mention that the 4th young master was threatening with his life. TSK. The women from the Meng family are really something. I wonder if the 1st madam regrets healing her younger son only to suffer herself? Since they're here, let's invite them in for some tea. All right, madam. The smart butler went out to welcome the 4th young master and his wife. Soon, the couple walked into the living room, and the 4th young master did not look too pleased, exuding a sense of superiority. Luo, she really didn't understand what they had to be so arrogant about, especially in front of her. Butler, pour a cup of tea for the guests. Yes, madam. Let my 2nd brother come home. We need him for something, the 4th young master said with a face full of entitlement. Luo, she's gaze turned cold. If you have something to discuss, just contact him yourself. After all, you are cousins. Even if your relationship is not good, he would still be happy to see you. Of course, if Xian Yuan is too busy, that's a different story. What do you mean? I'm here to find my 2nd brother. Then go find him. I didn't tie your hands and feet. You have no manners, being so presumptuous in front of your sister-in-law. And you still want me to help you? Are you out of your mind? The 4th young master was immediately furious, his face turning red. What did you say? Luo, she waved her hand, and 2 gusts of wind sent the 4th young master and his wife out the door. I remember you were expelled from the Xian Yuan family, right? How dare you come here to flaunt your power? Oomph. I already got my grandparents' forgiveness and returned to the Xian Yuan family. If it weren't for your stinginess, I wouldn't have ended up like that. What? Luo, she's expression changed immediately. Tian Luo realized something was wrong and said, "Sister-in-law, I forgot to tell you about this. It was 2 months ago that the 1st madam pleaded, along with the eldest young master, for the old man and old lady to agree to let him back into the family. But Luo, she wasn't going to feel any better because of his words. She directly ordered the doors closed and forbade the 4th young master and his wife from coming within 10 meters of the villa. Seeing that she meant it, the 4th young master turned black with anger and shouted from outside the door, "Luo Xi, you fallen woman, how dare you treat us like this? This is my 2nd brother's house. What right do you have to stop us from entering?" Luo, she coldly snorted, "Tian Luo, go back to the military district and get busy." Tian Luo felt a chill and immediately slipped away. Oh dear, my sister-in-law must be really angry now. I need to report this to the boss. It seems my sister-in-law is in a bad mood again. Just as this matter hadn't settled down, a few days later, the old lady came again, bringing along someone Luo she disliked seeing. Su Ruin, the adopted sister of Xian Yuan, as well as the 1st madam and the eldest young master of the Xian Yuan family, claiming they came to see the twins. Among Xian Yuan's generation, he and his wife were the first to have children, so the old lady, seeing that Luo she hadn't brought the babies back home after waiting for a long time, decided to have her eldest grandson take the ladies to Lanhai Star for a vacation, with the main focus on seeing the grandchildren. With the old lady in the group, Luo, she naturally couldn't refuse at the door. But what she disliked was that the 4th young master and his wife shamelessly followed along back into the villa, which left Luo she speechless. Luo Xi, it's good to see you well. You scared us back then. Luckily, you're fine. Otherwise, I can't imagine how heartbroken Yuhan would be. Hello, grandmother. please take a seat. Oh, quickly have someone bring out my dear grandson and granddaughter for me to see. Naturally, Luo Xi wouldn't refuse. She sent a message to Luo Ying. And not long after, Luo Ying pushed the stroller with the two babies over. The old lady looked at the two chubby babies, her heart filled with joy. Oh dear, my little darling, they look so good. Luo Xi, you're truly a great contributor to our Xian Yuan family. Grandmother praises me too much. This is what I should do. The children should be born as long as they are in her belly. But I didn't do it for the sake of continuing the Xian Yuan family line. These two children look smarter than others. What did you give birth to them? Second sister-in-law. At that time, second brother wasn't by your side. It was really thanks to that young Master Pei from the Flying Wolf Galaxy. I heard he's also an outstanding talent in the Flying Wolf Galaxy. Second sister-in-law, you are really lucky. The fourth young mistress smiled at Luo Xi, but her words made Luo Xi feel uncomfortable. It sounded a bit insinuating, didn't it? Trying to imply that the children I gave birth to have problems? Are you sure your brain is okay? Luo, she couldn't be bothered with her anymore. Ying, the old lady, is used to a life of comfort. Just play with the children. You can continue taking care of them. Leave the entertaining of guests to the butler. All right, Mississippi. I wouldn't let the kids out of my sight anyway. She didn't take the old lady of the Xian Yuan family seriously. After all, the older humans got, the more confused they became. Second sister-in-law, are you still mad at me? Su Ruin asked timidly. Luo Xi frowned. Sorry, who are you? Su Ruin immediately turned red with embarrassment, tears almost falling as she bit her lip and held back, feeling very aggrieved. The old lady sighed. Xi, this is Ruin, the god-sister of Yuhan and the others. Her father sacrificed himself to protect the Xian Yuan family. If she has done anything wrong, please forgive her. It doesn't matter. As long as she doesn't offend me, it's fine who she is. Grandmother, since you all have come to Lanhai Star, do you have plans to visit those beautiful places? Go ahead. Everyone can go together and have some fun. That sounds good. I'll tell Xian Yuan in a bit to have someone familiar with Lanhai Star act as your guide. That's good. Then you all enjoy yourselves. I have some matters to attend to, so I want to join the chat. Butler, make sure to take good care of the old lady and the others. The smart butler respectfully appeared before everyone. Madam, please rest assured. Xi, are you going out? Yes. I made an appointment with someone yesterday to handle something. The time is about right, so I need to rush over. Grandmother, you all can enjoy yourselves. The old lady felt a bit uncomfortable with Luo Xi's sudden departure. But since Luo Xi mentioned that she had a prior engagement, she didn't say much. However, once Luo Xi left, Xian Yuan Si Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Grandma, why don't you manage that woman? A guest arrives, yet she doesn't entertain us and goes out to meet others. She really has no sense of propriety. Dear, don't say that. Second sister-in-law might really have something to do. The wife of Xian Yuan Si Xiao interjected. What could she possibly have to do? She clearly doesn't want to entertain us. Last time, she just threw us out, treating us like we aren't family at all. The old lady's expression stiffened as she suddenly realized an issue. Her fourth grandson was expelled from the Xian Yuan family because he offended Luo Xi. Now that he had returned during her absence, it could easily lead others to believe that the Xian Yuan family didn't care about her at all. Oh no, if that's how they think, it won't be good for the Xian Yuan family. With a cold face, she shot a glance at her fourth grandson and his wife, saying, She is your second sister-in-law. Don't speak ill of her behind her back. Grandma, shut up. Show some respect. Don't offend your second sister-in-law again. Your life was saved by her back then, fourth young master. Don't be an ungrateful wolf. The old lady's words were quite heavy. The first lady and fourth Xiao's wife both changed their expressions but couldn't refute her, awkwardly agreeing and soon making excuses to find guest rooms to rest. With Luo Xi absent, Luo Ying was the second mistress. The pressure from the 8th level strong beings released by Luo Ying intimidated Xian Yuan Si Xiao and the others, making them too afraid to act out. They obediently enjoyed their time in the villa, then found places to play. They had initially thought of doing something to those two little ones, but the situation was overwhelming and they dared not make any small moves at this time. Seeing them so obedient, Luo Ying had the smart butler treat them well, giving them all the luxuries they deserved. Despite Luo Xi's absence for several days, she had prepared thoughtful gifts, and her beloved grandson and granddaughter were very pleasing to the old lady, who expressed satisfaction with the visit. After living harmoniously for half a month, just when Luo Ying thought these people wouldn't cause any trouble, Luo Xi's son, Xianyuan Xingchen, suddenly broke out in a rash, his little face covered in red bumps. The child, not even a year old, cried heart-wrenchingly. Luo Ying panicked, caused the child to faint, and immediately contacted Luo Xi while controlling everyone in the villa to stay in the living room, monitoring them with surveillance cameras. When Luo Xi returned home, she rushed to her room to treat her son. Seeing his condition sent chills down her spine. After using her wood-type abilities to heal him, her son was restored to normal, and the life force within him had even strengthened due to the flow of her abilities. "Miss, I'm sorry. I didn't keep an eye on the young master. Someone poisoned him. Find out how it happened." "Yes, I'll check right away." After a round of analysis and questioning, Luo Ying had Lu Qing come over to inspect. They eventually discovered that the cause of the child's illness was the powder on the old lady's sleeve, which could cause a rash and severe itching upon contact. After 3 hours, it could lead to a high fever, potentially causing brain damage and resulting in a child becoming a fool. The old lady was furious and shocked by the result. "Investigate. I want to see who dares to harm my Xianyuan family's great-grandson." Luo Ying nodded. "I certainly don't doubt the old lady's love for her grandson, but the mastermind behind this must have acted when the old lady was changing clothes. Among your group, the only ones with a grudge against our young lady are Xianyuan Si Xiao and his wife, and Su Ruhan. Do any of you have anything to say?" "What do you mean by that?" "Past grievances don't mean we'd resort to poisoning. Who knows if that woman Luo Xi offended someone outside," Xianyuan Si Xiao said disdainfully. Luo Ying smirked and slapped Xianyuan Si Xiao, sending him to the ground bleeding. His wife screamed and rushed over to support him. "Heavens! How can you hurt someone like this? It's too barbaric to resort to violence over a disagreement. And what is this? Do you want to force a confession? You think too much. This is merely punishment for insulting our young lady. Yu Yunfei was just impulsive. How can you be so cruel?" Meng Yi said sorrowfully, as if Luo Ying had committed a heinous crime. Luo Ying couldn't be bothered with her theatrics. Not being skilled in investigation, she directly contacted Xianyuan Yuhan to send 2 excellent detectives to assist in finding the real culprit. When the detectives arrived, they took over the investigation. After analyzing the surveillance footage, they found the culprit was surprisingly not Meng Yi, but Su Ruhan, the younger sister. This revelation stunned everyone, and the old lady's expression darkened. "Ruhan, has the Xianyuan family treated you poorly?" "No, Grandma, you have to believe me. I didn't intend to harm anyone. I really don't know how that powder got on your sleeve. I don't know anything." Su Ruhan knelt before the old lady, her face pale, feeling wronged. "But the surveillance clearly shows that after I changed into this outfit, you were the only one to come into close contact with me. No one else touched my clothes. Not even a brush. But I really didn't poison anyone. Grandma, you have to believe me. I'm being framed." Su Ruhan was frantic, unsure how to clear her name. After the detective's analysis, even she started to doubt herself. But she truly hadn't done anything. Luo Xi observed the interrogation process in the living room with narrowed eyes, thinking Su Ruhan did seem quite innocent. If acting could reach this level, it was indeed a skill. First, confine Su Ruhan to a guest room. Then closely monitor Xianyuan Si Xiao and his wife. "Understood, miss." Luo Ying received Luo Xi's command and locked Su Ruhan in one of the guest rooms, leaving 2 mutated beasts at the door to guard her. She also placed a mutated plant disguised as a potted plant inside the room to monitor her. As for Xianyuan Si Xiao and their guest room, they simply replaced 2 potted plants to keep an eye on them. 274 is well hidden. In the next few days, surprisingly, there were no abnormalities, which made Luo Xi pay more attention to the other party. Under the secret surveillance of her mutated plant companions, they still couldn't find out the real behind-the-scenes culprit, and it seemed they could only regard Su Ruhan as the perpetrator. But this sense of incongruity instinctively made Luo Xi deny the idea that Su Ruhan was behind everything. Of course, this matter was closely related to her, but she was sure that someone else was manipulating everything from behind. For safety's sake, she directly took the children to the space to play, and Luo Ying naturally followed closely to take care of the 2 little ones. The old lady became unhappy after not being able to see her precious grandson for several days. But Luo Xi firmly stated that everything was for the safety of the children and that she would not let them be in danger until the true culprit was found. So she asked the old lady to understand. Last time, she was used by someone else, which made the old lady feel guilty and angry. Hearing Luo Xi's words, she couldn't assert her seniority, but felt uncomfortable in her heart. Grandmother, this is not your fault, but for the safety of your precious grandson. You should go back for the time being. When the children have the ability to protect themselves, I will let them come back to accompany you through the time of their great-grandmother. How many years will I have to wait until the little ones can protect themselves? Don't worry, it won't be long. You're still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Seeing Luo Xi's determined expression, the old lady knew it was hopeless and regretfully took the other people back. However, Su Ruin was still detained. Although Xianyuan Si Xiao and his wife left Luo Xi's house, they did not leave Lan Haixing, but that was also their freedom. Luo Xi just sent 2 people to secretly watch them and didn't do anything excessive. Miss, this time the Black Hand is very powerful, unexpectedly causing us a setback quietly. Or are we overthinking it? The real culprit might actually be Su Ruin. She likes Xianyuan Yuhan, and out of love, envy, and jealousy, she wants to harm the young master. Luo Xi was half lying on the swing chair on the balcony, thinking that no matter who it was, there would always be some clues showing up, as long as you keep Xingqian and the others living in the space. The other party probably wouldn't find an opportunity to act. When they finally saw the 2 children appear, they might be anxious to act recklessly. Does the miss mean we should go missing for a while and then show up to draw the snake out of its hole? Yes, this method is good. Let's do it this way. Miss, you should rest well. I will continue to accompany the young masters. Luo Ying left excitedly. Although waiting was hard, everything was worth it for the little master. Wanting to harm such a cute little master was simply unforgivable. Madam, young Master Lu is here. See you in the living room. When Luo Xi saw Lu Qing in the living room, she knew he was here to say goodbye before going back to attend Yelin's wedding. See, I'm leaving this afternoon. Aren't you going to take a look? I don't want to go. Too lazy to go. You can go and return early. Lu Qing felt a bit hurt. Do you think I'm just a research tool? Not at all. It's just for the benefit of the insect race for the interstellar people. If you want to take a vacation and rest, that's up to you. After all, the military people are not my relatives. Fine, he cared more about the survival rate of soldiers, while Luo Xi didn't care about those things at all. The more he interacted with her, the more he found that although she had a good temper, she was also indifferent and heartless. She didn't care about the lives of those she didn't care about, and there were only a few people she truly cared about. But you couldn't say she was selfish. During the battles with the insect race, she was also very brave in killing the enemy. Sometimes he really wondered how the Luo family could raise such a woman. Madam, we should go. The Xianyuan family needs to send a representative to attend the celebration. I told my grandfather we would go. Xianyuan Yuhan said when he walked into the living room. Luo Xi frowned. Why did you take on this task? I just happened to have something to handle over there. Madam, please accompany me. It's also a good opportunity for me to formally thank Nielin for saving you from the Star Pirates back then. That sounds a bit insincere, but since he has a purpose, let him go. She had nothing to hide, just too lazy to put in the effort. Fine, then let's pack up, and we will set off with Lu Qing in a moment. After Luo Xi agreed, she went back to her room to pack their clothes, leaving Xianyuan Yuhan in the living room staring blankly at Lu Qing. General Xianyuan, you such a busy person actually have time to attend Yelin's wedding. What a rare guest. Whether from the Jun family or the Nief family, our Xianyuan family needs to send someone of significance to congratulate them to better express our goodwill. Don't you agree? Lu Qing snorted. How could it be? I just feel that some people might just want to show off. You're overthinking it. Nielin and I have both found the ones we like, and we're all happy. Where's the show-off in that? That's his thought. Lu Qing felt unhappy, but knew this wasn't a good topic for debate. However, he was upset that Xianyuan Yuhan took Luo Xi away. If it weren't for his interference, Nielin and Luo Xi could have reconciled and become a loving couple. Luo Xi's selfless love for Nielin should have been reciprocated. Not finding happiness from another man after losing her memory, he felt that was unfair to the Luo Xi before her memory loss. But now, things had turned into the current situation, and he was just an outsider with no right to question. Luo Xi, I know my woman is excellent. It's normal for you to admire her, but she is already my wife, so you should let it go. What? When did I ever show interest in Luo Xi? That's an insult. Just joking, don't take it to heart. I just feel upset. Why do you always want to match them while ignoring me, a living person? Luo Xi pursed his lips and remained silent. To be honest, Xianyuan Yuhan wasn't worse than Yelin. In fact, he could even say that Xianyuan Yuhan was better for Luo Xi now, treating her better and pampering her more. Perhaps it was because he and Yelin became good brothers first and got a head start. I know you're good to Luo Xi, and I have no complaints. It's just that you got a head start. You don't need to pay attention to my words. After all, Luo Xi won't be affected. But I'm not happy. Xianyuan Yuhan looked at him with a serious expression in his eyes, clearly indicating that Luo Xi must change this viewpoint, or he would not want to hear such remarks again. I understand, I won't anymore. I'm sorry. For Xi's sake, I accept your apology. Let's continue to cooperate. Xi seems to appreciate your alchemy talent. I appreciate it too. TCH, this is exploitation. Okay. What was even more frustrating was that he was still willingly being exploited by them. Life was truly tragic. Here, a piece of news for you. Be careful when your good brother gets married. Someone might cause trouble under some banner. It would be embarrassing for him then. On the eve of the wedding, upon hearing this, Luo Xi's expression immediately changed. What news did you get? A secret. Damn, you're so petty. Luo Xi chuckled, trying to flatter. As the lore of Lanhai's star, you must have received more news than we have. Give me a solid answer, will you? After all, I've helped quite a bit this year. Well, that's true. You could be considered a good comrade who has fought alongside us. I can tell you. But what do you take me for? Luo Xi felt a bit frustrated, but for the sake of his good brother's wedding, he endured it. Of course. As a good brother without grudges. Originally, I was friends with Luo Xi, and you two are a loving couple, so I can definitely be good friend with you too. Only then did Xianyuan Yuhan show a satisfied expression. That makes sense, but you need to be careful when passing this on, so it doesn't get intercepted. Luo Xi was taken aback. Does this imply that there are traitors in the Zhui West Star military district? His mood inevitably became heavier, I understand. Xianyuan Yuhan whispered a few words in his ear, and Luo Xi's face changed dramatically. He then said seriously, "Thank you for the early warning about this. I know what to do. Thanks. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Can I borrow your study?" "Sure." Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan went to the study. Luo Xi tidied up and returned to the living room, only to find the two men missing. When she opened her consciousness, she discovered they were both in the study. Given their personalities, they were probably discussing something important, so she decided to prepare lunch. Luo Xi leisurely prepared a few small dishes, and around noon, the two men, who were both food lovers, came to the living room and immediately sat down at the table. TSK, Xianyuan brother, you really struck gold. Such delicious meals every day. I'm not home every day, but it's only a matter of time. Let us finish up these years first. Xianyuan Yuhan looked at Luo Xi with a doting gaze, appearing deeply affectionate. Luo Xi immediately felt a chill. She didn't know what these two were up to. Eat up. Did you book the spaceship tickets? Yes. With Luo Xi, after lunch we'll need to take action. Baby, have you arranged everything? It's all arranged. Don't worry. Xianyuan Yuhan felt troubled thinking about the previous rash incident. When he rushed back that day, the child had already been healed by Luo Xi. Although he was satisfied with that, he felt very upset thinking about how someone had targeted his son in his own home, especially since the other party had used his grandmother to poison him. It was simply insidious. When he received news that the other party might appear at Yelin's wedding, he immediately contacted the old man to take over the congratulatory visit. Is there a clue regarding the Starry Sky matter? After lunch, Luo Xi couldn't help but ask. Xianyuan Yuhan embraced her, saying, "My lady is indeed clever. You guessed it right." Sure enough. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he actively attend Yelin's wedding? Luo Xi pouted. But this is a good opportunity. It seems connections are still very important. Although I have the help of the mutated plants and animals at home, there are significant limitations, and I haven't gotten any clues so far. Xianyuan Yuhan, however, had found some leads, which shows that having a network of influence is very important. But what clue do you have? Skeleton's brother. What? That skeleton star pirate leader's brother really wants to take revenge for his brother? It's said that the Red Flame young master has a special bond with his older brother. Brotherly love? Xinyuan Yuhan immediately felt speechless. My lady. You're so clever that I have nothing to say. But how could you react so quickly, especially to think of something so off-color? It feels quite unpleasant. Is it wrong to be clever? Xinyuan Yuhan decided he needed to have a big night later to make his wife think more about their marital history and not those dirty thoughts. Thus, Luo Xi, who was unaware, was being targeted by her hungry wolf of a husband. That night in the spaceship's private room, she naturally indulged in a feast. After being tossed around and thoroughly satisfied, she finally fell into a deep sleep. Seeing the marks on his wife, Xinyuan Yuhan felt both satisfied and pained. After cleaning her up, he carefully applied some ointment and then held her asleep. Meanwhile, Nielin's wedding was taking place in the Juestar military district, which was originally supposed to be the hometown of both parties. Despite the strained relationship between the Nie family and Nielin, he despised holding the wedding at the Nie family home. However, the Jun family couldn't host it either. For him, Juestar was where he had spent the most time living, so he wanted to build his home there. Junya understood his feelings and thoughtfully proposed to hold the wedding in Juestar, persuading the elders of the Jun family not to be unhappy about it. Because of this, Nielin grew fonder of Junya. So, when he received a message from Lu Qing sent in code, he immediately had his good brothers prepare in secret. He couldn't let his wedding be disrupted. Boss, are you sure about the fifth brother's news? Ning Qingying was somewhat incredulous that the other party was so bold. No matter how strong they are, they can't take on the crowd. Do they really want to cause trouble in the Juestar military district? Isn't that asking for death? Nielin frowned. It should be correct. Xinyuan Yuhan and Luo Xi are both attending the wedding. Do you think Xinyuan Yuhan is the type to have a leisure to attend my wedding? That is indeed unusual. But to outsiders, it might seem normal for him to show off. That's the thought of a vulgar person. Do you think like that? Ning Qingying shook his head. He certainly wouldn't be that foolish. Anlan expressed concern. Boss, should we tell Junya about this, so she doesn't feel uncomfortable later? I will let her know. Old 3, you're overthinking it. Junya isn't that petty of a woman. Anlan rolled his eyes. Old 2, you're intelligent but lack emotional intelligence. This isn't a matter of being petty or not. Women can be just as petty in love. It's better to be prepared. TCH, Ning Qingying sighed. I wonder how Luo Xi is doing now. It's been half a year since she went into the black hole. I hope it hasn't affected her health. Don't worry. She has already activated her healing abilities. She should be fine. Mentioning Luo Xi, Nielin already felt a distance between them. Since they parted ways, they had rarely contacted each other, and it had become even less frequent after he got together with Junya. Anlan squinted and looked at the two of them. Boss, old 2, please be aware that our sister-in-law from now on will be Junya. Don't make her uncomfortable. Third brother is overthinking it. Sister Junya isn't that kind of person. When seen poutet, a woman like Luo, she isn't on the same level as Sister Junya. No one would confuse them. Xinyuan Yuhan has poor taste. When Xin, Ning Qingying shot her an unhappy look. At this point, saying such things was really unpleasant. When Xin snorted coldly, it's true, Luo, she's just a waste. Who knows if her healing ability is even real? If it weren't for her, Sister Rui might have been with Brother Nye long ago. But so what if she got ahead of Sister Rui? In the end, she's just making a wedding dress for someone else, benefiting Junya. 276, helpless love Nielin's cold gaze swept over when Xin. I don't know what Luo she did to make you and Rui always unhappy with her. When Xin, why don't you share your opinion? When Xin choked up, what could she say? Should she say that Luo she got ahead of Rui? When Jun quickly tried to smooth things over, boss, don't argue with them. They just like to eat vinegar and are jealous of Luo she's little thoughts about her healing abilities. Brother, I'm not jealous of her. Who knows if she even has abilities? When Xin stomped her foot, expressing her dissatisfaction with her brother's arm. One Jun shot her a glare. We're discussing things as men. You go keeping Rui company. When Xin angrily ran out. If you don't want to listen, then I don't want to hear it either. Don't let what happened just now leak out. That's confidential. You know the rules. Ning Qingying sighed coldly. Seeing everyone treating her this way, When Xin was even angrier. With a huff, she ran off. She ran straight to Enrui's room. Enrui was surprised to see her. When Xin, what brings you here? Rui Jia, she replied. Sit down. Have you finished dinner? No, I've been filled with anger. What's wrong? When Xin thought of Ning Qingying's instructions and fell silent. After Enrui pressed her, she finally spoke. It's the annoyance of military affairs. Rui Jia, how are you? I'm doing fine, don't worry. I'm not someone who can't let go. Since Nielin can find his first love, I should bless him. Loving someone doesn't mean you must possess them. Seeing him happy is enough for me. When Xin was immediately touched. Rui Jia, you're so kind, but it's a pity Niega doesn't see your goodness. Silly girl, love between people requires fate. Just because you love someone doesn't mean they'll love you back. I just want to seize the opportunity and leave the rest to fate. I've already put in my effort with Nielin, and if I think about it in the future, I won't have regrets. Can you really give up so easily? When Xin Sai. They all saw how Enrui liked Nielin over the years. She followed them around. Came to the Zhuyu Star military district to be a pharmacist and rejected other men's confessions, waiting for Nielin to notice her goodness. Yet, first it was Luo Xi, then Junya. Nielin just couldn't see Enrui's love, or rather, he saw it, but didn't want to accept it. How pitiful it is to love someone who doesn't love you back. I must find someone who loves me in the future. It's better than loving someone who doesn't love you. Besides, marrying Junya is much better than marrying me. The Jun family is not something we can compare to. Enrui felt despondent. Although unwilling, she could still compete with Luo Xi. However, the Jun family was a behemoth she had no courage to face, and most importantly, Nielin had never had feelings for her, leaving her with no hope of winning. If he could give her a glimmer of hope, perhaps she wouldn't be so ready to give up. He liked Junya. His attitude towards her was much better than it had been towards Luo Xi. How could she compete? Rui Jia, I heard Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan are coming to the wedding. I don't know how that woman has the nerve to come. Is she trying to show off that she climbed up to the Xianyuan family? What? And Rui looked at her in surprise. Are you sure? I heard from my brother that Lu Qing is coming with them. Don't you think she has a thick skin? When Xin, don't say such things when you see her in the future. It's not good to anger Xianyuan Yuhan, and we don't need to clash with the Xianyuan family over a war of words. But I just don't like her. She hasn't done anything wrong. Just let it go. When Xin sighed, Rui Jia, you're just too kind. Kind? How could that be? She just has self-awareness. Back then, I wanted to compete with Luo Xi, relying on the fact that I live a lifetime longer, but unfortunately, that advantage disappeared after Luo Xi unexpectedly survived from the space pirates. She noticed that many things had changed, especially in dealing with the insect race, which had progressed much faster than in her previous life. In her past life, the Xianyuan family wasn't this impressive, especially Xianyuan Yuhan. He had been famous in his past life, but still needed decades of military achievements to gain recognition. However, in this life, his trajectory had changed. Not only did he marry Luo Xi, but he also became a general early on, gaining fame in the Star Alliance. Rui Jia, I don't like her. What if I can't help but mock her when I see her? Don't do that, for the sake of peace. You need to control your temper and not cause trouble for Nielin and the others. If you offend not only Luo Xi, but also the Xianyuan family, the Jun family, and the Nie family, three major families, it won't look good at the wedding. Any one of the three major families could crush ours. It's not worth causing trouble for the sake of a verbal dispute. And Rui suppressed the bitterness in her heart and patiently advised when Xin for a while until she promised not to provoke Luo Xi, which finally reassured her. On December 5th, Luo Xi and the others arrived at the Zhuyu Star military district. Lu Qing went straight to his residence, while Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan chose a hotel near the military district to stay in. The couple didn't have any bodyguards with them, and to outsiders, they looked like a newlywed couple on their honeymoon. Standing in front of the hotel window, Luo Xi gazed at the scenery of Zhuyu Star, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. This was the planet where she had been reborn, but she estimated that she wouldn't have much to do with it in the future. What are you looking at, my lady? The scenery. You don't miss anyone, do you? Miss who? Xianyuan Yuhan sighed. Actually, I've always worried that one day you might remember the past and recall your love for Nielin, and then leave me. My lady, will you? I won't. That's what you said. You can't go back on it. Luo Xi smiled slightly. I will never go back on it. I, Luo Xi, will only love Xian Yuan Yuhan for the rest of my life, until I die. Luo Xi wrapped her arms around Xian Yuan Yuhan's waist, quietly leaning against his chest, feeling warm and secure. She had yet to tell him about being a soul from another world, and at the moment, she didn't plan to. Perhaps it was still too early. My lady, we're being watched. They probably see that we have no one around and are excited about how to capture us. Then let's play with them. Okay. Xian Yuan Yuhan had never been afraid of assassins. As long as they dared to come, he dared to kill. After years of fighting on the battlefield, he had grown accustomed to occasionally finding himself in life-threatening situations. However, now he was not prepared to let himself encounter danger. Nor did he want Luo Xi to face danger. Do you think it's them? Those with skills are bold. TSK. It's those two homosexual brothers. Luo Xi eagerly awaited the opponent's attack. To be honest, this was her first time encountering supernatural beings in this world. And she didn't know if the supernatural abilities of interstellar people were the same as those in the apocalypse. My lady seems to be looking forward to it. Xian Yuan Yuhan's dangerously low voice sounded. Luo Xi immediately had a bad premonition and quickly smiled. How could that be? I just want to catch the enemies who want to harm our precious son. This isn't anticipation, it's anger. Is that so? As long as my lady isn't excited, that's good. I don't want my lady to become a warlike person. Who's warlike? I'm just used to relying on myself to protect myself. The heart of a man is as deep as the ocean, and the military heart is even harder to grasp. In a long night, my lady. Let's do some exercises between husband and wife. Xian Yuan Yuhan smiled and leaned in for a kiss, silencing her protests. Before the storm, he wanted to feast first and then rise up to strike. That night, Luo Xi and her companions were indulging in their romantic escapades in their room. Meanwhile, in another room of the hotel, someone was also passionately engaged, drenched in sweat. Afterward, one of them spoke up. I heard that Xian Yuan Yuhan and his wife, who narrowly escaped death, have checked into the hotel. Yes, they don't seem to fear death at all, daring to go out together, claiming to celebrate that woman Luo Xi's survival and to have a second honeymoon. How sweet. Haha, Binghua, you're mistaken. The couple is clearly here to show off. Nielin is her ex-husband, but now that Luo Xi has married Xian Yuan Yuhan, she has really climbed the social ladder. Attending Nielin's wedding is just her way of telling others that she is doing better without him. This is human vanity. Qian, you are right. You see through it. This time I can test whether Luo Xi has any real skills. But how do you plan to deal with her? The Skull Star pirates were destroyed because of Luo Xi, so I will use her flesh and blood to honor the Skull Star pirates. Young Master Qian said confidently. Binghua frowned slightly. Isn't this going against the military? After all, good and evil cannot coexist. If you act under the guise of sparring, others might not say much. But if you kill her for revenge, it will surely provoke public outrage. I know what to do. As long as I make it seem like she wanted to kill me first, I can just claim self-defense, right? Young Master Qian said confidently. Binghua felt uneasy listening to this. If the opponent was that easy to deal with, the Skull Star pirates wouldn't have been nearly wiped out. Although there are few supernatural beings in the Hengyu star system, they do exist. Isn't Luo Xi a supernatural being? And Xian Yuan Yuhan's strength is not inferior to theirs. Being a level 7 mech master makes him a formidable opponent. Although they have supernatural powers, if they face Xian Yuan Yuhan, one of them must be designated to restrain him. Master, we have detected the enemy, right in this hotel, less than 100 meters away. Should we take action? In a daze, Luo Xi was awakened by Fonda. Who? It's that brother from the Skull Star Pirates, and he has incredible stamina, going at it 7 times last night, and he's still at it now. Master, your man is no match for him. Get lost. Luo Xi instantly became furious. Fonda chuckled. All right, Master, wake up a bit. The 2 ice and fire young masters are in that room, and they said they want to kill you. The most important thing is that they plan to frame you into taking the first strike, and then they'll pretend it was self-defense when they kill you. At that point, it won't be revenge for the Skull Star Pirates, but just an innocent training accident. That's really insidious. What's wrong? Xian Yuan Yuhan also woke up and directly embraced Luo Xi. Luo Xi blushed at Feng Da's lewd comments and coughed lightly. It's nothing. Just that Feng Da discovered those two fools in this hotel, plotting how to kill me. Xianyuan Yuhan's expression immediately turned cold. Which room are they in? Within 100 meters? Should we act now? Of course, since they think their supernatural powers are so great. Let's cripple them while sparing their lives for now. I want to see how they feel about falling from genius to the mud. Makes sense. Luo, she released Feng Da and gave him a glance. Can I assign this task to you? Feng Da sighed, Miss, you are really too petty. I'll just tease you a bit, and you want to retaliate like this? Those two shameless people are still busy, still passionately engaged. Shut up. Hurry up and deal with them. Just cripple them, don't kill them. Yes, ma'am. Feng Da laughed softly and flew away, but Luo, she was still worried and sent Luo's son to assist him. Luo, she didn't want to get involved with such people. She had seen enough supernatural powers in other worlds and was no longer interested. If they were at a higher level than her, she might consider it, but unfortunately, they were only level 5 and she had no interest. Is the MO family troublesome? Xianyuan Yuhan smiled slightly. Madam need not worry in my presence. They are just a small family. If they die, they die. Besides, they provoked us first, and there's no evidence of us dealing with them. So who can say we did it? That's true. Having a strong backing is indeed refreshing. Madam, it seems Feng Da really enjoys playing tricks. Luo, she was puzzled. And Xianyuan Yuhan opened his smart device and clicked on a link, revealing a video of two handsome men in a romantic encounter, with various positions in high definition. Just as she recognized their faces, her eyes were covered. That's it. Those two self-proclaimed young masters are probably doomed this time. Not only will their powers be crippled, but their reputation will also be ruined. However, she felt particularly pleased, extremely satisfied, especially since she had recorded their plans to kill Luo Xi. TSK. Dying will not be easy for them. A few minutes later, Feng Da and Luo's son returned. All done, their meridians are crippled, and they can no longer use their supernatural powers, physical abilities, or mental strength. Of course, I left their legs intact so they could escape, Feng Da said triumphantly. Luo, she didn't scold him, waving her hand to let them return to the space to play. Soon, the hotel began to bustle, and the police came to each room for questioning. When it was time for Luo Xi's room, Xianyuan Yuhan appeared directly in front of the police in his pajamas. Is there a problem? The police, upon recognizing him, immediately became respectful. Oh, it's General Xianyuan. We've heard so much about you. No need for such formalities here. You're here for business, so just get to the point. Yes, General Xianyuan. There has been a serious injury case at the Roman Hotel. The victims are the Mo family's second young master, Mo Yanling, and his companions. According to the victims, they were attacked around 2:40 a.m., but unfortunately, their opponents were too strong, and they didn't even see the attackers clearly before being knocked out. They woke up in excruciating pain and found themselves injured. Xianyuan Yuhan calmly looked at the police. I see. Then you can check the surveillance. My wife and I have been resting in our room, and the surveillance in the living room can prove our whereabouts. Oh, okay. Thank you for your understanding, General Xianyuan. It's all work for the people. Of course I support you. Thank you, General. We'll get to work now and not disturb you any longer. The two police officers left Xianyuan Yuhan's room, suppressing their excitement. How exhilarating it was to see the male god, the youngest war god general of the Huaxia Star Alliance. Calm down. Work still needs to continue. I know. Only you can act calm. Look at your trembling hands. Aren't you just as excited? Hey, wait a minute. The three police officers were slightly taken aback by a female voice and turned to see a beauty in casual wear beside the male god, exuding an elegant and refined aura, his wife. The three officers became even more excited, unable to contain themselves. Ahem, madam, do you need us for something? Xianyuan Yuhan maintained a relatively cold expression. My wife just changed her clothes and came out to see you. She noticed that your arm seems to have been injured and hasn't healed yet. Since fate has brought us together, she intends to treat your hidden injury. The officer being addressed immediately became excited, nodding repeatedly. I did injure my arm. My left arm was once pierced by a bug race. It was treated and healed, but it always aches slightly on rainy days, and I can't lift heavy objects. But when I went to the hospital for a checkup, there was no problem. 278 still has a way out. Come here. I'll treat you. It's just a minor injury. Oh, okay. The officer walked back and stood in front of Luo Xi. Luo Xi directly placed her hand on his left arm's shoulder, right where he had been injured before, and then a white light emerged, enveloping his arm. The officer felt an unprecedented comfort, and after about 2 or 3 minutes, Luo Xi withdrew her hand and said, "It's done. You won't have any more issues in the future." The officer waved his left hand, feeling that his arm, even when he exerted great strength, didn't hurt at all, and he was immediately overjoyed. "Thank you, ma'am. Thank you." "You're welcome. I really appreciate people who serve the public," she replied. "Thank you, ma'am. How can I repay you? You've already thanked me. I treat a few people for free every month when I'm in a good mood. Just consider it your lucky day." The officer became even more excited. Ma'am, hello. My name is Zhao Xing. I'm an officer in Juyueshing. If you ever need anything from me, please let me know. I will do my best. No need to be so formal about the winning. If you really want to thank me, just send a message on the Star Network and talk about your experience with me. I don't like being high profile, but I also don't like being slandered as someone who makes things up. Okay, I understand. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and get back to work. Luo Xi smiled as she sent off the officers. After they walked away, Xin Yuan became a bit dissatisfied. "Ma'am, how can you smile so beautifully at outsiders?" "I'm not happy." The 3 officers, who hadn't gone far, suddenly felt a bolt from the blue, realizing that their male god was actually so petty behind the scenes. It felt like the icy and aloof demeanor had been completely ruined by that one line. The 3 of them exchanged glances but dared not look back, directly knocking on another guest room door, pretending to be serious about their case, not daring to look back, lest the image of their male god be shattered. Meanwhile, Mo Yinling gritted his teeth and stared at the ceiling, unable to believe that in just a few minutes he had been rendered useless. Unable to summon his mental strength or abilities, and his body seemed to be failing as well. The Ice Flower young master smiled bitterly. "Qian, we overestimated ourselves. The person who came should be a level 9 expert, and we had no way to resist. They were probably sent by the Xian Yuan family. They had been too arrogant, too self-assured, not expecting the opponent to decisively send a level 9 expert to incapacitate them. Now, they had no evidence, and the surveillance probably didn't even capture a shadow of the opponent before they resolved their issue and left. I won't let the Xian Yuan family off. Qian, just let it go. Further resistance will only lead to more severe consequences." Young master, it's bad." The Mo family's bodyguard quickly contacted Mo Yinling and sent him the post from the Star Network. Mo Yinling clicked on it and trembled with anger upon seeing it. When did they get filmed? Why do they feel nothing? The video clearly showed their passionate activities from that night. Seeing the comments below the post filled with curses, Mo Yinling finally felt despondent. Damn, this is really ruthless. This was clearly meant to ruin the 2 of them. The Ice Flower young master fell silent after seeing the video. Their opponent was too strong, and they were too weak, not realizing it and still being overconfident enough to plot against others. This outcome seemed like karma. The foundation of a super family was truly not something ordinary people could compare to. He had thought that the Xian Yuan family would not make a big deal out of it, but it turned out they were indeed avenging grievances, making you fearful while leaving you with no evidence. They were doomed. They were still powerless to resist, without even a place to turn things around. No, there is still a chance, which is to leave the Hengyu galaxy and take Mo Yinling to his galaxy for help. However, if that were the case, they would likely have to pay a price for their freedom for the next several decades. Qian, what are your plans? Are you going back to the Mo family? Mo Yinling looked at him. What do you mean? The current Mo family can't save you or me. If you are unwilling, there is only one way out. To follow you? Mo Yinling smiled self-deprecatingly. Can following you restore things? Yes, we can find a power user to help us heal, but everything has a price. My family's people are not easy to deal with. Mo Yinling gritted his teeth. All right, I'll go. For now. I will endure since I can't fight the Xian Yuan family. I admit I was overconfident, but I will find a chance to turn the tables. Then I'll contact them right away. You should also arrange your own matters. The 2 of them whispered this conversation, and Luo Xi and the others did not notice. Or rather, they did not expect that this Ice Flower young master still had a way out. 3 days later, Xian Yuan received news that Mo Yinling and the other person had gone missing. Upon careful investigation, They found records of recent entries and exits from the Flying Wolf Galaxy to Zhu Yuexing, and that 2 people had been taken away. It seemed they really had some backing. No matter, I still need to visit the Flying Wolf Galaxy. Any grievances can be resolved there. Since Mo Yanling has sought refuge with the Flying Wolf Galaxy, we will eventually cross paths. For now, let them go. It will also be a chance to explore how the power users in the Flying Wolf Galaxy differ from you. The power users in the Flying Wolf Galaxy were relatively more numerous, and it was said they also had healing abilities, though they were rare. If the healing powers in the Flying Wolf Galaxy were similar to Luo Xi's, then he wouldn't have to worry too much about her abilities in the future. Don't worry. There will be light at the end of the tunnel, and we will move forward smoothly. Xianyuan Yuhan gently ruffled her hair. Her 3,000 soft strands were incredibly delicate, but her strength made him feel amazed. Having such a wife, what more can a man want? The 2 of them spent a few days peacefully in Zhu Yuexing, waiting for Nielin's wedding day. Meanwhile, the topic of Mo Yanling, the Qi Yin young master, on the Star Network had cooled down. After the scandal broke, neither of the 2 protagonists made an appearance, and even their initiated challenge had failed, leaving many netizens extremely disappointed, turning into haters to curse them. Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan continue to live their lives calmly, only stepping into the largest hotel outside the Zhu Yuexing military district for the wedding banquet on December 9th. The wedding had many guests due to military confidentiality. It was impossible to hold a large wedding banquet within the military district, so they held it at a hotel outside the military area. This banquet was very luxurious, a stark contrast to Luo Xi's quiet wedding to Nielin, almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Junya looked beautiful in her wedding dress, radiating the happiness of a new bride. After Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan finished delivering their gifts and congratulations, they quietly left. The important matters had been resolved, and there was no need for them to linger in Zhu Yuexing. They had to hurry back to Lanhai Star, as Xianyuan Yuhan was a general, and many matters were better handled with his presence. After Nielin watched them leave, he politely entertained the other guests, holding Junya's hand. From this point on, there would truly be no relationship or possibility between them. Husband, let's go. If you're tired, just tell me. Don't push yourself. Don't worry, I feel much better. I'm not a weakling. Nielin sighed. Your body is relatively weak. My father-in-law has already reminded me. In the future, I can't let you exert yourself too much. Your matters of fate are still up to personal fortune. Don't casually predict the future for anyone. It's unnecessary. Each has their own thoughts. Junya nodded gently, understanding that the will of heaven cannot be defied. However, in the face of the larger situation, she felt the need to foresee things in advance. If she did not use her ability, would it not be a waste of the talent bestowed upon her by the heavens? Moreover, dealing with the insect race, using her foresight to help humanity would not be considered altering fate. After all, the insect race is an irrational species that should be exterminated regardless. Otherwise, how could humanity survive and continue? Seeing his wife's expression, Nielin knew she must be thinking about something else. However, there was no use in speaking now. If a major issue arose, he was afraid he could not stop her from using her talent. The only thing he could do was to kill as many of those insects as possible. Boss, sister-in-law, congratulations to both of you. Nielin's group of good brothers gathered around to offer their congratulations. Nielin raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Thank you for your hard work today, brothers. Look at what the boss is saying. What kind of relationship do we have to be so polite? Exactly. Just enjoy your time with sister-in-law. We'll handle the drinking, Ning Qingying said confidently, patting his chest in assurance. Nielin did not hesitate. After greeting some necessary individuals with Junya, he handed over the drinking duties to his good brothers and accompanied Junya to have dinner in their new house. Allons. General Xianyuan came and went in a hurry. Didn't he say he wanted to collaborate? Why did he leave without even having dinner? Nielin scratched his head. He probably came to congratulate me after I resolved things, then left. He could see clearly that Xianyuan Yuhan harbored hostility towards him, the kind that a rival would have. He and Luo Xi had no connection. Logically, the other party should not target him. The only reason he could think of was that the other party was concerned about Luo Xi's feelings for him before her amnesia. If that were the case, He could only express that the other party was overly possessive. Luo, she had lost her memory, and he still needed to care about it. However, thinking of this made him uncomfortable. Before, Luo Xi's feelings for him were clearly life-threatening, but after losing her memory, she treated him as a stranger, very polite, as if the woman who could die for him was no longer her. Several times he even thought that if it weren't for Junya, he might have gradually developed feelings for Luo Xi out of emotion. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. The ending between him and Luo Xi was already clearly written. Xianyuan Yuhan, caring so much for her, could only indicate that he truly loved Luo Xi. Alin, do you think Luo Xi is happy? Nielin was taken aback, and then smiled. She must be happy. After losing her memory, her character has become more determined. If she doesn't want to, can Xianyuan Yuhan still force her? That's true. Xianyuan has always had a cool personality, so I was quite surprised when he got together with Luo Xi. But now it seems they are quite compatible. Yeah, we've all found our own happiness. That's a blessing in life. Alone. As newlyweds, the next step was, of course, a passionate wedding night. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Luo Xi was still drinking recklessly with others, as if he were risking his life, getting tipsy while insisting he wasn't drunk. Ning Qingying's face turned pale, directly dragging him back to their room and locking the door, ignoring his drunken antics. Is the fifth one okay? Ning Qingying sighed, probably. Amon also sighed. I didn't expect him to fall for Luo Xi. Fate really plays tricks on people. Isn't that the truth? Even though Luo Xi was good at hiding it, we've known each other for so long that we are closer than brothers. We noticed his unusual behavior, but no one could help him. If it weren't for Xianyuan Yuhan, maybe Luo Xi would still have a chance. But Luo Xi was snatched away by Xianyuan, leaving Luo Xi with no opportunity. Without a chance, but with more time to interact, makes it harder for Luo Xi to let go. We all advised him to return to Zhuyu Star, but Luo Xi has rejected twice, clearly not wanting to leave Inu Star. Or rather, he doesn't want to leave Luo Xi. Forget it. He knows his limits. Let's not interfere. Ning Qingying ultimately decided to let nature take its course. Luo Xi didn't want his feelings to be discovered. If it were exposed, it would only make everyone awkward. It's better to pretend not to know. Well, at least now the boss and Luo Xi are settled down, so we can worry less. Yeah, the boss is married. We better hurry up too, or in the future, watching the boss show off his affection will blind us. The few of them joked and teased, drinking for a while before sprawling drunkenly in the living room. Luo Xi, of course, was unaware of all this. After Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan left the banquet, they hid directly, although they guessed that the other party would not take risks. If the other party decided to take drastic measures, it could be very serious. So they pretended to leave the banquet while actually monitoring from the shadows to protect Nielin and the others. After monitoring for half the night without any movement, Luo Xi left Feng De to continue watching for 2 more days, while they returned to the hotel to relax. A few days later, with no action from the other side, they guessed that the other party would not take action anymore and relievedly called Feng De back home. Upon returning to the villa in Lanhai Star, the butler came to report, "Madam, your friend Xianyuan Qing has arrived." Oh, Luo Xi smiled and dialed the communication. "Xianyuan brother, why didn't you tell me when you arrived? I knew you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Anyway, you have already helped me prepare everything. I'm very satisfied with the house. Thank you. There's no need to be polite. We have an old friendship." Luo Xi thought about it, and truly felt that life in the apocalypse seemed quite distant. However, having a fellow villager in this era felt pretty good. Xianyuan Qing laughed heartily. "That's true, but I need to tell you something. My wedding has already been held at my family, as insisted by the elders of the Gu and Xianyuan families. I didn't want to make you run around, so I didn't tell you. How about we have dinner together tomorrow?" Luo Xi rolled her eyes. "You should have told me earlier. Are you angry?" "Not really, but you're too low-key. I didn't even receive news. Hidden aristocratic families usually act low-key. Our wedding only invited a small number of people we were close to." "Forget it. It's already like this. What else can I say? Where are we having dinner tomorrow?" "At my new home. Bring your partner along." "Of course." Xianyuan Yuhan looked at her. "Yes, coming?" "Yeah, having one more friend in Lanhai Star is also nice." "Huh, that's great." Xianyuan Yuhan silently complained his heart, but couldn't say anything. After all, He couldn't say he didn't like Xianyuan and not let the guy stay in Lanhai Star. He figured that even if he did, he would just be teased. Thinking about it made him feel frustrated. A partnership that appeared out of nowhere was as good as any ordinary relationship, yet he couldn't find a trace of it, which was doubly frustrating. The next day after the incident, Luo Xi and her family went to Xianyuanqing's villa. When Luo Xi saw the newlywed Gu Qingqing, she was a bit taken aback. Is this gentle and graceful girl really the same cheerful girl she met for the first time? Her style has changed so much. Or has love changed a person? Well, she still needs to take care of herself first. Sister Xi, brother-in-law, you're here, come sit down. Brother-in-law. Xianyuan's face instantly stiffened. He felt like he was being taken advantage of by some guy. Damn it. Xianyuanqing was in a good mood, smiling as he led them to the sofa. Sister Xi, brother-in-law, how are you? Xianyuan was speechless, a lump stuck in his throat. Before he could say anything, Xianyuanqing continued to explain. Back then, Luo Xi saved my life. I couldn't repay her kindness, so I wanted to recognize her as my sister. In the future, if anything happens, I will take care of you. How about that? Casual. Xi, you don't have to do this. He really didn't want to have a big brother-in-law. Such creatures were hard to deal with. Hey, General Xianyuan, you are young and accomplished with a great temperament. You wouldn't be afraid of losing to me, would you? Besides, as long as you treat Sister Xi well, how could I do anything to you? It's just to give Luo Xi a bit of backing. You don't want to bully her behind our backs, do you? Xianyuan felt amused. You think too much. Although I'm younger than you, I'm a person of my word. Luo Xi pulled him down to sit and smiled to mediate. All right, am I someone who can be bullied? You all stop glaring. We're all family now. No more bickering. Okay, naturally, we have to give her sister face. Xianyuan felt even more frustrated. All the good words were spoken by Xianyuanqing. What else could he say? He really hated that he wasn't the first man in Luo Xi's life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have saved other men time and again, and now he had to deal with this. Hubby, stop teasing brother-in-law. After all, he is a general. Don't be too arrogant. We still have to live under his influence in the future. Gu Qingqing gave her husband a helpless glance. After all, she had worked hard to win over this man, and now he wanted to settle in Lanhai Star. His intentions were not just for the wine. However, Xianyuanqing had already confessed to her about Luo Xi saving his life, so she couldn't be petty and jealous. She could only be more sincere to let him feel her true feelings. Fortunately, Luo Xi had no such thoughts about her man, which was beneficial to her. After their marriage, Xianyuanqing had also shown his qualities as a good husband, making her very happy in every aspect. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but blush. Her husband was excellent in that aspect as well, and she was shy to admit that she was overwhelmed by so much happiness. Sister-in-law, did you cook today? Luo Xi looked at the happy and sweet-smiling Gu Qingqing, almost blinding her eyes. This newlywed couple seemed to be living quite comfortably. Oh, of course. I prepared it. You are guests, after all. You chat. I'll go prepare. Luo Xi smiled as she watched Gu Qingqing's back. TSK, Brother Xianyuan, you're really lucky. Sister-in-law's figure and looks are top-notch, and she's a perfect match with personality. You've hit the jackpot. Well, you're not wrong. She is indeed quite good. Xianyuan secretly mocked in his heart. This guy clearly had feelings for her as a couple, but lacked intense romantic love. And even his gaze towards Luo Xi concealed reluctance. Eating from the bowl while looking at the pot, simply shameless. But it was better that she didn't know, to avoid awkwardness. Madam, come eat some fruit. Xianyuan sweetly fed his wife. Luo Xi, used to it, opened her mouth and ate, beaming with delight. Xianyuanqing lowered his eyes, a dark glint flashing. Some opportunities always slipped away before you could grasp them. He wasn't the kind of man who couldn't let go. What needed to be let go would naturally be let go. One should live life more freely. But Luo Xi was the person he had been waiting for hundreds or thousands of years, and he truly was unwilling to give up. Gu Qingqing prepared a lavish lunch, which looked appetizing. The three of them ate quite a bit, giving her face. Sister-in-law, your cooking is really good. Hee. Actually, I ordered the dishes from a restaurant. I just heated them up. Luo Xi was speechless. Might as well keep eating. Xianyuanqing, however, continued eating without surprise. Gu Qingqing's cooking skills were really not that great. He would rather spend money to eat well than let her prepare dark cuisine for him. Suddenly, Luo Xi and Xianyuanqing stood up and stiffened. Then their bodies started to tremble. Luo Xi was alarmed. Xianyuanqing, what's wrong? Xi. Xianyuan tried to stand but found himself powerless, collapsing back into the chair. Seeing that the only one unaffected was Gu Qingqing, his expression turned cold. What did you put in the food? Gu Qingqing waved her hands in panic. I didn't do anything. I swear. Her husband wanted to help Xianyuanqing. Get away. Don't touch me. Xianyuanqing was sweating profusely. Luo Xi, hurry and hide me. My true nature is about to break out. What? Luo Xi looked at Xianyuanqing's increasingly pale complexion and eyes in shock. Could it be that Xianyuanqing was poisoned with zombie poison? Without time to think further, she waved her hand and brought all three of them into her space. And she naturally followed in. Luo Ying, knock Gu Qingqing out for me. Yes, master. Luo Ying easily knocked Gu Qingqing out with one hand and fed her a pill to ensure she wouldn't wake up for several days before hurrying to support Luo Xi. Master, how do you feel? Feed us the detoxification pills, quick. Luo Ying rushed to the pharmacy to fetch 3 detoxification pills and fed them to the 3 of them. After a while, Luo Xi and Xianyuan gradually recovered, but Xianyuanqing remained unconscious. After regaining her strength, Luo Xi glanced at Xianyuan. How do you feel? Strength is recovering. Don't worry. Check on Xianyuanqing. Xianyuan clearly noticed something was off with Xianyuanqing. He was not only unconscious, but his fingers had long, dark nails extending out, and his face had grown even paler. The strangest thing was that he had 2 fangs emerging, which was terrifying. Luo Xi saw this and opened her mouth, then closed it again. He's turning into a zombie. This guy actually deceived her. He had become a zombie, and it seemed his level was already quite high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain a normal appearance. Heavens, master, what happened to him? Poisoned. Don't worry. I will handle it. Keep an eye on that woman. Luo Ying nodded. Rest assured, I have people watching her day and night. After Xianyuanqing swallowed the detoxification pill, his zombification did not disappear, and Luo, she was actually at a loss for what to do, so she could only stay by his side and observe. Xianyuan saw this, and his face tightened. This matter is difficult for me to explain for now. I will tell you when Xianyuanqing wakes up. In fact, Luo Xi was also shocked by Xianyuanqing's zombification. Clearly, he had told her that he survived by seizing a body, but now he was showing his zombie nature. How could she not be surprised? However, at this moment, she could not calmly explain this to Xianyuan. Even she, having experienced the apocalypse, would feel a chill at the thought of the contagious nature of zombies. If she told Xianyuan, his military instincts might lead him to eliminate the crisis before it could escalate. Everything should wait until Xianyuanqing wakes up to discuss. Xianyuan frowned at the many people on the ground, feeling a sense of crisis that made him very uncomfortable. Over the years, his instinctive sense of crisis while on missions had saved his life several times, but none had been as intense as this feeling. Xianyuan, no matter what happens, I guarantee Xianyuanqing will not be a dangerous person. If he does not harm anyone rationally, then I'll stop him. Until then, can you quietly wait for him to wake up? The couple exchanged a deep glance, and Xianyuan nodded. Okay, I trust you. Luo Xi saying such words hinted at Xianyuanqing's potential for losing control, but for Luo Xi's sake, he could not deny Xianyuanqing the opportunity, even though he himself did not know what was really going on. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, how about I interrogate Gu Qingqing? That's fine, but she may not know anything. Gu Qingqing's expression before the incident indicated that she was unaware, though it could not be ruled out that her acting skills were too high, fooling them. Therefore, she did not oppose Xianyuan interrogating her first. Regardless of whether she knew or not, the mastermind would definitely show up. Otherwise, all of this would have been for nothing. Okay, I will keep an eye on the situation at the villa. Oh, someone is really approaching. Luo Xi, watching the movements at Xianyuanqing's villa from space, noticed a starship landing outside the villa's yard, which then entered after verifying its identity. Clearly, they were on the owner's preset list of familiar visitors allowed to enter. Such candidates would definitely not be many. There are almost no such lists for villas like theirs. Even the elders of the Xianyuan family would need their consent to enter the gate. The one who could set this up was likely Gu Qingqing, as Xianyuan Qing's personality would not be so careless and unguarded. Strange, why is there no movement? Silly, only the eldest sister is awake. What movement could there be? Let us get things done quickly and go back. It seemed like it was someone from the Gu family. Luo Xi's eyes flickered slightly. Guing, transform into Gu Qingqing and go out to receive them to see if you can get any news. Okay. After handing the two dolls to the 7th-level mutated beast she had trained to play with, Guing transformed into Gu Qingqing's appearance and appeared in the villa's living room. Upon entering, a man and a woman saw only Gu Qingqing in the living room and were somewhat surprised. Eldest sister, where brother-in-law and the others. They are resting in the room. Why are you here? Of course, we came to visit you, sister. The young girl warmly took Gu Ying's hand, her sweet smile resembling that of an angel. Your brother-in-law is feeling unwell. I don't have time to entertain you. Why don't you go back first and come again when he feels better? Gu Qingqing's sister and brother exchanged glances, and the sister spoke up. Sister, if brother-in-law is unwell, you should take him to the hospital. Don't let anything happen. No need to go. Let your brother-in-law rest for a bit. He has always been very healthy. Gu Qingqing's younger sister frowned. Sister, let me take a look at brother-in-law first. You forgot I study medicine? Disguised as Gu Qingqing, Gu Ying assessed them for a moment, and ultimately, her concern for her husband took precedence as she frowned and nodded. All right, you can come with me to see your brother-in-law. Gu Qingqing's younger sister followed her into a room where they saw Xuanyuan Qingling on the big bed, with his eyes closed. Xianyuan Qing seemed less cold and more gentle, exuding a different kind of charm that made Gu Qingqing's younger sister's heart race. After pretending to check, she said, Eldest sister, brother-in-law is not right. His heartbeat is almost gone. We should hurry and take him to our family's private hospital for a checkup. But Lanhaxing doesn't have our Gu family's hospital. Gu Qingqing feigned a worried expression. Gu Qingqing's younger sister glared at her. Sister, we have a spaceship, although small. It can definitely carry more than 10 people away. Hurry and take brother-in-law. But your brother-in-law just suddenly fainted. Maybe he will wake up soon. Gu Qingqing hesitated. Sister, I didn't want to scare you, but from my experience, brother-in-law has been poisoned by a very rare toxin. If we don't go back to our own territory, I have no confidence in being able to wake him up. You decide. This statement startled Gu Qingqing, making her jump up. Younger sister, don't scare me. Why would I scare you? Eldest sister, hurry up. We are sisters. Why would I lie to you? Gu Qingqing's younger sister looked at her with an expression that said she was being foolish, feeling very speechless. Gu Qingqing seemed frightened and thought for a moment before hurriedly packing some clothes. All right, let us hurry. Gu Qingqing's younger brother hesitated before speaking. Eldest sister, our spaceship needs to inform the ruler of Lanhaxing before leaving. ISNT brother-in-law, close to Xuanyuan's second young mistress? Why don't you ask her? They were still eating, but they left halfway due to something. This is simple. I just need to tell Luo Xi. Let us go. Gu Qingqing's younger brother's eyes flickered. Then he nodded. Then I can rest assured. Let us go. Helping Gu Qingqing support her brother-in-law. Their bodyguards had already released a small spaceship from the large space button outside, taking up a small part of the villa's yard. Gu Qingqing confidently boarded the spaceship and waited in a private room with her man. Gu Qingqing's younger sister and brother thoughtfully left them some alone time, staying in the seats outside. After confirming that Gu Qingqing had no intention of leaving the small room, the two finally began to communicate through their smart brain. What do we do without Xianyuan Yuhan and that Luo Xi? Forget it. We have no chance of success if we force it, especially since this is Xianyuan Yuhan's territory. Besides, the main goal of the family is Xianyuan Qing, this prodigy. What you said makes sense, but it looks like brother-in-law is fine. Didn't they say that kind of drug could reveal his true form? Silly, if it were that easy, Xianyuan Qing wouldn't have become the supreme existence of the Xianyuan family. If it weren't for his value, why would our family take the risk of offending the Xianyuan family to act? In the small private room, Luo Ying and Luo Meng stared at each other with big eyes, feeling quite bored. They were temporarily sent by Luo Xi to act as substitutes to infiltrate the ancient family's lair for investigation, to prevent them from being ambushed. Luo, she had specially prepared a lot of antidotes and detox pills for them, each having two, ensuring they wouldn't fear 90% of the poisons for at least 3 months. Stop dawdling. Let's quickly go over the information the young lady gave us. We can't afford to mistake anyone, Luo Mang said with a shrug, seemingly unconcerned. You just focus on your part. I'm playing the role of someone in a coma, so I don't need to recognize anyone. Suddenly feeling quite unfortunate. What to do? Boo-hoo, I really want to change tasks. She could also transform into a man and pretend to be in a coma. Luo Ying deeply felt that accompanying 2 little kids was much cuter and more interesting. It was really unpleasant to be assigned such a dangerous task. As for the ancient family, why wait until Xianyuan Qing arrived at Lanhai Star to take action? It was simply baffling. No, their original goal was to capture both the master and the male master together. TSK. I really don't know whether to say the ancient family is incredibly bold and fearless, or that the other side is too arrogant. Luo Ying, you have had more contact with Gu Qingqing than others. That's why you're disguised as her. Pay attention, don't mess up my big plan. Luo Xi's cool voice came through, causing the lazy Luo Ying to shudder and quickly focus on the information about the ancient family uploaded by the intelligence system. She had to memorize the people Gu Qingqing knew, especially her family members. After the ancient family's spaceship left Lanhai Star, Luo Xi directly became invisible and left Xianyuan Qing's villa, returning to their own home. After calling Lu Qing and 2 other trusted doctors from Xianyuan Yuhan's army for checks, confirming that both Xianyuan Yuhan and her body were fine, Luo Xi planned to keep an eye on the ancient family's every move. It's too dangerous. Since the ancient family has taken action, they must be prepared to break the facade. If you go, it's very risky if you accidentally leak your whereabouts. There is definitely danger, but it must be done. I can't tolerate what happened with Xianyuan Qing. Moreover, the ancient family has targeted us too as well. How can we not retaliate? You stay at Lanhai Star as our strong backup, guarding the base. And I will take people to investigate the true nature of the ancient family. This division of labor is perfect. Besides, you know my capabilities well. I am the most suitable for this. Xianyuan Yuhan frowned, still unwilling. For him, the enemy must be eliminated, but he didn't want Luo Xi to take risks again. I'm not a parasite, Xianyuan. When I need your shoulder, I want to hold back, but I can never live my life hiding under your wings. That is not my character. You can spoil me as much as you like, but when I want to soar, please let me fly. You have to believe in me. I believe in you, just reluctant. Xianyuan Yuhan sighed deeply, feeling very complicated inside. Luo Xi quietly nestled in his arms, actively wrapping her arms around his waist. Husband, have you forgotten our initial encounter? From the very beginning, you helped me, and even when we were together, I considered strength before deciding to be with you. I have also struggled. If I had no ability, would you still fall in love with me? This topic is actually meaningless. Our identities destined our encounter to be different. Otherwise, how could we have the chance to be together? The connections between people in this world are all different. What we should care about is how to cherish each other while we have each other, not whether we love each other enough. I've figured this out. Do you still have doubts? No, I have never doubted my feelings for you. Even if I initially admired your abilities, my feelings for you are absolutely unique. Then why treat me like a weak woman? I just want you to live happier and more comfortably. I want to spoil you more and more. Luo Xi smiled slightly. That was enough, wasn't it? Both of them had hearts, and they worked together for each other's happiness. If they always relied on each other, one day the other would surely grow weary. Everyone gets tired sometimes. It's unreasonable for one side to be spoiled without reciprocation. They want to capture you for research probably because your mental power has upgraded rapidly in the past 2 years. How can I tolerate them wanting to capture my husband for experiments? Husband, you can't stop your wife from seeking justice for you. Xianyuan Yuhan sighed. All right, be careful. Prioritize your own safety. That night, Luo Xi boarded an ordinary spaceship and left Lanhai Star. Xianyuan Yuhan secretly dispatched many elites to disrupt the ancient family's infiltrating forces, monitoring the ancient family's movements at all times. 4 days later, Luo Xi arrived at the ancient family's territory, the ancient city of Onion Star. As the name suggests, the ancient city is under the jurisdiction of the ancient family, and the city lord is the ancient family's head, Gu Fanging. Luo Xi found a high-end hotel in the central area of the main city to check in, using a false identity and having changed her appearance significantly so familiar people wouldn't recognize her as Luo Xi. Master, the ancient family has taken Luo Meng to the laboratory and wants to draw his blood for testing. I used illusion techniques to let them draw Gu Xiyu's blood instead. Gu Xiyu is the sister who went to bring Gu Qingqing, 23 years old, with dual B talents, having a decent status in the ancient family. However, this young lady is very scheming. Although her talent is not as good as Gu Qingqing's, her words can charm everyone in the ancient family. The boy with her is Gu Cheng'an, 25 years old, Gu Qingqing's brother and the only son of Gu Qingqing's parents, undoubtedly the number one in the family. However, Gu Qingqing is devoted to cultivation and has not been very close to these two younger siblings since childhood. You all adapt as needed. Don't let them use you for experiments, and don't give them blood or hair. Rest assured, Master, we will be careful. First, use your divine sense to probe the ancient family's laboratory. Then we'll consider how to deal with this matter. Okay. Luo Xi lay in the hotel room, staring at the ceiling, feeling somewhat conflicted. Xianyuan Qing still hadn't woken up and had been placed beside the spirit spring in her space. And to be safe, she had set up a barrier around him. Lu Qing was studying Xianyuan Qing's body alone in the laboratory in her space. And she didn't dare to call on the Xianyuan family's doctors, fearing they would leak information about Xianyuan Qing due to their sense of justice. Besides, it's really troubling. How did Xianyuan Qing end up like this? Lu Qing's gaze towards her felt strange, making her very embarrassed and guilty. But Xianyuan Qing must be protected, no matter what. Before he harms innocent people, she doesn't want him to suffer harm. Now, they are the only two compatriots left in this world. The instigator of 283 after staying quietly in the hotel for 10 days. Luo, she finally received a report from Luo Ying, asking her to find time to meet them. She discovered a very strange place and suspected that the Gu family was conducting inhumane experiments. On a dark and windy night, Luo, she infiltrated the Gu family's headquarters. Without an insider, she would never have guessed that the Gu family's experimental base was located beneath a bustling amusement park. Onion Amusement Park is the largest amusement park on Onion Star, with many visitors every day. Who would have thought that there were dozens of layers of buildings underground? Master, there are a batch of experimental subjects on the 14th floor. It's very strange, and I don't know how to describe it. However, the security is particularly tight, and I can't break in. If I force my way in, it will trigger an alarm. I've seen the experimental personnel enter. They need genetic matching, eye contact, and voice verification. Moreover, only that specific group of personnel can enter. Others do not have the authority. Following Luo Ying's hint, Luo Xi arrived at the entrance of the 14th floor underground and stealthily followed a few experimental personnel into the 14th floor, just in time to coincide with their checking of the experimental subjects. The entrance to the laboratory required not only fingerprint verification, eye verification, and voice verification, but also had countless infrared sensors scanning 360 degrees. Any unidentified object would trigger an alarm. Luo, she slipped in at the moment they opened the door, and it slowly closed behind them, moving as quickly as the wind, leaving no trace. The scanning beams did not detect her. Once the door closed and the security system activated, the scanning beams were turned off, allowing Luo Xi to reappear from her concealed space. When she saw the experiments in the room, her expression turned grim. They were conducting zombie research. It was unbelievable that after so many years, someone was still preserving zombie bodies for research and experiments, utterly insane. Upon closer inspection, those in the glass cylinders were clearly infected with the zombie virus. Judging by their appearances, about half of them had developed into advanced zombies, able to maintain the appearance of ordinary people, only with paler skin and no signs of decay. Master, did you see those experimental subjects? I feel it's very dangerous. Yeah, it is indeed dangerous. You and Luo Meng must not come into contact with these things. If injured, you could become mindless monsters that only devour human flesh. God, is it that cruel? Yeah, it's essential to engage from a distance. If a battle accidentally occurs, just behead them to destroy them. Okay, Master, be careful. Luo Meng, and I will remember that. Luo, she carefully observed the experimental subjects, certain that the Gu family must have raised zombies in other locations as well. Advanced zombies cannot be cultivated so easily. Moreover, the physical condition of interstellar beings had greatly improved, making it difficult to cultivate obedient zombies. But where were those low-level zombies cultivated? Could it also be in this underground facility? Luo Xi expanded her spiritual awareness to cover the entire underground building and, after some exploration, identified a location. The bottommost layer of the underground building was densely populated with shadows, and its closure was excellent. It was almost like a cage. This was likely where low-level zombies were raised, and she estimated there were probably tens of thousands of them. It seemed the Gu family was hiding a lot of things in secret. She needed to think carefully about how to handle this matter. Before making a decision, Luo Xi hid in her space, keeping an eye on everything here. Master, that person has awakened. A mutated beast flew over to report to Luo Xi. Upon hearing this, Luo Xi rushed towards the spirit spring and saw Xian Yuanqing sitting cross-legged within the barrier meditating. Luo Xi scrutinized him, and Xian Yuanqing quickly opened his eyes. You're back. Yeah, we are currently in an underground city of the Gu family, and they are researching zombies. Xian Yuanqing's eyes flickered. No wonder they wanted to capture me. Can you tell me your true situation? Xian Yuanqing smiled faintly. Didn't you see it? Aren't you seizing a body? Yeah, but seizing a body has limitations. It can't be done infinitely. After 3,000 years, I have only seized a body twice. Which is the limit? The principle of 3 times is the limit also applies in the laws of heaven. In order to have enough life to find you, I would let myself become zombified after each body seizure to have a longer lifespan. It's common for zombies to live for over 1,000 years after reaching level 9. I selected trusted subordinates to protect me as I leveled up, allowing me to regain my consciousness and memory. This time should be my last life. Once I die, I can't seize a body and be reborn again. In this life, I spent 50 years leveling up to become a level 9 zombie, and now I have lived for over 1,000 years. The only thing I can be grateful for is meeting you. At least I can protect you for 100 years. This way, I can fulfill my lifelong wish. Luo Xi stared at him in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Was it worth it to go through such a cycle of life just to repay a life-saving grace? At that time, what she said about saving people was actually a choice made out of the necessity to maximize benefits. Since she couldn't live, sacrificing herself to allow her companions to live on and take revenge was the best option. However, she anticipated that Xian Yuanqing would develop such an obsession because of her actions. Are you moved by me? Xian Yuanqing smiled at her, his expression returning to normal, and with a self-deprecating smile, he said, That's merely my obsession. You don't need to feel so guilty. Everyone has their own choices, and only they can be responsible for their own choices. Sorry, at that time, I also wanted you to live to take revenge for me. It wasn't purely self-sacrificial to save others. Luo Xi sighed lightly, feeling that at this moment, whatever she said seemed powerless. Xian Yuanqing shrugged indifferently. How you think is your business. I have accepted your kindness. How to repay is also my business. No need to bother each other. Okay, well, entanglement 1T solved the problem. You should lose your sanity now, right? Of course, I'm already the most powerful zombie king. How could I lose my sanity? I know a bit about the Gu family's research on zombies. After 1,000 years of boring life, I found it frustrating, so at one point, I unintentionally exposed the characteristics of zombies, and that's when the Gu family began to come into contact with zombies and started their research. However, for over 200 years, they've been too foolish to develop a serum to counteract the poison of the zombie king. They only produced a general preventive serum for ordinary zombies. Luo, she didn't know how to express her emotions. It turned out that all of this was initiated by Xian Yuanqing, or rather, it was something that he had allowed to happen out of boredom. But this time, I have to say I'm impressed. You actually developed a potion that rendered me powerless to resist and exposed my nature. TSK. That is quite a skill. Luo Xi was even more speechless. All right, don't frown. It's a small matter. I'll take care of it. You'll handle it? They knock you out for 5 or 6 days with just one potion. Are you sure you can handle it? Xian Yuanqing chuckled. Don't worry, I have already developed an antibody to that kind of drug. It won't hinder my actions. Who believes that? Getting poisoned once can produce an antibody. Isn't that more incredible than a universal detoxifying pill? 284. A dog jumps over the wall when desperate. Xian Yuanqing casually walked out of the barrier and came to Luo Xi, ruffling her hair with a light laugh. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. Luo Xi slightly pushed his hand away with a hint of disdain in her tone. I really don't understand why you live like this. Do you want to learn to cultivate and achieve immortality? How could that be? I just want to wait for you and repay my kindness, he replied. This was completely inappropriate and made her feel guilty. No need to think too much, although I'm determined to repay my kindness. I don't have a rigid mindset about keeping myself chaste for you. After you die, I will become a dominant figure, exterminating most of the zombies. I will also have several women bear children for me to inherit the bloodline of the Xian Yuan family. The Xian Yuan family in this world and the hidden family, the Xian Yuan clan, are all descendants of mine. Luo Xi almost spat out. 3,000 years of history, and the Xian Yuan family still occupies such a powerful position. No wonder they are descendants of strong individuals. Incredible. However, the roots of the two families have become quite distant. They aren't even considered close relatives. After more than 3,000 years, the bloodline connection between the two branches has long thinned to the point of being almost like strangers. Except for me. Probably the heads of both families have already forgotten that their ancestors were brothers thousands of years ago. What else could she say? Forget it. I won't concern myself with your descendants. Let's discuss the urgent matter at hand. How do you plan to handle the situation with the Gu family? Don't tell me those experimental subjects are nothing to worry about. You should know that even if just one fish slips through the net, the consequences can be severe. One misstep could bring back nightmares. You don't need to worry. I will wipe them all out. After many years, when I die, there will no longer be zombies in this world. Luo Xi was slightly taken aback, a strange feeling of bitterness spreading in her heart. How strong must this man's resolve be to persist through so many years, just to repay kindness? He turned himself into the very species he once despised to wait for a reunion with her. She couldn't be sure she would have such courage. If it were for a loved one, she could understand, but there was no love between them back then. Is a rescue leads to a lifelong debt, referring to their situation? Sigh, feeling melancholic. Don't think too much. Let's find a chance to leave here. I'll take care of the aftermath, Xian Yuanqing said calmly. In fact, he really didn't take the Gu family people to heart. From the beginning, he knew their intentions. But he was just bored and wanted to see how far they could go. He didn't expect Gu Qingqing to be completely used by the Gu family without realizing it, which disappointed him unnecessarily. However, the fact that the Gu family developed a potion that revealed his true nature made him regard them differently. This wasn't easy. After hundreds of years, they produced this. If they hadn't set their sights on Luo Xi, he might have been willing to play with the Gu family's people. But they shouldn't have targeted Luo Xi. Damn it, just leave it a bit, and I'll handle things and go home. Luo Xi frowned slightly. She actually had a bad premonition, but she wasn't sure where the crisis was coming from. What, you don't trust me? No. I'm afraid you might go too far. Xian Yuanqing smiled lightly. I've lived for thousands of years. I've eaten more salt than you've walked on roads. Why worry unnecessarily? Okay, he is indeed a prodigy. But that doesn't mean he can make people feel at ease. Luo Xi sighed inwardly, looking at his expression, not wanting to continue arguing. She still believed in his strength. And since this was one of his plans, let him handle it. All right, just be careful. Remember, a cornered rabbit will bite. Don't underestimate the power of a family. Don't worry, I know what to do. Luo Xi frowned. The security equipment in the Gu family laboratory was so tight. If she left, how would Xian Yuanqing hide and evade? As if seeing through her thoughts, Xian Yuanqing calmly said, We'll leave together first, and then I'll come back to handle things here. Under Xian Yuanqing's insistence, Luo Xi left the Gu family's laboratory, staying at a nearby hotel for 2 days. After letting Xian Yuanqing leave the space, she prepared some detoxification potions and various modified potions before leaving with peace of mind. After returning to Lanhai Star, she would occasionally contact Xian Yuanqing to ask about the progress of the situation. Xian Yuanqing only said everything was going according to plan. She didn't want to interfere, so she had to patiently wait for the results. Unexpectedly, on New Year's Day, the Gu family suddenly released a series of news, one of which put Luo Xi in the spotlight. The Gu family touted Luo Xi's healing powers as extraordinary, even suggesting she could cure all difficult illnesses. But the Xian Yuan family selfishly hid this information, intending to prevent other family forces from surpassing the Xian Yuan family. Along with this announcement, they also released a list of many people healed by Luo Xi, coupled with the miraculous potions previously launched by the Xian Yuan family. This gave countless people suffering from terminal illnesses hope. On the first day of the new year, the Xian Yuan family was bombarded with countless phone calls, and many people who saw the news wanted to seek medical treatment. This matter escalated, and in the end, even the chairman of the alliance called to verify with the old master of the Xian Yuan family. The old master helplessly explained Luo Xi's healing abilities, stating that although she could treat some difficult illnesses, she was not omnipotent. The person who released the news had ulterior motives, intending to stir up dissatisfaction against the Xian Yuan family, among other forces. After weighing the situation, the chairman made his request, hoping Luo Xi could work for the alliance government, specifically treating those with difficult illnesses. If Luo Xi went, then saving lives would become her obligation. If she did well, it would be expected, but if she did poorly, others might accuse her of not being diligent, which would be an unfavorable situation for her. Luo Xi certainly refused without hesitation. Under conditions allowing, she could treat others, but she absolutely would not allow herself to be threatened and used as a tool. She did not owe these people anything. She had no obligation to treat them for free. The Gu family's desperate measures were quite impressive, but she would not be swayed by public opinion. Contacting Xian Yuanqing, she looked directly at him. I don't care what your plan is, Gu family. I absolutely do not want to let them continue to act recklessly. On the screen, Xian Yuanqing looked a bit frustrated as he rubbed his forehead. Sorry. This time it was my mistake. I didn't expect they would take this step, but it also helped us. At least it allowed us to see the hypocritical and selfish faces of those in the alliance. Luo Xi rolled her eyes. Even at this moment, he still had the mood to think about these things. Leave this matter to me. Just protect yourself well in Lanhai Star. 285 planned to roll his eyes at Luo Xi. He had already said he would handle the Gu family, but look at the situation now. It was completely unprofessional, making it impossible to understand what he was thinking. Luo Xi, this incident has its pros and cons. The simplest benefit is that it can test how sincere the Xian Yuan family is towards you. If they hand you over due to pressure from the alliance, it means this family is not worth your protection. Of course, rest assured, even if they all betray you, I will be by your side to protect you and will never let anyone harm you. Come on, isn't that just idleness? How could such a large family as the Xian Yuan family go against the entire alliance for one person? That's just impossible. Don't be like that. At least we can test your man's care for you. Luo Xi rolled her eyes. You're so boring. I will handle the matters regarding the Xian Yuan family myself, so you don't need to interfere. Just take care of your own business and don't drag me down. Xian Yuanqing clutched his heart in a mock expression of being hurt. You hurt me too much. Get lost. Luo Xi ended the communication, too lazy to deal with his nonsense. Now that such a situation had arisen, she indeed needed to find a solution quickly. She wouldn't sacrifice herself for the Xian Yuan family, nor would she want the Xian Yuan family members to be harmed because of her. Grandpa just contacted me using the family's secret communication method. Xian Yuan walked in with a serious expression, clearly not in a good mood. What's wrong? The chairman's request has not been agreed upon, but for the safety of the Xian Yuan family, he will announce our separation from the Xian Yuan family. From now on, our lives and deaths will have nothing to do with the Xian Yuan family. The reason being that I refused to heed the family summons and insisted on protecting you. Hearing this, Luo Xi was taken aback, then expressed her admiration for Grandpa Xian Yuan. His approach could be said to preserve both parties. He didn't push himself out for the benefit of the Xian Yuan family while also driving them out to protect the family. In terms of emotions and reason, the alliance shouldn't blame him anymore, as he was also dealing with a wayward descendant and had to take such measures out of necessity. Husband, Grandpa is truly a wise man. This is good. I can't possibly hand you over, nor do I want the family to be implicated because of us. I can only trouble you to become the little demoness who tempts this unfilial son. Uh, who is the little demoness? Luo Xi pouted. This man always took advantage of her and was becoming more and more unreasonable. Let's be serious. We should think about how to deal with the worst-case scenario. Even if we take such actions, I'm afraid some people in the alliance will still be unwilling and take extreme actions. I know. So the Xianyuan family has activated the highest level of defense. All family members who are close to me will enter seclusion for training. Until this matter calms down, they won't step out of the Xianyuan family's main residence. In this way, those who want to threaten us with my relatives will find it difficult to succeed. That's good. Then I will send some people to protect Grandpa and the others. Thank you. We are a couple. We should support each other. No need to be so polite. Luo Xi wrapped her arms around his waist, knowing that her man was actually very worried about his family. The Xianyuan family members still valued family ties greatly. Aside from a few oddballs, most of them were quite good. She was willing to contribute to this big family and protect them to prevent her man from being hurt. In the coming time, we might be very busy. Xi, you stay at home to protect the child and don't leave casually. I will handle the matter with Lan Haixing, okay? Okay, I will wait for your protection, my lord. Luo Xi looked at him with trust. Xianyuan Yuhan's gloomy mood immediately lifted. Being trusted by the woman he loved made him feel very good. Just half a month after Lan Haixing entered S-level alert, Pei Xin Yuan from the Flying Wolf Star system called. Miss Luo, we can help you solve this crisis, but I hope you can help our star system in return. Why is young Master Pei suddenly so anxious? Didn't I already agree to come back to help you? Pei Xin Yuan shrugged helplessly. I can't help it. I don't want to rush you, but something unexpected happened at home, forcing me to return early. My father requires me to bring you back quickly to assist the family in handling affairs. Is your family in trouble? Probably, but solving your problem is quite simple. Luo Xi thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I haven't repaid your saving grace yet. I should do so in a timely manner. Sorry, I don't want to deal with you like this. It's okay. There are priorities and matters. Besides, I don't have anything particularly sentimental here. Give me a few days. I will handle everything as soon as possible. Pei Xingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you, Luo Xi. You're welcome. After the call with Pei Xingyuan, Luo Xi immediately called Xianyuan Yuhan back. When Xianyuan Yuhan heard it was an urgent matter, he hurried back. After returning home and hearing the whole story, his mood became somewhat complicated. After considering for a long time, he finally nodded. All right, I support your decision. I will discuss the follow-up issues with Grandpa shortly. You should pack up and prepare more of what you like, especially those things that are not available in the Flying Wolf Star system. Xianyuan, if you're reluctant to leave your hometown, you can stay. I don't require you to go with me. What silly talk is this? You are my wife. They saved my wife and child, so I must take responsibility. Besides, I am somewhat disappointed with the alliance and don't want to continue staying here to be difficult. It's just right to leave for a while and let those people fight among themselves. I believe my family won't fail just because I'm not there. That's natural. The Xianyuan family produces outstanding talents. Even without you, they will develop to a higher position. Even if it takes longer, it's worth it. The current situation was that Xianyuan Yuhan had been viewed as a thorn in the eyes of some short-sighted people after winning several battles against the insect nests. If he stayed, those people might use him as a meat shield during dangerous times and want to benefit when it's good. This mindset she detested the most. Xi, you are my woman. I will protect you for a lifetime. Okay. After both of them made up their minds, they each conveyed their arrangements and found successors. Especially for Xianyuan Yuhan, the forces of Lan Haixing had to be handed over to someone trustworthy. For the prosperity and strength of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Yuhan handed over the jurisdiction of Lan Haixing to the Tianzhu Four, and he also selected 100 from his personal guard to follow him to the Flying Wolf Star system to learn and become stronger. The Tianzhu group wanted to follow him, but Xianyuan Yuhan stopped them, promising that next time he returned, he would take them to the Flying Wolf Star system. For now, he needed them to stay and help him maintain order. The strong statements from the Gu family were suddenly disrupted by the powerful intervention of the Pei family from the Phylong Star system. This was largely due to Pei Xingyuan releasing a lot of information about healing abilities. In the Phylong Star system, having superpowers is not rare, and there are quite a few healing-type superhumans. They provided detailed explanations of the abilities of superhumans and released various case studies as proof. While superhumans have unique abilities, they are definitely not omnipotent. The Gu family statements were actually driven by jealousy towards the Xianyuan family for having obtained a superhuman like Luo Xi, leading to a malicious mindset of if we can't have it, we want to destroy it. With these obvious pieces of evidence, the Gu family was quickly counterattacked, revealing their wolfish ambitions, and in no time, the Gu family became an object of disdain for many. Despite this, those suffering from terminal illnesses still held onto hope. Although healing superhumans are not omnipotent, they at least represent a chance for recovery, so they all sought out the Xianyuan family, hoping for a chance at treatment. After consideration, Pei Xinyan left 2 families to assist the healing superhumans in the Xianyuan family with treating certain individuals. But Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan announced that a small group would be heading to the Phylong star system to assist the Pei family. This move left many feeling puzzled. Did the Pei family choose Luo Xi to help because it meant her abilities were stronger? They also hoped to receive help from stronger, healing superhumans. But under the pressure of a powerful higher civilization, they dared not openly resist and could only accept the arrangement, sign up, and wait for the chance to be treated. Luo Xi naturally had no good feelings towards those who demanded others to give while showing no empathy themselves, and she certainly wouldn't worry about their lives or deaths. 7 days later, they set off for the Phylong star system. Before departure, Luo Xi sent Xianyuan Qing, a special communicator for the Phylong star system, to facilitate contact at any time. Xianyuan Qing expressed great resentment at not being able to go to the Phylong star system with Luo Xi, and in his foul mood, he vented all his anger on the Gu family. As a result, after being hated by the public, it was revealed that the Gu family had been conducting inhumane experiments for a century, which were extremely cruel, turning normal people into monsters that could only eat raw meat. The most terrifying part was that these monsters were highly contagious. A single bite or scratch could turn someone into the same kind of monster. The textual explanations combined with video broadcasts of the laboratory shocked the entire alliance, leading to widespread condemnation of the Gu family, with many strongly demanding the alliance take extermination-level action against them, declaring that such destructive forces could not be tolerated. After the alliance chairman discovered these matters, he made another decision, to have the Gu family lead these monsters to fight against the insect race. Xianyuan Qing chuckled, thinking this was simply asking for trouble. Should he remind them? Watching others panic didn't seem too bad. After all, he had been bored for thousands of years. Young master, if this continues, things might develop to a point we can't control. If those insect races also become such monsters, our troubles will multiply, perhaps even more. A trusted aide sighed helplessly. So what? You're not worried. But if Miss Luo Xi learns about the subsequent developments, she might be very unhappy. After all, you promised her you'd resolve these issues. If the situation worsens, she might not be pleased. Hearing this, Xianyuan Qing fell silent for a long time before snorting softly. Fine, then let us deal with those guys. He sighed, I do feel a bit reluctant. It's been a long time since I've seen those things. The aide was rendered speechless. Who would want to see those monsters? Wait, did the young master say he hadn't seen them in a long time? Does this mean he has seen those monsters before? That's not scientific. Young master, did you discover the existence of those things long ago? Xianyuan Qing curled his lips. What else? Do you think the Gu family targeted me for no reason? Damn, the young master has long discovered the Gu family's secret, but didn't reveal it, instead secretly preparing to watch the show. Truly twisted and perverted. Previously, they all thought the young master lacked popularity until he met Miss Luo Xi, which made him more vibrant. They were relieved that the young master finally encountered someone he cared about. Otherwise, their lives would have been even more troublesome. I will handle this matter personally, so you don't need to worry. By the way, prepare the spaceship to go to Lon High Star. After I resolve this issue, I will bring a few subordinates to settle there. Yes, young master. The Gu family had no time to resist, and the alliance chairman could not utilize those zombies in time. Overnight, the Gu family's laboratory was completely destroyed, and those so-called monsters vanished. All those in the Gu family who were aware were executed brutally, and the bloody violence left the Gu family in a state of panic. Many directly fled from the Gu family's territory, and even more chose to leave the planet to live elsewhere. Meanwhile, Xianyuan took a few zombie subordinates onto the spaceship and headed straight back to Lanhai Star. News about the Gu family continued to flood the star network. And of course, some had doubts about Xianyuan, who was labeled a monster by the Gu family. However, once Xianyuan's identity was revealed, it shocked half of the Star Alliance, and even the Alliance chairman found it difficult to speak. He's from the hidden Xianyuan family. Although the Xianyuan family is low-key and reclusive, their strength is formidable. They have 5 ancestors with level 10 mental powers in their family, and there are more than 2 with level 9. As for Xianyuan himself, he's young but already has level 8 mental power, with physical abilities reaching SS. With such talent, who would dare provoke him? Even an entire planetary army wouldn't easily challenge him. Not to mention, the Gu family also possesses private warships and some ancient protective abilities. Regarding Xianyuan, the family head only said one thing. Is this a trivial matter worth disturbing our cultivation? Are you bored and have nothing better to do? Thus, no one in the Alliance dared to voice their opinions. Even those who had doubts refrained from taking any action. Those with the guts to act were all dead. The Tianju quartet expressed great welcome for Xianyuan settling in Lanhai Star, offering a plethora of preferential conditions. Xianyuan expressed his displeasure, as he had finally managed to create some issues to sow discord between the Xianyuan family and Luo Xi, only to have Pei Xinyuan from the Phylong star system interfere. This was simply infuriating. Young master, do you have any other grievances? Bored, find a way to let me go to the Phylong star system. Young master, it's not something we can just go to at will. Please be patient. It will take some time to arrange the star system passage and dispatch a spaceship to pick you up. Damn, it's only a few days. And Luo, she actually had the heart not to wait for me. What a woman who values love over friendship. When Xianyuan was filled with resentment, Luo Xi and the others had already walked halfway through the star system passage. After boarding the Pei family spaceship, Pei Xinyuan carefully explained the situation they encountered to Luo Xi. It turned out that the flying wolf star system had inexplicably begun to see an increasing number of insectoids, and the insect poison had become more potent. Although no insect nests have been discovered so far, the lethality of those insects was even stronger than that on the Hengyu star system. The most terrifying part was that some of the insects could possess human bodies and act to harm humans. Pei Xiao, do you mean that the insectoids in the flying wolf star system have gained intelligence and are using possessed humans to take actions that benefit them? Yes. The first discovery was on a major general in the military. If it weren't for his abnormal behavior being noticed, our family would have suffered greatly because he is a core member of our family and almost caused a catastrophic incident within the family. What? Luo Xi stared at Pei Xinyuan. Your family is really unlucky. That person has already been controlled and frozen. He is my cousin, who has been favored by everyone since childhood. My grandfather froze him in hopes that you could see if you could save him. The healing ability users supported by the family have been unable to help. Oh, you really care about that relative. Luo Xi nodded. Okay, I understand. Once we arrive, I'll go see him right away. If there's a way, I will definitely do my best. I handed over some data and pictures to Dr. Lu. We greatly admire his medical skills. Due to Lu Qing's talent, he was also brought along for this operation. Pei Xinyuan had discovered his talent and held him in high regard, showing great respect for him, second only to Luo Xi. You can discuss these matters with Lu Qing. I don't study medical topics. TSK. I'm not saying it, but Xianyuan is not as talented as Lu Qing. What's the use of being strong in combat? Your own strength shouldn't be underestimated. You should find a complementary talent. Luo Xi rolled her eyes. Recently, Pei Xinyuan had been persistently mocking Xianyuan. Was he trying to provoke Xianyuan into a fight? Pei Xiao seems to want to test my patience. Xianyuan silently appeared behind him, waving his hand and directly throwing him out of their VIP room. Luo Xi chuckled softly. Husband, you know he is deliberately provoking you. Why keep falling into his trap? Just can't stand him. If there's a chance, I will beat him. You two are like 2 peas in a pod now. Xianyuan said proudly. Recently, I made a lot of progress because of sparring with someone of equal strength. If it weren't for the benefits of fighting Pei Xinyuan, would he be so bored to accompany him in battle? Luo Xi smiled at her man's smugness. No matter what, as long as he was happy, that was good. My lady, I am actually very worried about you. The flying wolf star system is inherently stronger than the Hangyu star system, and the insect poison they cannot resolve is definitely more powerful than what we encountered before. I know, but don't worry. I will pay attention to my safety and won't take risks. The Pei family won't recklessly seek glory either. What they really hope for is to find a solution, not just to use me to save one person. He understood this, but he couldn't help but worry that the insect poison might inadvertently harm Luo Xi. He didn't want her to suffer any injury. Husband, why did you become so timid? Xianyuan Yuhan pretended to think deeply. Because I love you more. Huh, you're getting better at sweet talking. But she liked it. No matter if he acted domineering or rogue, she liked it. Luo Xi smiled and nestled in his arms. The days were peaceful, and she enjoyed the time spent with him. After leaving the Hangyu star system, they had been together every day, eating, sleeping, and cultivating. Every day they embraced each other. Such a simple life made her incredibly satisfied. I never knew you were such a clingy person, so fond of sticking to your husband. Just like it. I don't care about your fame and fortune. We are strong enough to protect ourselves and can live a carefree life. Although she initially chose to collaborate with the Xianyuan family for protection, what she wanted was never fame or wealth. She always wanted to be self-reliant, not threatened by anything else, and live freely. To be honest, if Pei Xinyuan hadn't intervened this time, she wouldn't have been afraid. The mutated beasts and plants in her space had mostly broken through to level 7 or above, with nearly 10 at level 9 and over 100 at level 8. With such combat power, who would she be afraid of? As for mutually assured destruction, the Alliance probably wouldn't be foolish enough to do something that harms both parties. After we arrive at the Flying Wolf Star system, I will accompany you and dedicate all my time outside of cultivation to you. Okay? Good? Luo Xi couldn't ask for more. They had been married for over a year, and they hadn't truly had a honeymoon yet. This time was just right to make up for it. She would definitely bring some wealth to help the Pei family, but they didn't need to push too hard. They could relax and enjoy an ordinary couple's life. Knock, knock, knock. Excited knocking sounded from outside the door. Xianyuan Yuhan, get out here. I want to spar with you. Pei Xinyuan's anger flared up. He felt humiliated after being thrown out by Xianyuan Yuhan and felt uncomfortable not fighting. Xianyuan Yuhan glared at the door in annoyance, then seemed to think of something and gently kissed Luo Xi on the lips. My lady, I'm going to deal with the trouble. You stay obediently in the room and wait for me. The ambiguity in the man's eyes was very intense, making Luo Xi's heart tremble. She felt she might not be able to handle someone's fiery passion. Thinking of the experiences of the past few nights, it was truly a mix of pain and pleasure. The man's endurance in that regard was simply blissful, leaving her both exhilarated and exhausted. What she wanted was not the intimate wild nights. But her man didn't understand what it meant to indulge excessively. Why not hide back into space to accompany the kids? Sai, forget it. You can dodge the first day of the month, but not the 15th. She couldn't hide forever. Unconsciously rubbing her waist, Luo Xi sighed softly. She should focus on cultivating and strive to improve her physical strength, so she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Speaking of which, the physical training of interstellar people was indeed very useful. At first, it was exhausting, and she couldn't even make it to the end with standard movements. However, after persisting for a while, she greatly benefited. Now, her physical fitness was definitely more than twice as good as it was during the apocalypse. Master, come to the space quickly. The two little masters are acting a bit strange. What? Without saying a word, Luo Xi hurriedly locked the door, set up a barrier on the bed in the room, and rushed into the space to their little space cabin. 288 Zerg, or alien creatures, master. It seems that the little masters are about to break through. What? Luo Xi looked at the two children sitting cross-legged on the bed, like little adults in confusion. It seemed that her two buns were only a little over 10 months old. They can cultivate mental strength at such a young age. The two buns were born on March 3rd of last year, and today is January 23rd, which means they are 10 and a half months old. QEQ. Could it be that she gave birth to two genius babies? Luo Xi stared at the two little buns on the bed without blinking. Their cute cross-legged meditation posture was simply adorable, making it hard for Luo Xi to look away. After a while, when a mental strength gathered back, the two buns opened their eyes. After looking at each other, they climbed toward Luo Xi together. She picked one up in each arm. Little ones, Who told you to cultivate? Daddy, Mommy, dazed. Where did they learn this? This is not scientific. How could children who barely know how to speak learn to cultivate? This is too dangerous. But how can she tell her children not to cultivate? Can they understand? Luo Xi was a bit amazed as she hugged her little princess. Baby, do you know what you're doing? The dragon and phoenix twin sister blinked her big eyes innocently, while the brother blinked his big eyes, signaling that he didn't understand what Mommy was talking about. Master, the two little masters are probably like this by nature. Although they don't understand, their instincts drive them to act this way. Generally speaking, it won't be too dangerous. We just need to pay more attention in the future. Are you sure? Luo Xi felt very sad. It's about 80 to 90% certainty, Luo Ying hesitantly replied. Of course, from now on, she would definitely guard the two little masters more carefully and not let them run into any issues because of their talents. Luo Xi, not daring to take risks, sought advice from Xianyuan Yuhan. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Yuhan's eyes lit up, feeling very proud. Indeed, his children were geniuses. Madam, don't worry. Those with exceptional talent will naturally cultivate mental strength from a young age. Their cultivation is as natural as breathing for ordinary people, and there will be no problems. Moreover, those who cultivate at a young age develop the urgent desire for quick success and instant benefits like adults. In fact, it's safer. They act according to their hearts, and their advancement is stable and natural, progressing smoothly. So, don't worry about them. Just let them develop on their own in the future, without needing to deliberately guide or force anything. Hearing this, Luo Xi finally felt at ease. She was happy that her children were geniuses. What parent doesn't hope for their children to be more successful? In any era, only those with stronger abilities can live more comfortably, especially in this interstellar era, which is not a time of peace with the increasing number of Zerg. The future wars could turn into something unpredictable. She certainly hoped her children would be stronger and have better self-defense capabilities. All right, this is something proven by research, so you don't need to worry. However, investigations indicate that those who can cultivate from a young age are generally double S-level talent. And the number of such individuals in the entire Federation over 100 years exceed 5. Let us keep this matter under wraps for now. A tall tree catches the wind. The Xianyuan family is still in the eye of the storm, and we don't need to flaunt it and make others envious. Yes, I think so too. The children are still young, so let them stay in your space. We'll deal with the Pei family's matters first. Luo Xi nodded. The Flying Wolf Star system was not their territory, and she had no intention of letting the two children show themselves unless they had established a foothold there. After all, her space was now large enough, and with the addition of mutated plants and beasts, forming a small village was completely feasible. Not to mention, to entertain the children. They had added quite a few children as play facilities to their home in the space early on. With worries set aside, the days passed quickly. On February 11th, 3140 of the interstellar era, Luo Xi and they finally arrived at the Pei family's ancestral castle in the Flying Wolf Star system. Indeed, the Pei family's stronghold was a castle of the Western style from the Earth era, quite magnificent. Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuhan followed Pei Xinyuan to meet his cousin Wei Jilin. At this moment, Wei Jilin was completely frozen, contained in a high-protection device that even a 7th-level Zerg could not break. He was stored alone in a laboratory, and this time, Pei Xinyuan only brought the couple into this sealed room. Luo Xi, take a look at my cousin's condition. Luo Xi frowned slightly as she looked at the frozen person. I can't understand this condition. I need to thaw him first, or at least let me touch one of his hands. Pei Xinyuan frowned. I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Should I let them bring out the research data we obtained earlier? Those things are no use to me. Just thaw one of his hands. Don't worry. If he resists, I can suppress him. After thinking for a moment, Pei Xinyuan gritted his teeth and made a decision, having someone carefully thaw one of Wei Jilin's hands. Then, the laboratory door was tightly closed again, isolating the three of them inside. Through Wei Jilin's hand, Luo Xi used her wood-type ability to probe into his body. As soon as the wood-type ability entered Wei Jilin's body, a force rushed toward her, seemingly attracted by the wood energy and wanting to devour it. Luo Xi was stunned and immediately sent more wood-type energy over. After confirming that the foreign substance in Wei Jilin's body was indeed consuming her wood energy, Luo Xi did not hesitate to unleash a powerful mental force to wrap that substance tightly and then forcefully pulled it out from the palm of Wei Jilin's hand. In an instant, a bloody hole appeared in Wei Jilin's palm. Even though he was frozen, the buffering of the wood energy still caused his body to melt somewhat, resulting in a spray of bright red blood. Pei Xinyuan was completely stunned. Is this how healing abilities are used? Xinyuan Yuhan, meanwhile, cooperatively reinforced the mental energy barrier around the worm that Luo Xi extracted, quickly creating a high-strength container to imprison it. Once the mental force was withdrawn, the three of them were all astonished by the creature in the container. The little worm inside was completely a mutant model, but its head was triangular, resembling those alien beings from the movie Alien. However, this creature was covered in tentacles, which looked somewhat disgusting. What species is this? Xinyuan Yuhan asked with a tense expression. I've never seen it before. Pei Xinyuan also looked bewildered. This is my first time seeing it too. Luo Xi thought for a moment and decided to set it aside for now, reaching out with her abilities to heal Wei Jilin's palm. After probing again and confirming that there were no foreign substances attached, she finally let the Pei family's experimental personnel thaw and wake Wei Jilin. Just like that, Pei Xinyuan still looked bewildered. He was also astonished by the efficiency. Pei Xiao, this type of creature likely possesses considerable intelligence. You should be on high alert. Oh, of course, that is certain. Luo Xi, are you tired? Pei Xinyuan asked, feeling a bit lightheaded. At the 289 banquet, Luo Xi glanced at him. Pei Xiao, if you have something to say, just say it directly. We should treat each other sincerely in our cooperation. No need for any roundabout ways. I'm just amazed by your abilities. I mean no other offense. I just want to help others who are in trouble. Help people? Luo Xi nodded. I'm not tired for now, but I don't like running around. If you have any friends to save, just bring them to me. For now, I'll stay at the Pei family's castle for a while. Oh good, thank you. Pei Xinyuan hazily returned to the laboratory to watch over his cousin, calling the family doctor for various checks. After confirming for the third time that Wei Jilin had indeed turned from danger to a normal state, he excitedly shared the good news with the head of the Pei family. The head of the Pei family, who initially held little hope, was so thrilled by the news that he had a banquet prepared that very night, deciding to treat Luo Xi, this benefactor, well. They had previously invited many healers for the ability users without success, but now, a person from a low-level star system had solved their problem in just half a day, a strength that commanded his respect. After receiving the news, Luo Xi did not refuse. After all, they had helped her greatly, and she felt obligated to repay the favor. After resting for half a day, the couple donned evening gowns under the Pei family's arrangements and appeared at the Pei family's banquet. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women immediately attracted the attention of most guests, especially the Pei family members, who understood the true value of these two. The head of the Pei family personally came to greet them. Young Master Xinyuan, young mistress, greetings. Xinyuan Yuhan nodded respectfully. Hello, Pei family head. Welcome to our home from afar. I hope you enjoy your stay with the Pei family. Please feel free to let us know if you have any concerns. You're too polite, Pei family head. I haven't even properly thanked Pei Xiao for saving my wife, and now we are intruding, so please don't find it bothersome. How could that be? You are our esteemed guests. The Pei family head looked at Luo Xi with genuine respect. Seeing her as a true esteemed guest, Luo Xi smiled slightly. There's no need for such formality. We are friends with Pei Xiao, and you are also our elder. Then, let Pei Xiaozi accompany you. Young people enjoy playing together. All right, Pei family head, please go about your business. After seeing off the Pei family head, Xinyuan Yuhan felt quite good. At first glance, the Pei family head seemed to be a person of decent character, genuinely respecting Luo Xi rather than trying to detain her, which he was very satisfied with. Let us go try some delicacies from the Flying Wolf Star system. Luo Xi linked her arm with Xinyuan Yuhan, leisurely preparing to indulge as a foodie, since she didn't know anyone here and felt no need to socialize. Xinyuan Yuhan indulgently followed her to the food area. Luo Xi focused on choosing food, while Xinyuan Yuhan stood beside her holding a food tray, his gaze towards Luo Xi filled with affection. The guests at the banquet were inexplicably fed a belly full of dog food, as the pink bubbles between the two were impossible to ignore. Although the flying wolf star system had advanced technology and civilization, it seemed to lack in emotional depth compared to lower-level civilizations. This was mainly because the higher the civilization, the more its people focused on the cultivation of strength. With too much time spent on training, naturally, less time will be devoted to emotions. As everyone knows, emotions require time to cultivate and manage. Even the best feelings will eventually fade away without time invested. Of course, this does not mean that people from the flying wolf star system lack profound emotions. It simply indicates that, generally speaking, many couples have relatively plain relationships that are not deeply passionate. Xinyuan Yuhan's feelings for Luo Xi, while not to the point of life and death, were certainly at a level where he could die to protect her. Thus, amidst the otherwise ordinary relationships, especially those formed through family alliances, the pink bubbles between these two appeared exceptionally dazzling. Hey, who are those two? Don't you know? That woman is the one Pei Xian Yuan rescued from the black hole. And the man is said to be her husband from the Hengyu star system, probably a young master from a Xinyuan family. That man is quite handsome, even 3 points more so than Pei Xiao. What a pity. What a pity she's paired with that woman. I wish I could meet such a man. The girl speaking looked a bit jealous as she glanced at Luo Xi, who was savoring the delicacies, while Xinyuan Yuhan, as a man, was standing by her side serving her, which quickly made her feel unbalanced. How could such a selfish woman deserve such a good man? What abilities does that woman have? Not sure, but I heard Pei Xiao personally escorted her back to the Hengyu star system, so she must have some remarkable qualities. Otherwise, Pei Xiao wouldn't treat her so well. The girl snorted coldly. Who knows what she's really like? She doesn't seem to have any special abilities. Her gaze swept around until it landed on a lowly girl, and after thinking for a moment, she happily walked over. Pei Mei, it's been a while since I last saw you. How have you been recently? Sister Guan, I'm doing well, Pei Mei replied. Those two are guests of your Pei family. Why don't you take me over to greet them? I'm afraid I might disturb them if I go alone. Sister Guan said gently. The girl referred to as Pei Mei was Pei Xian Yuan's younger sister, Pei Tian, who was deeply cherished by the Pei family and had a very simple mind. She usually had a decent relationship with Sister Guan, so after hearing the straightforward request, she nodded and agreed. The two walked toward Luo Xi and the others, and before long, they stood in front of Luo Xi. Hello, young Mistress Xianyuan. I'm Pei Tian. My brother is Pei Xian Yuan. Upon hearing this introduction, Luo Xi smiled slightly. So you are Miss Pei. Are you also here for food? Pei Tian glanced at Sister Guan and hesitated. Not really. Sister Guan wants to meet you both, so I brought her here. So pure. Luo Xi's gaze swept over to Sister Guan and noticed her eyes were actually on Xinyuan Yuhan, and when they glanced over her, they showed disdain and dissatisfaction, instantly leaving her speechless and irritated. Who did this woman think she was to look at them like that? Hello, young Master Xinyuan. I'm Guan Fei, the second young lady of the Guan family. It's nice to meet you. Ugh, how dare she try to flirt with her husband right in front of her? Luo Xi retracted her polite smile, coldly scanning her. Husband, let us go find some juice to drink. Okay. Xinyuan Yuhan directly ignored Guan Fei's greeting, reached out to wrap his arm around Luo Xi's waist, and walked past them. Guan Fei's face turned red instantly, both from embarrassment and anger. She had never experienced such disregard from a man before. How infuriating. What qualifications did someone from a low-level civilization have to be arrogant in front of her? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Pei Tian looked at the scene in a daze, completely confused as to why this was happening. The others were enjoying the show. It was true that young Master Xinyuan was quite good-looking, but Gu Fei was being too reckless. If the other party had no ability, how could the Pei family possibly treat them as honored guests? Didn't they see that the head of the Pei family had even gone out of his way to greet them earlier? It was rare for the head of the Pei family to personally attend to ordinary guests, TSK. It was clear that Gu Fei's daughter was completely lacking in social awareness, indicating a poor upbringing. If there were to be a marriage alliance in the future, she certainly couldn't be the one chosen. However, a small gesture from the powerful nobles present led them all to a similar conclusion. Gu Feifei had no idea that her impulsive behavior would result in her being disliked by various families when it came time for her to choose a husband. Any heir to a family position or someone in power would absolutely not choose her. Only those insignificant nobodies would be left for her. At this moment, Gu Feifei felt that everyone's gaze was mocking her for being looked down upon by someone for a lower-tier star system, and she was extremely annoyed, harboring resentment towards Luo Xi and Xianyuan Yuan. Sister Gu? Gu Feifei forced a smile. It's okay. Let's go find other friends to play with. She was determined to regain her face. Tian, what are you doing here? Pei Xinyuan had just arrived and saw his sister standing where Luo Xi and the others had been. Pei Tian was very happy to see him and shouted, "Brother!" She then recounted what had just happened, finally blinking her big eyes and asking, "Brother, do they not like me?" Pei Xinyuan's sharp gaze swept over Gu Feifei, who wore a face of someone who had encountered a pig teammate. However, in front of Pei Xin, she dare not act out and could only smile and explain, Tian is overthinking. They don't dislike you. They just don't like me. It's my fault for interrupting their enjoyment of the food. That was beautifully said, completely shifting the blame onto others. Pei Xinyuan glanced at her disdainfully. Sister, you should go play with mother. Miss Gu has matters to attend to and can't accompany you anymore. Pei Tian looked surprised at Gu Feifei. Sister Gu, do you have something to do? Gu Feifei had no real business. It was just Pei Xinyuan's excuse. She also understood his intention to send her away. Feeling furious inside, but maintaining a smile on her face. What young Master Pei said is correct. Tian, let's meet again next time. Today's playtime ends here. Okay. Then be careful on the way, Sister Gu. Pei Tian said obediently, completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere between the two. Gu Feifei was grinding her teeth in anger. How could this person be so foolish? She had no ability to read the room at all. What a waste that she was still a lady of the Pei family. Truly not helpful at all. It was better to have less to worry about with her in the future. Pei Xinyuan mocked her coldly in his heart. This woman was truly something else. She had ulterior motives and still wanted to use his sister unconditionally. Not only that, but she also complained about it, which was simply selfish to the extreme. Such a woman was not worthy of being friends with his sister. He would have to instruct the bodyguards to prevent her from causing trouble at the Pei residence in the future. Gu Feifei left the Pei family banquet resentfully, but she did not return home immediately. Instead, she thought about how to regain her face while in the star car. Relying solely on her own strength would absolutely not allow her to contend with the Pei family. Therefore, she needed to find external help. After filtering through potential partners in her mind, she ultimately set her sights on the political rival of the Pei family, the Luo family. The Luo family had developed rapidly in recent years, with people in both military and political spheres. Among all of the Pei family's enemies, the Luo family was the most powerful, and their methods were the most covert and ruthless. It was said that the two families had reached an irreconcilable state, each secretly searching for the other's weaknesses in hopes of one day bringing the other down completely. Coincidentally, not long ago, a young man from the Luo family had pursued her, but she had rejected him because he had someone he liked. After thinking it over, Gu Feifei contacted him, and the call was quickly answered. As soon as the virtual video opened, he looked at her with surprise. Feifei, I didn't expect you would take the initiative to contact me. Gu Feifei felt quite pleased at his admiring gaze, but she maintained her composure. Young Master Lu, I actually want to ask you for a favor, if it's convenient. If there's anything Feifei needs, just let me know. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Young Master Lu promised confidently. Today, I attended the Pei family's banquet and encountered two people. They were very arrogant, and I want you to help me investigate what cards they hold. Oh, you mean those two distinguished guests from the Pei family? That's right, them. Young Master Lu's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Gu Feifei became even more fervent. Don't worry. I will do a good job with what you asked me to do. I'll have it for you tonight. Let's go out for dinner together then? This was clearly a date invitation. Gu Feifei, in order to achieve her goals, did not mind. All right, I'll wait for your good news. After the call ended, young Master Lu immediately contacted his father. After discussing for a while, young Master Lu gathered the information the Lu family had already collected and waited for nightfall to meet the beautiful girl. Second son, don't leave any evidence. His father couldn't help but remind him, watching his excited demeanor. Young Master Lu chuckled. Father, don't worry, I know what to do. This time, he was sure he could achieve 2 goals with one plan. As long as the planning was done properly, he could both gain a beautiful girl and take revenge on the enemy of his family. It couldn't be better. Just thinking about the outcome was enticing. Although Gu Feifei had a bad temper, her figure was absolutely top-notch. Otherwise, he wouldn't be interested. Of course, if she was perceptive, he wouldn't mind marrying her since their family backgrounds were comparable, making them well-matched. When choosing a wife, one should select a suitable candidate. According to the intelligence provided by their sources, Gu Feifei's focus on those 2 people was merely because they didn't give her face. It seems she also had her eyes on that man. Second son, you should be perceptive. There are plenty of women out there. Don't fixate on just one. Young Master Lu frowned slightly, then straightforwardly replied, Father, don't worry. If she really likes that man, I will only play with him. Cooperation is the most important thing. However, since she had taken the initiative to come to him, wouldn't it be a waste not to taste it? After all, Gu Feifei might not even be a virgin anymore, and playing would be even more enjoyable, unaware that she was also being plotted against. Gu Feifei was currently contemplating what to do next, and had already booked a banquet to wait for young Master Lu to keep the appointment. The conclusion of 291, having you is enough, in the Pei family's leisurely enjoyment of delicious food. Luo Xi and her husband were of course unaware that they had quickly drawn the hostility of others. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. Madam, try this. It tastes a bit like cherry juice, but it's even more delicious. You will definitely like it. Luo Xi took a sip of the juice he handed over, which was satisfyingly sweet and sour with a hint of creaminess. Truly delicious. What kind of juice is this? I've heard it's a specialty from the Flying Wolf Star. The Feifei fruit, which is fire red and looks like a maple leaf. It's very beautiful. Oh, that sounds great. Both good-looking and tasty. You two really know how to enjoy yourselves. I've been looking for you for quite a while. Pei Xianyuan appeared with a hint of grievance. Luo Xi glanced at him. What does the young master Pei want with us on such a bright day? Didn't we agree to rest today? Don't look at me like that. I'm only here because of my father's instructions. You two are benefactors of the Pei family, and I must be responsible for your safety. Xianyuan Yuhan glanced at him, clearly implying, with your level, can you really protect us? Pei Xianyuan got angry. Xianyuan, don't be arrogant. You should know that you are now relying on Luo Xi. Otherwise, I wouldn't protect you. Haha, are you sure you're protecting me? Not dragging us down? Ah, Pei Xianyuan snorted, feeling a bit proud. He was not protecting them alone. He was just representing them, okay? He had never seen such a thick-skinned person, relying on a woman and still daring to act tough. All right, no infighting. We are all on the same side. Young Master Pei, do you have any thoughts these days? Currently, my father hasn't finalized a plan, but for a few families that are not well connected, I hope you could treat them first. Of course, it's up to you how many people you treat each day. This is necessary. Starting tomorrow, you send 5 people to me for treatment every day. Prioritize the serious cases. Your cousin's situation is actually not that serious. Pei Xianyuan immediately nodded. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. If you need anything, just let us know. The Pei family will fully cooperate. Luo Xi thought for a moment and took out a list. These herbs are what I need. Please gather as many as you can. All right, I'll have it arranged. Pei Xianyuan glanced at the list, which seemed to be some medicine names, even if he hadn't heard of them. It didn't matter since there were clear diagrams for reference. Without waiting for him to ask, Luo Xi began to explain. These are herbs that will be beneficial for your people to recover in the future. Got it. I'll ensure a large collection. Should we keep this confidential? It's fine. Most people wouldn't know the effects of these things even if they got them. Just make sure no one sees it as a way to rob your Pei family. We will definitely take precautions. Pei Xianyuan immediately decided to keep it confidential. Until they had enough, he would ensure it was kept secret to the point where it couldn't be hidden anymore. Exactly, we must maximize the benefits for our family. Young Master Pei excitedly went to assign tasks, selecting family elites from the herbalist to the gathering teams, and they had to be trusted core members. To this end, the Pei family carried out a 6-month herb collection initiative, and Luo Xi naturally cooperated with the Pei family in treating waves of afflicted individuals. In just 1 month, she had treated over 200 people. After a month, the insect-possessed individuals in the Flying Wolf Star were basically cleared out. At this time, The Pei family and several other allied families began planning to allow people from other planets to enter the flying wolf star in batches for treatment. However, there could also be more serious problems during the transportation, making them hesitate about how to ensure everything went smoothly. Seeing the Pei family head's headache, Luo Xi ultimately provided 3 ninth-level experts to assist in the transportation. Of course, they would only check the incoming and outgoing personnel at the Flying Wolf Star's transfer points. With 3 ninth-level experts' keen eyes, the various families felt much more at ease. Additionally, since the Flying Wolf Star was the central planet of the Flying Wolf Star system, security measures were definitely prioritized. After a few months of effort, there were basically no signs of the insect race in the Flying Wolf Star system. The situation on other planets gradually stabilized under waves of blood replacement control, of course. The military's actions in killing the insect race on each planet also played a significant role. Research from the Research Institute yielded new information. Although the insect race appearing in the Flying Wolf Star system was not as numerous as in the Hanyu Star system, their civilization was of a higher level. So the insects that could breach their planetary defenses and enter the Flying Wolf Star system were evidently of a higher level as well. Fortunately, the people of the Flying Wolf Star system had better physical attributes and combat abilities compared to those of the Hanyu Star system, so their battles did not spread widely, and their losses were much lower than those of the Hanyu Star system. In order to ensure the safety of the home planet, Xin Yuan Yuhan also exchanged some higher technology from the Pei family to send back, allowing the Hanyu Star system to develop further. In this mutually beneficial situation, Luo Xi and her husband had already stayed in the Flying Wolf Star system for more than half a year. Before they knew it, it was September of the year 3140. Looking at the thriving situation of the Flying Wolf Star system, Luo Xi felt a bit nostalgic for her small life on Lanhai Star. Over the past 6 months, her and Xin Yuan Yuhan's strengths had also improved significantly. Xin Yuan Yuhan was now a 9th-level psychic, and his physical abilities had reached SS level. Even in the Flying Wolf Star system, he could definitely be considered a talented individual. Luo Xi's wood-type abilities had broken through to level 8, and her psychic power had reached level 9. But her physical ability was a level lower than Xin Yuan Yuhan's at S level. This rate of advancement had made those in the Pei family who were in the know envious. And Pei Xin Yuan was even more motivated to study hard day and night, determined to catch up to Xin Yuan Yuhan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, those who had been keeping an eye on them, such as Guan Feifei and the Lu family, as well as individuals who had poor relations with the Pei family, never gave up on suppressing them. Unfortunately, every attempt failed, and they were gradually suppressed by the Pei family and several other allied families. After half a year, the Lu family and Guan family had lost so much that they could no longer stay in Area A of the Flying Wolf Star, ultimately moving to Area C, living resentfully and enduring, hoping to rise again one day. Looking at the prosperous Flying Wolf Star, Xin Yuan Yuhan couldn't help but sigh. This planet indeed had many aspects worth learning from, and even their methods of physical and psychic training were more advanced than those of the Hanyu Star system, making practice faster and more stable. Therefore, he had been considering how to bring this technique back to the Hanyu Star system for popularization. The Pei family naturally had no objections because higher-level cultivation methods were not something one could just practice. It also depended on individual talent. Thus, they generously agreed to Xin Yuan Yuhan's request. Additionally, to exchange, Luo Xi shared 3 formulas for restorative potions with them, which was a fair mutual benefit. Xin Yuan, do you want to go to a higher-level star system for study? Luo Xi, nestled in her man's arms, hesitated to ask about the proposal given by the Pei family head a few days ago. Xin Yuan Yuhan smiled slightly. As long as I'm with you, I don't care which star system we go to. So you want to experience more? Yes, if life is too mundane, it will always be boring. Our lives are long, and accompanying each other while also achieving other goals is quite nice. That's true. Being strong allows us to better protect ourselves and those around us. If we didn't know, that would be fine, but knowing that there are stronger people and places in the world and not experiencing them is too stagnant. All right, then let's return to the Hanyu star system for a trip, and then find time to explore a higher-level star system. Madam, having you in this life is enough. So do I. Luo Xi leaned contentedly against him. Life is like a play, but everyone has their own stage. Finding a role you love to play and realizing a greater self-value is what it means to be fulfilled. There wasn't much of a grand romance between them, but after experiencing a lot together, they came together sincerely guarding each other and decided to continue this way for a lifetime. This kind of love is enough for her. Having a man who will stay by her side through thick and thin on the journey of life is more than enough.